Loneliness. Edna was walking down the street with her bag of groceries when she passed the automobile. There was a sign in the side window, "Woman Wanted." She stopped. There was a large piece of cardboard in the window with some material pasted to it. Most of it was typewritten. Edna couldn't read it from where she stood on the sidewalk. She could only see the large letters, "Woman Wanted." It was an expensive new car. Edna stepped forward on the grass to read the typewritten portion. Man, age 49, divorced, wants to meet woman for marriage. Should be 35 to 44, like television and motion pictures. Good food. I'm a cost accountant, reliably employed, money in bank. I like women to be on the fat side. Edna was 37 and on the fat side. There was a phone number. There were also 3 photos of the gentleman in search of a woman. He looked quite staid in a suit and necktie. Also he looked dull and a little cruel. And made of wood, thought Edna, made of wood. Edna walked off, smiling a bit. She also had a feeling of repulsion. By the time she reached her apartment, she had forgotten about him. It was some hours later, sitting in the bathtub, that she thought about him again, and this time she thought how truly lonely he must be to do such a thing. Woman wanted. She thought of him coming home, finding the gas and phone bills in the mailbox, undressing, taking a bath, the TV on. Then the evening paper, then into the kitchen to cook, standing there in his shorts, staring down at the frying pan, taking his food and walking to a table, eating it, drinking his coffee, then more TV, and maybe a lonely can of beer before bed. There were millions of men like that all over America. Edna got out of the tub, toweled, dressed, and left her apartment. The car was still there. She took down the man's name, Joe Lighthill, and the phone number. She read the typewritten section again. Motion pictures. What an odd term to use. People said movies now. Woman wanted. The sign was very bold. He was original there. When Edna got home, she had 3 cups of coffee before dialing the number. The phone rang 4 times. "Hello?" he answered. "Mr. Lighthill?" "Yes." "I saw your ad on the car." "Oh, yes." "My name's Edna." "How you doing, Edna?" "Oh, I'm all right. It's been so hot. This weather's too much." "Yes, it makes it difficult to live." "Well, Mr. Lighthill, just call me Joe." "Well, Joe, I feel like a fool. You know what I'm calling about? You saw my sign? I mean, what's wrong with you? Can't you get a woman?" "I guess not, Edna. Tell me, where are they?" "Women?" "Yes." "Oh, everywhere, you know." "Where? Tell me, where?" "Well, church, you know, there are women in church." "I don't like church." "Oh. Listen, why don't you come over, Edna?" "You mean over there?" "Yes, I have a nice place. We can have a drink, talk, no pressure." "It's late." "It's not that late. Listen, you saw my sign. You must be interested." "Well, you're scared, that's all. You're just scared." "No, I'm not scared." "Then come over, Edna." "Well, come on." "All right, I'll see you in 15 minutes. It was on the top floor of a modern apartment complex, apartment 17. The swimming pool below threw back the lights. Edna knocked. The door opened, and there was Mr. Lighthill, balding in front, hawk-nosed, with the nostril hairs sticking out, the shirt open at the neck. "Come on in, Edna." She walked in, and the door closed behind her. She had on her blue knit dress. She was stockingless, in sandals, and smoking a cigarette. "Sit down. I'll get you a drink." It was a nice place. Everything in blue and green and very clean. She heard Mr. Lighthill humming as he mixed the drinks. He seemed relaxed, and it helped her. Mr. Lighthill, Joe, came out with the drinks. He handed Edna hers and then sat in a chair across the room from her. "Yes," he said, "it's been hot. Hot as hell. I've got air conditioning, though." "I noticed. It's very nice. Drink your drink." "Oh, yes." Edna had a sip. It was a good drink. A bit strong, but it tasted nice. She watched Joe tilt his head as he drank. He appeared to have heavy wrinkles around his neck, and his pants were much too loose. They appeared sizes too large. It gave his legs a funny look. "That's a nice dress, Edna. You like it?" "Oh, yes. You're plump, too. It fits you snug, real snug." Edna didn't say anything, neither did Joe. They just sat looking at each other and sipping their drinks. "Why doesn't he talk?" thought Edna. "It's up to him to talk. There is something wooden about him." She finished her drink. "Let me get you another," said Joe. "No, I really should be going." "Oh, come on," he said. "Let me get you another drink. We need something to loosen us up." "All right, but after this one I'm going." Joe went into the kitchen with the glasses. He wasn't humming anymore. He came out, handed Edna her drink, and sat back down in his chair across the room from her. This drink was stronger. "You know," he said, "I do well on the sex quizzes." Edna sipped at her drink and didn't answer. "How do you do on the sex quizzes?" Joe asked. "Well, I've never taken any." "You should, you know, so you'll find out who you are and what you are." "Do you think those things are valid? I've seen them in the newspapers. I haven't taken them, but I've seen them," said Edna. "Of course they're valid." "Maybe I'm no good at sex," said Edna. "Maybe that's why I'm alone." She took a long drink from her glass. "Each of us is finally alone," said Joe. "What do you mean?" "I mean, no matter how well it's going sexually or love-wise or both, the day arrives when it's over." "That's sad," said Edna. "Of course. So the day arrives when it's over. Either there is a split or the whole thing resolves into a truce, two people living together without feeling anything. I believe that being alone is better." "Did you divorce your wife, Joe?" "No, she divorced me." "What went wrong?" "Sexual orgies." "Sexual orgies?" "You know, a sexual orgy is the loneliest place in the world. Those orgies, I felt a sense of desperation. Those cocks sliding in and out. Excuse me." "It's all right." "Those cocks sliding in and out. Legs locked, fingers working, mouths, everybody clutching and sweating and determined to do it somehow." "I don't know much about those things, Joe," Edna said. "I believe that without love, sex is nothing. Things can only be meaningful when some feeling exists between the participants." "You mean people have to like each other?" "It helps." "Suppose they get tired of each other. Suppose they have to stay together. Economics, children, all that." "Orgies won't do it." "What does it?" "Well, I don't know. Maybe the swap." "The swap?" "You know, when two couples know each other quite well and switch partners. Feelings, at least, have a chance. For example, say I've always liked Mike's wife. I've liked her for months. I've watched her walk across the room. I like her movements. Her movements have made me curious. I wonder, you know, what goes with those movements. I've seen her angry. I've seen her drunk. I've seen her sober. And then the swap. You're in the bedroom with her. At last, you're knowing her. There's a chance for something real. Of course, Mike has your wife in the other room. Good luck, Mike, you think, and I hope you're as good a lover as I am." "And it works all right?" "Well, I don't know. Swaps can cause difficulties afterwards. It all has to be talked out. Very well talked out ahead of time, and then maybe people don't know enough, no matter how much they talk." "Do you know enough, Joe?" "Well, these swaps. I think it might be good for some, maybe good for many. I guess it wouldn't work for me. I'm too much of a prude." Joe finished his drink. Edna set the remainder of hers down and stood up. "Listen, Joe, I have to be going." Joe walked across the room toward her. He looked like an elephant in those pants. She saw his big ears. Then he grabbed her and was kissing her. His bad breath came through all the drinks. He had a very sour smell. Part of his mouth was not making contact. He was strong, but his strength was not pure. It begged. She pulled her head away, and still he held her. Woman wanted. "Joe, let me go. You're moving too fast, Joe. Let go." "Why did you come here, bitch?" He tried to kiss her again and succeeded. It was horrible. Edna brought her knee up. She got him good. He grabbed and fell to the rug. "Good God! Why did you have to do that? You tried to kill me." He rolled on the floor. His behind, she thought. He had such an ugly behind. She left him rolling on the rug and ran down the stairway. The air was clean outside. She heard people talking. She heard their TV sets. It wasn't a long walk to her apartment. She felt the need of another bath, got out of her blue knit dress and scrubbed herself. Then she got out of the tub, toweled herself dry, and set her hair in pink curlers. She decided not to see him again. Bop Bop against that curtain. We talked about women, peeked up their legs as they got out of cars, and we looked into windows at night hoping to see somebody fucking, but we never saw anybody. One time we did watch a couple in bed, and the guy was mauling his woman, and we thought, now we're going to see it. But she said, "No, I don't want to do it tonight." Then she turned her back on him. He lit a cigarette, and we went in search of a new window. Son of a bitch, no woman of mine would turn away from me. Me neither. What kind of man was that? There were three of us, me, Baldy, and Jimmy. Our big day was Sunday. On Sunday we met at Baldy's house and took the streetcar down to Main Street. Car fare was 7 cents. There were 2 burlesque houses in those days, the Follies and the Burbank. We were in love with the strippers at the Burbank, and the jokes were a little better, so we went to the Burbank. We had tried the dirty movie house, but the pictures weren't really dirty, and the plots were all the same. A couple of guys would get some little innocent girl drunk, and before she got over her hangover, she'd find herself in a house of prostitution with a line of sailors and hunchbacks beating on her door. Besides, in those places the bums slept night and day, pissed on the floor, drank wine, and rolled each other. The stink of piss and wine and murder was unbearable. We went to the Burbank. "You boys going to a burlesque today?" Baldy's grandpa would ask. "Hell no, sir. We've got things to do." We went. We went each Sunday. We went early in the morning, long before the show, and we walked up and down Main Street looking into the empty bars where the B-girls sat in the doorways with their skirts up, kicking their ankles in the sunlight that drifted into the dark bar. The girls looked good, but we knew, we had heard. A guy went in for a drink and they charged his ass off, both for his drink and the girls'. But the girls' drink would be watered. You get a feel or two, and that was it. If you showed any money, the barkeep would see it, and along would come the Mickey, and you were out over the bar, and your money was gone. We knew. After our walk along Main Street, we'd go into the hot dog place and get our 8-cent hot dog and our big nickel mug of root beer. We were lifting weights, and our muscles bulged, and we wore our sleeves rolled high, and we each had a pack of cigarettes in our breast pocket. We even had tried a Charles Atlas course. Dynamic tension, but lifting weights seemed the more rugged and obvious way. While we ate our hot dog and drank our large mug of root beer, we played the pinball machine, a penny a game. We got to know that pinball machine very well. When you made a perfect score, you got a free game. We had to make perfect scores. We didn't have that kind of money. Frankie Roosevelt was in. Things were getting better, but it was still the Depression, and none of our fathers were working. Where we got our small amount of pocket money was a mystery, except that we did have a sharp eye for anything that was not cemented to the ground. We didn't steal, we shared, and we invented. Having little or no money, we invented little games to pass the time. One of them being to walk to the beach and back. This was usually done on a summer day, and our parents never complained when we arrived home too late for dinner. Nor did they care about the high, glistening blisters on the bottoms of our feet. It was when they saw how we had worn out our heels and the soles of our shoes that we began to hear it. We were sent to the 5 and dime store where heels and soles and glue were at the ready and at a reasonable price. The situation was the same when we played tackle football in the streets. There weren't any public funds for playgrounds. We were so tough we played tackle football in the streets all through football season, through basketball and baseball seasons, and on through the next football season. When you get tackled on asphalt, things happen. Skin, rips, bones, bruise, there's blood, but you get up like nothing was wrong. Our parents never minded the scabs and the blood and the bruises. The terrible and unforgivable sin was to rip a hole in one of the knees of your pants. Because there were only 2 pairs of pants to each boy, his everyday pants and his Sunday pants, and you could never rip a hole in the knee of one of your 2 pairs of pants, because that showed that you were poor and an asshole, and that your parents were poor and assholes too. So you learned to tackle a guy without falling on either knee, and the guy being tackled learned how to be tackled without falling on either knee. When we had fights, we'd fight for hours, and our parents wouldn't save us. I guess it was because we pretended to be so tough and never asked for mercy. They were waiting for us to ask for mercy. But we hated our parents, so we couldn't. And because we hated them, they hated us. And they'd walk out on their porches and glance casually over at us in the midst of a terrible, endless fight. They'd just yawn and pick up a throwaway advertisement and walk back inside. I fought a guy who later ended up very high in the United States Navy. I fought him one day from 8:30 in the morning until after sundown. Nobody stopped us, although we were in plain sight of his front lawn, under 2 huge pepper trees, with the sparrows shitting on us all day. It was a grim fight. It was to the finish. He was bigger, a little older and heavier, but I was crazier. We quit by common consent. I don't know how this works. You have to experience it to understand it. But after 2 people beat on each other 8 or 9 hours, a strange kind of brotherhood emerges. The next day, my body was entirely blue. I couldn't speak out of my lips or move any part of myself without pain. I was on the bed getting ready to die, and my mother came in with the shirt I'd worn during the fight. She held it in front of my face, over the bed, and she said, "Look, you got blood spots on this shirt, blood spots." "Sorry. I'll never get them out, never." "They're his blood spots. It doesn't matter. It's blood. It doesn't come out." Sundays were our day, our quiet, easy day. We went to the Burbank. There was always a bad movie first, a very old movie, and you looked and waited. You were thinking of the girls. The 3 or 4 guys in the orchestra pit, they played loud. Maybe they didn't play too good, but they played loud. And those strippers finally came out and grabbed the curtain, the edge of the curtain, and they grabbed that curtain like it was a man and shook their bodies and went bop, bop, bop against that curtain. Then they swung out and started to strip. If you had enough money, there was even a bag of popcorn. If you didn't, to hell with it. Before the next act, there was an intermission. A little man got up and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, if you will let me have your kind attention." He was selling peep rings. In the glass of each ring, if you held it to the light, there was a most wonderful picture. This was promised you. Each ring was only 50 cents, a lifetime possession for just 50 cents, made available only to the patrons of the Burbank and not sold anywhere else. Just hold it up to the light and you will see. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention. Now the ushers will pass down the aisles among you. 2 rag-ass bums would proceed down the aisles smelling of muscatel, each carrying a bag of peep rings. I never saw anybody purchase one of the rings. I imagine, though, if you had held one up to the light, the picture in the glass would have been a naked woman. The band began again, and the curtains opened, and there was the chorus line, most of them former strippers gone old, heavy with mascara and rouge and lipstick, false eyelashes. They did their damnedest to stay with the music, but they were always a little behind. But they carried on. I thought they were very brave. Then came the male singer. It was very difficult to like the male singer. He sang too loud about love gone wrong. He didn't know how to sing, and when he finished, he spread his arms and bowed his head to the tiniest ripple of applause. Then came the comedian. Oh, he was good. He came out in an old brown overcoat, hat pulled down over his eyes, slouching and walking like a bum with nothing to do and no place to go. A girl would walk by on the stage, and his eyes would follow her. Then he'd turn to the audience and say, out of his toothless mouth, "Well, I'll be goddamned." Another girl would walk out on the stage, and he'd walk up to her, put his face close to hers, and say, "I'm an old man, I'm past 44, but when the bed breaks down, I finish on the floor." That did it. How we laughed, the young guys and the old guys, how we laughed. And there was the suitcase routine. He's trying to help some girl pack her suitcase. The clothes keep popping out. "I can't get it in." "Here, let me help you." "It popped out again." "Wait, I'll stand on it." "What? Oh, no, you're not going to stand on it." They went on and on with the suitcase routine. Oh, he was funny. Finally, the first 3 or 4 strippers came out again. We each had our favorite stripper, and we each were in love. Baldy had chosen a thin French girl with asthma and dark pouches under her eyes. Jimmy liked the tiger woman, properly the tigress. I pointed out to Jimmy the tiger woman definitely had one breast larger than the other. Mine was Rosalie. Rosalie had a large ass, and she shook it and sang funny little songs, and as she walked about stripping, she talked to herself and giggled. She was the only one who really enjoyed her work. I was in love with Rosalie. I often thought of writing her and telling her how great she was, but somehow I never got around to it. One afternoon we were waiting for the streetcar after the show, and there was the tiger woman waiting for the streetcar, too. She was dressed in a tight-fitting green dress, and we stood there looking at her. "It's your girl, Jimmy. It's the tiger woman. Boy, she's got it. Look at her." "I'm going to talk to her," said Baldy. "It's Jimmy's girl." "I don't want to talk to her," said Jimmy. "I'm going to talk to her," said Baldy. He put a cigarette in his mouth, lit it, and walked up to her. "Hiya, baby." He grinned at her. The tiger woman didn't answer. She just stared straight ahead, waiting for the streetcar. "I know who you are. I saw you strip today. You've got it, baby. You've really got it." The tiger woman didn't answer. "You really shake it. My God, you really shake it." The tiger woman stared straight ahead. Baldy stood there grinning like an idiot at her. "I'd like to put it to you. I'd like to fuck you, baby." We walked up and pulled Baldy away. We walked him down the street. "You asshole, you have no right to talk to her that way." "Well, she gets up and shakes it. She gets up in front of men and shakes it. She's just trying to make a living." "She's hot. She's red hot. She wants it." "You're crazy." We walked him down the street. Not long after that, I began to lose interest in those Sundays on Main Street. I suppose the Follies and the Burbank are still there. Of course, the tiger woman and the stripper with asthma and Rosalie, my Rosalie, are long gone, probably dead. Rosalie's big, shaking ass is probably dead. And when I'm in my neighborhood, I drive past the house I used to live in, and there are strangers living there. Those Sundays were good, though. Most of those Sundays were good. A tiny light in the dark Depression days when our fathers walked the front porches, jobless and impotent, and glanced at us beating the shit out of each other. Then we went inside and stared at the walls, afraid to play the radio because of the electric bill. You and your beer, and how great you are. Jack came through the door and found a pack of cigarettes on the mantel. Anne was on the couch reading a copy of Cosmopolitan. Jack lit up, sat down in a chair. It was 10 minutes to midnight. "Charlie told you not to smoke," said Anne, looking up from the magazine. "I deserve it. It was a rough one tonight." "Did you win?" "Split decision, but I got it." "Benson was a tough boy, lots of guts." "Charlie says Parvanelli is next." "We get over Parvanelli, we get the champ." Jack got up, went to the kitchen, came back with a bottle of beer. "Charlie told me to keep you off the beer." Anne put the magazine down. Charlie told me, I'm tired of that. I won my fight. I won 16 straight. I got a right to a beer and a cigarette." "You're supposed to stay in shape." "It doesn't matter. I can whip any of 'em." "You're so great. I keep hearing it when you get drunk. You're so great. I get sick of it." "I am great. 16 straight, 15 KOs. Who's better?" Anne didn't answer. Jack took his bottle of beer and his cigarette into the bathroom. "You didn't even kiss me hello. The first thing you did was go to your bottle of beer. You're so great, all right. You're a great beer drinker." Jack didn't answer. 5 minutes later, he stood in the bathroom door, his pants and his shorts down around his shoes. "Jesus Christ, Anne, can't you even keep a roll of toilet paper in here?" "Sorry." She went to the closet and got him the roll. Jack finished his business and walked out. Then he finished his beer and got another one. "Here you are living with the best light heavy in the world, and all you do is complain. Lots of girls would love to have me, but all you do is sit around and bitch." "I know you're good, Jack, maybe the best, but you don't know how boring it is to sit around and listen to you say over and over again how great you are." "Oh, you're bored with it, are you?" "Yes, God damn it, you and your beer and how great you are." "Name a better light heavy." "You don't even come to my fights." "There are other things besides fighting, Jack." "What? Like laying around on your ass and reading Cosmopolitan?" "I like to improve my mind." "You ought to. There's a lot of work to be done there." "I tell you there are other things besides fighting." "What? Name them." "Well, art, music, painting, things like that." "Are you any good at them?" "No, but I appreciate them." "Shit. I'd rather be best at what I'm doing." "Good, better, best. God, can't you appreciate people for what they are?" "For what they are? What are most of them? Snails, bloodsuckers, dandies, finks, pimps, servants." "You're always looking down on everybody. None of your friends are good enough. You're so damn great." "That's right, baby." Jack walked into the kitchen and came out with another beer. "You and your goddamn beer." "It's my right. They sell it. I buy it." "Charlie said fuck Charlie." "You're so goddamn great." "That's right. At least Patty knew it. She admitted it. She was proud of it. She knew it took something. All you do is bitch." "Well, why don't you go back to Patty?" "What are you doing with me?" "That's just what I'm thinking." "Well, we're not married. I can leave any time. That's one break we've got." "Shit. I come in here dead-ass tired after a tough 10-rounder, and you're not even glad I took it. All you do is complain about me." "Listen, Jack, there are other things besides fighting. When I met you, I admired you for what you were. I was a fighter. There aren't any other things besides fighting. That's what I am, a fighter. That's my life, and I'm good at it, the best. I notice you always go for those second-raters, like Toby Jorgensen." "Toby's very funny. He's got a sense of humor, a real sense of humor. I like Toby. His record is 9-5-1. I can take him when I'm dead drunk. And God knows you're dead drunk often enough. How do you think I feel at parties when you're laying on the floor passed out or lolling around the room telling everybody, 'I'm great, I'm great, I'm great'? Don't you think that makes me feel like an ass?" "Maybe you are an ass. If you like Toby so much, why don't you go with him?" "Oh, I just said I liked him. I thought he was funny. That doesn't mean I want to go to bed with him." Well, you go to bed with me and you say I'm boring. I don't know what the hell you want." Anne didn't answer. Jack got up, walked over to the couch, lifted Anne's head and kissed her, walked back and sat down again. "Listen, let me tell you about this fight with Benson. Even you would have been proud of me. He decks me in the first round, a sneak right. I get up and hold him off the rest of the round. He plants me again in the second. I barely get up at 8. I hold him off again. The next few rounds I spend getting my legs back. I take the 6th, 7th, 8th, deck him once in the 9th and twice in the 10th. I don't call that a split. They called it a split. Well, it's 45 grand. You get that, kid? 45 grand. I'm great. You can't deny I'm great, can you?" Anne didn't answer. "Come on, tell me I'm great." "All right, you're great." "Well, that's more like it." Jack walked over and kissed her again. "I feel so good. Boxing is a work of art. It really is. It takes guts to be a great artist, and it takes guts to be a great fighter." "All right, Jack. All right, Jack. Is that all you can say? Patty used to be happy when I won. We were both happy all night. Can't you share it when I do something good? Hell, are you in love with me, or are you in love with the losers, the half-asses? I think you'd be happier if I came in here a loser. I want you to win, Jack. It's only that you put so much emphasis on what you do. Hell, it's my living. It's my life. I'm proud of being best. It's like flying. It's like flying off into the sky and whipping the sun. What are you going to do when you can't fight anymore? Hell, we'll have enough money to do whatever we want, except get along, maybe. Maybe I can learn to read Cosmopolitan, improve my mind. Well, there's room for improvement. Fuck you." "What?" "Fuck you." "Well, that's something you haven't done in a while. Some guys like to fuck bitching women. I don't. I suppose Patty didn't bitch? All women bitch. You're the champ. Well, why don't you go back to Patty? You're here now. I can only house one whore at a time." "Whore?" "Whore." Anne got up and went to the closet, got out her suitcase, and began putting her clothes in there. Jack went to the kitchen and got another bottle of beer. Anne was crying and angry. Jack sat down with his beer and took a good drain. He needed a whiskey. He needed a bottle of whiskey and a good cigar. "I can come pick up the rest of my stuff when you're not around." "Don't bother. I'll have it sent to you." She stopped at the doorway. "Well, I guess this is it," she said. "I suppose it is," Jack answered. She closed the door and was gone. Standard procedure. Jack finished the beer and went over to the telephone. He dialed Patty's number. She answered. "Patty?" "Oh, Jack, how are you?" "I won the big one tonight, a split. All I got to do is get over Parvinelli, and I got the champ." "You'll whip both of them, Jack. I know you can do it." "What are you doing tonight, Patty?" "It's 1 a.m., Jack. Have you been drinking?" "A few. I'm celebrating." "How about Anne?" "We split. I only play one woman at a time. You know that, Patty." "Jack." "What?" "I'm with a guy." "A guy?" "Toby Jorgensen. He's in the bedroom." "Oh, I'm sorry." "I'm sorry too, Jack. I loved you. Maybe I still do." "Aw, shit, you women really throw that word around." "I'm sorry, Jack." "It's okay." He hung up. Then he went to the closet for his coat. He put it on, finished the beer, went down the elevator to his car. He drove straight up Normandy at 65 miles per hour, pulled into the liquor store on Hollywood Boulevard. He got out and walked in. He got a 6-pack of Michelob, a pack of Alka-Seltzers. Then at the counter he asked the clerk for a 5th of Jack Daniels. While the clerk was tabbing them up, a drunk walked up with 2 6-packs of Coors. "Hey, man," he said to Jack, "ain't you Jack Beckenwell, the fighter?" "I am," answered Jack. "Man, I saw that fight tonight, Jack. You're all guts. You're really great." "Thanks, man," he told the drunk, and then he took his sack of goods and walked to his car. He sat there, took the cap off the Daniels, and had a good slug. Then he backed out, ran west down Hollywood, took a left at Normandy, and noticed a well-built teenage girl staggering down the street. He stopped his car, lifted the fifth out of the bag, and showed it to her. "Want a ride?" Jack was surprised when she got in. "I'll help you drink that, mister, but no fringe benefits." "Hell no," said Jack. He drove down Normandy at 35 miles per hour, a self-respecting citizen and third-ranked light-heavy in the world. For a moment he felt like telling her who she was riding with, but he changed his mind and reached over and squeezed one of her knees. "You got a cigarette, mister?" she asked. He flicked one out with his hands, pushed in the dash lighter. It jumped out, and he lit her up. No way to paradise. I was sitting on a bar on Western Avenue. It was around midnight, and I was in my usual confused state. I mean, nothing works right. The women, the jobs, the no jobs, the weather, the dogs. Finally, you just sit in a kind of stricken state and wait like you're on the bus stop bench waiting for death. Well, I was sitting there, and here comes this one with long dark hair, a good body, sad brown eyes. I didn't turn on for her. I ignored her even though she had taken the stool next to mine when there were a dozen other empty seats. In fact, we were the only ones in the bar except for the bartender. She ordered a dry wine. Then she asked me what I was drinking. "Scotch and water." "Give him a scotch and water," she told the barkeep. Well, that was unusual. She opened her purse, removed a small wire cage, and took some little people out and sat them on the bar. They were all around 3 inches tall, and they were alive and properly dressed. There were 4 of them, 2 men and 2 women. "They make these now," she said. "They're very expensive. They cost around $2,000 apiece when I got them. They go for around $2,400 now. I don't know the manufacturing process, but it's probably against the law." The little people were walking around on the top of the bar. Suddenly one of the little guys slapped one of the little women across the face. "You bitch," he said. "I've had it with you." "No, George, you can't," she cried. "I love you. I'll kill myself. I've got to have you." "I don't care," said the little guy, and he took out a tiny cigarette and lit it. "I've got a right to live." "If you don't want her," said the other little guy, "I'll take her. I love her." "But I don't want you, Marty. I'm in love with George." "But he's a bastard, Anna, a real bastard." "I know, but I love him anyhow." The little bastard then walked over and kissed the other little woman. "I've got a triangle going," said the lady who had bought me the drink. "That's Marty and George and Anna and Ruthie. George goes down. He goes down good. Marty's kind of a square. Isn't it sad to watch all that? What's your name?" "Dawn. It's a terrible name, but that's what mothers do to their children sometimes." "I'm Hank, but isn't it sad?" "No, it isn't sad to watch it. I haven't had much luck with my own loves. Terrible luck, really." "We all have terrible luck." "I suppose. Anyhow, I bought these little people, and now I watch them, and it's like having it and not having any of the problems. But I get awfully hot when they start making love. That's when it gets difficult." "Are they sexy?" "Very, very sexy. My God, it makes me hot." "Why don't you make them do it? I mean, right now. We'll watch them together." "Oh, you can't make them do it. They've got to do it on their own." "How often do they do it?" "Oh, they're pretty good. They go 4 or 5 times a week." They were walking around on the bar. "Listen," said Marty, "give me a chance. Just give me a chance, Anna." "No," said Anna. "My love belongs to George. There's no other way it can be." George was kissing Ruthie, feeling her breasts. Ruthie was getting hot. "Ruthie's getting hot," I told Dawn. "She is. She really is." I was getting hot, too. I grabbed Dawn and kissed her. "Listen," she said, I don't like them to make love in public. I'll take them home and have them do it. But then I can't watch. Well, you'll just have to come with me. All right, I said, let's go. I finished my drink and we walked out together. She carried the little people in the small wire cage. We got into her car and put the people in between us on the front seat. I looked at Dawn. She was really young and beautiful. She seemed to have good insides, too. How could she have gone wrong with her man? There were so many ways those things could miss. The 4 little people had cost her $8,000. Just that, to get away from relationships and not to get away from relationships. Her house was near the hills, a pleasant-looking place. We got out and walked up to the door. I held the little people in the cage while Dawn opened the door. "I heard Randy Newman last week at the Troubadour. Isn't he great?" she asked. "Yes, he is." We walked into the front room, and Dawn took the little people out and placed them on the coffee table. Then she walked into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator and got out a bottle of wine. She brought in 2 glasses. "Pardon me," she said, "but you seem a little bit crazy. What do you do?" "I'm a writer." "Are you going to write about this?" "They'll never believe it, but I'll write it." "Look," said Dawn, "George has got Ruthie's panties off. He's fingering her. Ice?" "Yes, he is. No ice. Straight's fine." "I don't know," said Dawn. "It really gets me hot to watch them. Maybe it's because they're so small. It really heats me up." "I know what you mean." "Look, George is going down on her now." "He is, isn't he? Look at them. God Almighty." I grabbed Dawn. We stood there, kissing. As we did, her eyes went from mine to them and then back to mine again. Little Marty and little Anna were watching, too.
"Look," said Marty, "they're going to make it. We might as well make it. Even the big folks are going to make it. Look at them."
"Did you hear that?" I asked Dawn. "They said we're going to make it. Is that true?" "I hope it's true," said Dawn. I got her over to the couch and worked her dress up around her hips. I kissed her along the throat. "I love you," I said. "Do you? Do you?" "Yes, somehow, yes." "All right," said little Anna to little Marty. "We might as well do it too, even though I don't love you." They embraced in the middle of the coffee table. I had worked Dawn's panties off. Dawn groaned. Little Ruthie groaned. Marty closed in on Anna. It was happening everywhere. I got the idea that everybody in the world was doing it. Then I forgot about the rest of the world. We somehow walked into the bedroom. Then I got into Dawn for the long, slow ride. When she came out of the bathroom, I was reading a dull story in Playboy. "It was so good," she said. "My pleasure," I answered. She got back into bed with me. I put the magazine down. "Do you think we can make it together?" she asked. "What do you mean?" "I mean, do you think we can make it together for any length of time?" "I don't know. Things happen. The beginning is always easiest." Then there was a scream from the front room. "Uh-oh," said Dawn. She leaped up and ran out of the room. I followed. When I got there, she was holding George in her hands. "Oh, my God!" "What happened?" "Anna did it to him." "Did what?" "She cut off his balls. George is a eunuch." "Wow! Get me some toilet paper quickly. Might bleed to death." "That son of a bitch," said little Anna from the coffee table. "If I can't have George, nobody can have him." "Now both of you belong to me," said Marty. "No, you've got to choose between us," said Anna.
"Which one of us is it?"
asked Ruthie.
"I love you both,"
said Marty. "He stopped bleeding," said Dawn. "He's out cold." She wrapped George in a handkerchief and put him on the mantel. "I mean," Dawn said to me, "if you don't think we can make it, I don't want to go into it anymore." "I think I love you, Dawn." "Look," she said, "Marty's embracing Ruthie." "Are they going to make it?" "I don't know. They seem excited." Dawn picked Anna up and put her in the wire cage. "Let me out of here! I'll kill both of them! Let me out of here!" George moaned from inside his handkerchief upon the mantel. Marty had Ruthie's panties off. I pulled Dawn to me. She was beautiful and young and had insides. I could be in love again. It was possible. We kissed. I fell down inside her eyes. Then I got up and began running. I knew where I was. A cockroach and an eagle made love. Time was a fool with a banjo. I kept running. Her long hair fell across my face. "I'll kill everybody," screamed little Anna. She rattled about in her wire cage at 3 a.m. in the morning. Politics. At L.A. City College, just before World War II, I posed as a Nazi. I hardly knew Hitler from Hercules and cared less. It was just that sitting in class and hearing all the patriots preach how we should go over and do the beast in, I grew bored. I decided to become the opposition. I didn't even bother to read up on Adolf. I simply spouted anything that I felt was evil or maniacal. However, I really didn't have any political beliefs. It was a way of floating free. You know, sometimes if a man doesn't believe in what he is doing, he can do a much more interesting job because he isn't emotionally caught up in his cause. It wasn't long before all the tall, blonde boys had formed the Abraham Lincoln Brigade to hold off the hordes of fascism in Spain, and then had their asses shot off by trained troops. Some of them did it for adventure and a trip to Spain, but they still got their asses shot off. I liked my ass. There really wasn't much I liked about myself, but I did like my ass and my pecker. I leaped up in class and shouted anything that came to my mind. Usually it had something to do with the superior race, which I thought was rather humorous. I didn't lay it directly onto the blacks and the Jews because I saw that they were as poor and confused as I was. But I did get off some wild speeches, in and out of class, and the bottle of wine I kept in my locker helped me along. I was surprised that so many people listened to me and how few, if any, ever questioned my statements. I just ran off at the mouth and was delighted at how entertaining L.A. City College could be. "Are you going to run for student body president, Chinaski?" Shit, no. I didn't want to do anything. I didn't even want to go to gym. In fact, the last thing I wanted to do was go to gym and sweat and wear a jock strap and compare pecker lengths. I knew I had a medium-sized pecker. I didn't have to take gym to establish that. We were lucky. The college decided to charge a $2 enrollment fee. We decided, a few of us decided anyhow, that that was unconstitutional, so we refused. We struck against it. The college allowed us to attend classes, but took away some of our privileges, one of them being gym. When time arrived for gym class, we stood in civilian clothing. The coach was given orders to march us up and down the field in close formation. That was their revenge. Beautiful. I didn't have to run around the track with my ass sweating or try to throw a demented basketball through a demented hoop. We marched back and forth, young, full of piss, full of madness, oversexed, cuntless, on the edge of war. The less you believed in life, the less you had to lose. I didn't have very much to lose, me and my medium-sized cock. We marched around and made up dirty songs, and the good American boys on the football team threatened to whip our asses, but somehow never got around to it, probably because we were bigger and meaner. To me it was wonderful, pretending to be a Nazi and then turning around and proclaiming that my constitutional rights were being violated. I did sometimes get emotional. I remember one time in class, after a little too much wine, with a tear in each eye, I said, "I promise you, this will hardly be the last war. As soon as one enemy is eliminated, somehow or another is found. It's endless and meaningless. There's no such thing as a good war or a bad war." Another time there was a communist speaking from a platform on a vacant lot south of the campus. He was a very earnest boy with rimless glasses, pimples, wearing a black sweater with holes in the elbows. I stood listening and had some of my disciples with me. One of them was a white Russian, Zherkov. His father or his grandfather had been killed by the Reds in the Russian Revolution. He showed me a sack of rotten tomatoes. "When you give the word," he told me, "we'll begin throwing them." It occurred to me suddenly that my disciples hadn't been listening to the speaker, or, even if they had been, nothing he had said would matter. Their minds were made up. Most of the world was like that. Having a medium-sized cock suddenly didn't seem the world's worst sin. "Zherkov," I said, "put the tomatoes away." "Piss," he said. "I wish they were hand grenades." I lost control of my disciples that day and walked away as they started hurling their rotten tomatoes. I was informed that a new Vanguard Party was to be formed. I was given an address in Glendale, and I went there that night. We sat in the basement of a large home with our wine bottles and our various-sized cocks. There was a platform and desk with a large American flag spread across the back wall. A healthy-looking American boy walked out on the platform and suggested that we begin by saluting the flag, pledging allegiance to it. I always disliked pledging allegiance to the flag. It was so tedious and silly-ass. I always felt more like pledging allegiance to myself. But there we were, and we stood up and ran through it. Then afterwards, the little pause, and everybody sitting down, feeling as if they had been slightly molested. The healthy American began talking. I recognized him as a fat boy who sat in the front row of the playwriting class. I never trusted those types. Sucks, strictly sucks. He began, "The communist menace must be stopped. We are gathered here to take steps to do so. We will take lawful steps and perhaps unlawful steps to do this." I don't remember much of the rest. I didn't care about the communist menace or the Nazi menace. I wanted to get drunk. I wanted to fuck. I wanted a good meal. I wanted to sing over a glass of beer in a dirty bar and smoke a cigar. I wasn't aware. I was a dupe, a tool. Afterwards, Zherkov and myself and one ex-disciple went down to Westlake Park, and we rented a boat and tried to catch a duck for dinner. We managed to get very drunk and didn't catch a duck and found we didn't have enough money between us to pay the boat rental fee. We floated around the shallow lake and played Russian roulette with Zherkov's gun, and we all lucked through. Then Zherkov stood up in the moonlight, drunk, and shot the hell out of the bottom of the boat. The water started coming in, and we ran her for shore. A third of the way in, the boat sank, and we had to get out and get our assholes wet wading to shore. So the night ended up well and hadn't been wasted. I played Nazi for some time longer while caring for neither the Nazis nor the Communists nor the Americans. But I was losing interest. In fact, just before Pearl Harbor, I gave it up. The fun had gone out of it. I felt the war was going to happen, and I didn't feel much like going to war, and I didn't feel much like being a conscientious objector either. It was cat shit. It was useless. Me and my medium-sized cock were in trouble. I sat in class without speaking, waiting. The students and the instructors needled me. I'd lost my drive, my steam, my mox. I felt that the whole thing was out of my hands. It was going to happen. All the cocks were in trouble. My English instructor, quite a nice lady with beautiful legs, asked me to stay after class one day. "What's the matter, Chinaski?" she asked. "I've given up," I said. "You mean politics?" she asked. "I mean politics," I said. "You'd make a good sailor," she said. I walked out. I was sitting with my best friend, a Marine, in a downtown bar drinking a beer when it happened. A radio was playing music. There was a break in the music. They told us that Pearl Harbor had just been bombed. It was announced that all military personnel should return immediately to their bases. My friend asked that I take the bus with him to San Diego, suggesting that it might turn out to be the last time I ever saw him. He was right. Love for 1750. Robert's first desire, when he began thinking of such things, was to sneak into the wax museum some night and make love to the wax ladies. However, that seemed too dangerous. He limited himself to making love to statues and mannequins in his sex fantasies and lived in his fantasy world. One day, while stopped at a red light, he looked into the doorway of a shop. It was one of those shops that sold everything: records, sofas, books, trivia, junk. He saw her standing there in a long red dress. She wore rimless glasses, was well-shaped, dignified, and sexy the way they used to be. A real class broad. Then the signal changed and he was forced to drive on. Robert parked a block away and walked back to the shop. He stood outside at the newspaper rack and looked in at her. Even the eyes looked real, and the mouth was very impulsive, pouting just a bit. Robert went inside and looked at the record rack. He was closer to her then and sneaked glances. No, they didn't make them like that anymore. She even had on high heels. The girl in the shop walked up. "Can I help you, sir?" "Just browsing, miss. If there's anything you want, just let me know." "Surely." Robert moved over to the mannequin. There wasn't a price tag. He wondered if she were for sale. He walked back to the record rack, picked up a cheap album, and purchased it from the girl. The next time he visited the shop, the mannequin was still there. Robert browsed a bit, bought an ashtray that was molded to imitate a coiled snake, then walked out. The third time he was there, he asked the girl, "Is the mannequin for sale?" "The mannequin?" "Yes, the mannequin." "You want to buy it?" "Yes, you sell things, don't you? Is the mannequin for sale?" "Just a moment, sir." The girl went to the back of the shop. A curtain parted, and an old Jewish man came out. The bottom two buttons of his shirt were missing, and you could see his hairy belly. He seemed friendly enough. "You want the mannequin, sir?" "Yes. Is she for sale?" "Well, not really. You see, it's kind of a display piece, a joke. I want to buy her." "Well, let's see." The old Jew went over and began touching the mannequin, touching the dress, the arms. "Let's see. I think I can let you have this thing for $17.50. "I'll take her." Robert pulled out a 20. The storekeeper counted out the change. "I'm going to miss it," he said. "Sometimes it seems almost real. Should I wrap it?" "No, I'll take her the way she is." Robert picked up the mannequin and carried her to his car. He laid her down in the back seat. Then he got in and drove off to his place. When he got there, luckily, there didn't seem to be anybody about, and he got her into the doorway unseen. He stood her in the center of the room and looked at her. "Stella," he said. "Stella, bitch." He walked up and slapped her across the face. Then he grabbed the head and kissed it. It was a good kiss. His penis began to harden when the phone rang. "Hello," he answered. "Robert?" "Yeah, sure. This is Harry." "How you doing, Harry?" "Okay, what are you doing?" "Nothing." "I thought I'd come over, bring a couple of beers." "Okay." Robert hung up, picked up the mannequin, and carried her to the closet. He pushed her back in the corner of the closet and closed the door. Harry really didn't have much to say. He sat there with his beer can. "How's Laura?" he asked. "Oh," said Robert, "it's all over between me and Laura." "What happened?" "The eternal vamp bit. Always on stage. She was relentless. She'd turn on for guys everywhere, at the grocery store, on the street, in cafes, everywhere, and to anybody. It didn't matter who it was, as long as it was a man. She even turned on for a guy who dialed the wrong number. I couldn't go it anymore." "You alone now?" "No, I've got another one, Brenda." "You've met her." "Oh, yeah, Brenda. She's all right." Harry sat there drinking beer. Harry never had a woman, but he was always talking about them. There was something sickening about Harry. Robert didn't encourage the conversation, and Harry soon left. Robert went to the closet and brought Stella out. "You goddamn whore," he said. "You've been cheating on me, haven't you?" Stella didn't answer. She stood there looking so cool and prim, he slapped her a good one. It'd be a long day in the sun before any woman got away with cheating on Bob Wilkinson. He slapped her another good one. "Cunt, you'd fuck a 4-year-old boy if you could get his pecker up, wouldn't you?" He slapped her again, then grabbed her and kissed her. He kissed her again and again. Then he ran his hands up under her dress. She was well-shaped, very well-shaped. Stella reminded him of an algebra teacher he'd had in high school. Stella didn't have on panties. "Whore," he said. "Who got your panties?" Then his penis was pressed against the front of her. There was no opening. But Robert was in a tremendous passion. He inserted it between the upper thighs. It was smooth and tight. He worked away. For just a moment he felt extremely foolish. Then his passion took over and he began kissing her along the neck as he worked. Robert washed Stella with a dish rag, placed her in the closet behind an overcoat, closed the door, and still managed to get in the last quarter of the Detroit Lions versus L.A. Rams game on TV. It was quite nice for Robert as time went on. He made certain adjustments. He bought Stella several pairs of underpants, a garter belt, sheer long stockings, an ankle bracelet. He bought her earrings, too, and was quite shocked to learn that his love didn't have any ears. Under all that hair, the ears were missing. He put the earrings on anyhow with adhesive tape. But there were advantages. He didn't have to take her to dinner, to parties, to dull movies, all those mundane things that meant so much to the average woman. And there were arguments. There would always be arguments, even with a mannequin. She wasn't talkative, but he was sure she told him once, "You're the greatest lover of them all." That old Jew was a dull lover. You love with soul, Robert. Yes, there were advantages. She wasn't like all the other women he had known. She didn't want to make love at inconvenient moments. He could choose the time, and she didn't have periods. And he went down on her. He cut some of the hair from her head and pasted it between her thighs. The affair was sexual to begin with, but gradually he was falling in love with her. He could feel it happening. He considered going to a psychiatrist, then decided not to. After all, was it necessary to love a real human being? It never lasted long. There were too many differences between the species, and what started as love too often ended up as war. Then, too, he didn't have to lie in bed with Stella and listen to her talk about all her past lovers, how Carl had such a big thing, but Carl wouldn't go down, and how Louis danced so well Louis could have made it in ballet instead of selling insurance, and how Marty could really kiss. He had a way of locking tongues, so on, so forth. What shit! Of course, Stella had mentioned the old Jew, but just that once. Robert had been with Stella about 2 weeks when Brenda phoned. "Yes, Brenda," he answered. "Robert, you haven't phoned me." "I've been terribly busy, Brenda. I've been promoted to district manager, and I've had to realign things down at the office." "Is that so?" "Yes." "Robert, something's wrong." "What do you mean?" "I can tell by your voice something's wrong." "What the hell's wrong, Robert? Is there another woman?" "Not exactly." "What do you mean, not exactly?" "Oh, Christ." "What is it? What is it? Robert, something's wrong. I'm coming over to see you." "There's nothing wrong, Brenda." "You son of a bitch, you're holding out on me." "Something's going on. I'm coming to see you, now." Brenda hung up, and Robert walked over and picked up Stella and put her in the closet well back in one corner. He took the overcoat off the hanger and hung it over Stella. Then he came back, sat down, and waited. Brenda opened the door and rushed in. "All right, what the hell's wrong? What is it?" "Listen, kid," he said, "it's okay. Calm down." Brenda was nicely built. Her breasts sagged a bit, but she had fine legs and a beautiful ass. Her eyes always had a frantic, lost look. He could never cure her eyes of that. Sometimes after love-making, a temporary calm would fill her eyes, but it never lasted. "You haven't even kissed me yet." Robert got up from his chair and kissed Brenda. "Christ, that was no kiss." "What is it?" she asked. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. Nothing at all." "If you don't tell me, I'm going to scream." "I tell you it's nothing." Brenda screamed. She walked to the window and screamed. You could hear her all over the neighborhood. Then she stopped. "God, Brenda, don't do that again. Please, please." "I'll do it again. I'll do it again. Tell me what's wrong, Robert, or I'll do it again." "All right," he said. "Wait." Robert went to the closet, took the overcoat off Stella, and lifted her out of the closet. "What's that?" asked Brenda. "What's that?" "A mannequin." "A mannequin? You mean—" "I mean I'm in love with her." "Oh, my God, you mean that thing? That thing?" "Yes." "You love that thing more than me? That hunk of celluloid or whatever the shit she's made of? You mean you love that thing more than me?" "Yes." "I suppose you take it to bed with you. I suppose you do things with that thing?" "Yes." "Oh!" Then Brenda really screamed. She just stood there and screamed. Robert thought she would never stop. Then she leaped at the mannequin and started to claw and beat at it. The mannequin toppled and fell against the wall. Brenda ran out the door, got in her car, and drove off wildly. She crashed into the side of a parked car, glanced off, drove on. Robert walked over to Stella. The head had broken off and rolled under a chair. There were spurts of chalky material on the floor. One arm hung loosely, broken, 2 wires protruding. Robert sat down in a chair. He just sat there. Then he got up and went into the bathroom, stood there a minute, and came back out. He stood in the hallway and could see the head under the chair. He began to sob. It was terrible. He didn't know what to do. He remembered how he'd buried his mother and his father. But this was different. This was different. He just stood in the hallway, sobbing and waiting. Both of Stella's eyes were open and cool and beautiful. They stared at him. A couple of winos. I was in my 20s, and although I was drinking heavily and not eating, I was still strong. I mean physically, and that's some luck for you when not much else is going right. My mind was in riot against my lot in life, and the only way I could calm it was to drink and drink and drink. I was walking up the road. It was dusty and dirty and hot, and I believe the state was California, but I'm no longer sure. It was desert land. I was walking along the road, my stockings hard and rotted and stinking. The nails were coming up through the soles of my shoes and into my feet, and I had to keep cardboard in my shoes, cardboard, newspaper, anything that I could find. The nails worked through that, and you either got some more, or you turned your stuff around or upside down or reshaped it. The truck stopped alongside of me. I ignored it and kept walking. The truck started up again, and the guy rode along beside me. "Kid," the guy said, "you want a job?" "Who have I got to kill?" I asked. "Nobody," said the guy. "Come on, get in." I went around to the other side, and when I got there, the door was open. I stepped up on the running board, slid in, pulled the door shut, and leaned back in the leather seat. I was out of the sun. "You want to suck me?" said the guy. "You get $5. I put the right hand hard into his gut, got the left somewhere in between the ear and the neck, came back with the right to the mouth, and the truck ran off the road. I grabbed the wheel and steered it back. Then I cut the motor and braked. I climbed out and continued to walk along the road. About 5 minutes later, the truck was running along next to me again. "Kid," said the guy, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. I didn't mean you're a homo. I mean, though, you kind of half look like a homo. Is there anything wrong with being a homo?" "I guess if you're a homo, there's not." "Come on," said the guy. "Get in. I got a real honest job for you. You can make some money. Get on your feet." I climbed in again. We drove off. "I'm sorry," he said. "You got a real tough face, but look at your hands. You got ladies' hands." "Don't worry about my hands," I said. Well, it's a tough job, loading ties. You ever loaded ties? No, it's hard work. I've done hard work all my life. Okay, said the guy, okay. We drove along not talking, the truck rocking back and forth. There was nothing but dust, and desert. The guy didn't have much of a face. He didn't have much of anything. But sometimes small people who stay in the same place for a long time achieve minor prestige and power. He had the truck, and he was hiring. Sometimes you have to go along with that. We drove along, and there was an old guy walking along the road. He must have been in his mid-40s. That's old for the road. This Mr. Burkhart, he told me his name, slowed his truck and asked the old guy, "Hey, buddy, you want to make a couple of bucks?" "Oh, yes, sir," said the old guy. "Move over, let him in," said Mr. Burkhart. The old guy got in, and he really stank of booze and sweat and agony and death. We drove on until we came to a small group of buildings. We got out with Burkhart and walked into a store. There was a guy in a green sunshade with a bunch of rubber bands around his left wrist. He was bald, but his arms were covered with sickly long blonde hair. "Hello, Mr. Burkhart," he said. "I see you found yourself a couple more winos." "Here's the list, Jesse," said Mr. Burkhart, and Jesse walked about filling orders. It took some time. Then he was finished. "Anything else, Mr. Burkhart? Couple cheap bottles of wine?" "No wine for me," I said. "Okay," said the old guy. "I'll take both bottles." "It'll come off your pay," Burkhart told the old guy. "It doesn't matter," said the old guy. "Take it off the pay." "You sure you don't want a bottle?" Burkhart asked me. "All right," I said. "I'll take a bottle." We had a tent, and that night we drank the wine, and the old guy told me his troubles. He'd lost his wife. He still loved his wife. He thought about her all the time, a great woman. He used to teach mathematics, but he'd lost his wife. Never a woman like her, blah, blah, blah. Christ, when we woke up, the old guy was sick, and I wasn't feeling much better. And the sun was up and out, and we went to do our job, stacking railroad ties. You had to stack them into ricks. The bottom stacking was easy, but as we got higher, we had to count. 1, 2, 3. I'd count, and then we'd let her go. The old guy had a bandana tied around his head, and the booze poured out of his head and into the bandana, and the bandana got soaked and dark. Every now and then a sliver from one of the railroad ties would knife through the rotten glove and into my hand. Ordinarily the pain would have been unbearable, and I would have quit, but fatigue dulled the senses, really properly dulled them. I just got angry when it happened, like I wanted to kill somebody, but when I looked around, there was only sand and cliffs, and the oven, dry, bright, yellow sun, and no place to go. Every now and then the railroad company would rip up the old ties and replace them with new ones. They left the old ties laying beside the tracks. There wasn't much wrong with the old ties, but the railroad left them laying around, and Burkhart had guys like us stack them into ricks, which he toted off in his truck and sold. I guess they had a lot of uses. On some of the ranches, you'd see them stuck into the ground and strung with barbed wire and used as fences. I suppose there were other uses, too. I wasn't much interested. It was like any other impossible job. You got tired and you wanted to quit, and then you got more tired and forgot to quit, and the minutes didn't move. You lived forever inside of 1 minute, no hope, no out, trapped. Too dumb to quit, nowhere to go if you did quit. "Kid, I lost my wife. She was such a wonderful woman. I keep thinking of her. A good woman is the greatest thing on earth." "Yeah. If we only had a little wine." "We don't have any wine. We gotta wait until tonight." "I wonder if anybody understands winos. Just other winos. Do you think those slivers in our hands will creep to our hearts?" "No chance. We've never been lucky." 2 Indians came by and watched us. They watched us a long time. When the old guy and I sat down on a tie for a smoke, one of the Indians walked over. "You guys are doing it all wrong," he said. "What do you mean?" I asked. "You're working at the height of the desert heat. What you do is get up early in the morning and get your work done while it's cool." "You're right," I said. "Thanks." The Indian was right. I decided we'd get up early. But we never made it. The old guy was always too sick from the night's drinking, and I could never get him up on time. 5 minutes more, he'd say, just 5 minutes more. Finally, one day the old man gave out. He couldn't lift another tie. He kept apologizing about it. It's all right, Pops. We got back to the tent and waited for evening. Pops laid there talking. He kept talking about his ex-wife. I heard about his ex-wife all through the day and into the evening. Then Burkhardt arrived. Jesus Christ, you guys didn't do much today. You figure to live off the fat of the land? We're through, Burkhardt, I said. We're waiting to get paid. I've got a good mind not to pay you guys. If you got a good mind, I said, you'll pay. Please, Mr. Burkhardt, said the old guy, please, we worked so goddamn hard, honest we did. Burkhardt knows what we've done, I said. He's got a count of the ricks, and so have I. 72 ricks, said Burkhardt. 90 ricks, I said. 76 ricks, said Burkhardt. 90 ricks, I said. 80 ricks, said Burkhardt. Sold, I said. Burkhardt got out his pencil and paper and charged us for wine and food, transport, and lodging. Pops and I each came up with $18 for 5 days' work. We took it and got a free ride back to town. Free? Burkhardt had fucked us from every angle. But we couldn't holler law because when you didn't have any money, the law stopped working. By God, said the old guy, I'm really going to get drunk. I'm going to get good and drunk. Aren't you, kid? I don't think so. We went into the only bar in town and sat down, and Pops ordered a wine and I ordered a beer. The old guy started in on his ex-wife again, and I moved down to the other end of the bar. A Mexican girl came down the stairway and sat down next to me. Why were they always coming down stairways like that, like in the movies? I even felt like I was in a movie. I bought her a beer. She said, My name is Sherry. And I said, That isn't Mexican. And she said, It doesn't have to be. And I said, You're right. And it was $5 upstairs. And she washed me off first, and then later. She washed me off out of a little white bowl that had painted baby chickens chasing each other around the bowl. She made the same money in 10 minutes that I had made in a day, with some hours thrown in. Monetarily speaking, it seemed sure as shit you're better off having a pussy than a cock. When I came down the stairway, the old guy already had his head down on the bar. It had gotten to him. We hadn't eaten that day, and he had no resistance. There was $1 and some change by his head. For a moment I thought of taking him with me, but I couldn't take care of myself. I walked outside. It was cool, and I walked north. I felt bad about leaving Pops there for the small-town vultures. Then I wondered if the old guy's wife ever thought about him. I decided that she didn't, or if she did, it was hardly in the same way he thought about her. The whole earth crawled with sad, hurt people like him. I needed a place to sleep. The bed I had been in with the Mexican girl had been the first I had been in for 3 weeks. Some nights earlier, I had found that when it got cold, the slivers in my hand began to throb. I could feel where each one was. It began to get cold. I can't say that I hated the world of men and women, but I felt a certain disgust that separated me from the craftsmen and tradesmen and liars and lovers, and now, decades later, I feel that same disgust. Of course, this is only one man's story or one man's view of reality. If you'll keep reading, maybe the next story will be happier. I hope so. Maja Tharup. It had gotten extensive press coverage and TV coverage, and the lady was to write a book about it. The lady's name was Hester Adams, twice divorced, 2 children. She was 35, and one guessed that it was her last fling. The wrinkles were appearing, the breasts had been sagging for some time. The ankles and calves were thickening, there were signs of a belly. America had been taught that beauty only resided in youth, especially in the female. But Hester Adams had the dark beauty of frustration and upcoming loss. It crawled all over her, the upcoming loss, and it gave her a sexual something like a desperate and fading woman sitting in a bar full of men. Hester had looked around, seen few signs of help from the American mail, and had gotten onto a plane for South America. She had entered the jungle with her camera, her portable typewriter, her thickening ankles and her white skin, and had gotten herself a cannibal, a black cannibal, Majah Tharup. Majah Tharup had a good look to his face. His face appeared to be written over with 1,000 hangovers and 1,000 tragedies. And it was true, he had had 1,000 hangovers, but the tragedies all came from the same root. Majah Tharup was overhung, vastly overhung. No girl in the village would accept him. He had torn 2 girls to death with his instrument. One had been entered from the front, the other from the rear. No matter. Majah was a lonely man, and he drank and brooded over his loneliness until Hester Adams had come with guide and white skin and camera. After formal introductions and a few drinks by the fire, Hester had entered Majah's hut and taken all Majah Tharup could muster and had asked for more. It was a miracle for both of them, and they were married in a 3-day tribal ceremony during which captured enemy tribesmen were roasted and consumed amid dancing, incantation, and drunkenness. It was after the ceremony, after the hangovers had cleared away, that trouble began. The medicine man, having noted that Hester did not partake of the flesh of the roasted enemy tribesmen, garnished with pineapple, olives, and nuts, announced to one and all that this was not a white goddess, but one of the daughters of the evil god Ritti Khan. Centuries ago, Ritti Khan had been expelled from the tribal heaven for his refusal to eat anything but vegetables, fruits, and nuts. This announcement caused dissension in the tribe, and 2 friends of Majah Tharup were promptly murdered for suggesting that Hester's handling of Majah's overhang was a miracle in itself, and the fact that she didn't ingest other forms of human meat could be forgiven, temporarily at least. Hester and Majah fled to America, to North Hollywood, to be precise, where Hester began proceedings to have Majah Tharup become an American citizen. A former schoolteacher, Hester began instructing Majah in the use of clothing, the English language, California beer and wines, television, and foods purchased at the nearby Safeway market. Majah not only looked at television, he appeared on it, along with Hester, and they declared their love publicly. Then they went back to their North Hollywood apartment and made love. Afterwards, Majah sat in the middle of the rug with his English grammar books, drinking beer and wine, and singing native chants and playing the bongo. Hester worked on her book about Majah and Hester. A major publisher was waiting. All Hester had to do was get it down. One morning I was in bed about 8 a.m. The day before I had lost $40 at Santa Anita. My savings account at California Federal was getting dangerously low, and I hadn't written a decent story in a month. The phone rang. I woke up, gagged, coughed, picked it up. "Chinesky." "Yeah." "This is Dan Hudson?" Dan ran the magazine Flair out of Chicago. He paid well. He was the editor and publisher. "Hello, Dan, Mother." "Look, I've got just the thing for you." "Sure, Dan, what is it?" "I want you to interview this bitch who married the cannibal. Make the sex big. Mix love with horror, you know." "I know, I've been doing it all my life. There's $500 in it for you if you beat the March 27 deadline." "Dan, for $500 I can make Burt Reynolds into a lesbian." Dan gave me the address and phone number. I got up, threw water on my face, had 2 Alka-Seltzers, opened a bottle of beer, and phoned Hester Adams. I told her that I wanted to publicize a relationship with Majah Tharup as one of the great love stories of the 20th century for the readers of Flair magazine. I assured her that it would help Maja obtain his American citizenship. She agreed to an interview at 1 p.m. It was a walk-up apartment on the 3rd floor. She opened the door. Maja was sitting on the floor with his bongo, drinking a fifth of medium-priced port from the bottle. He was barefooted, dressed in tight jeans and in a white T-shirt with black zebra stripes. Hester was dressed in an identical outfit. She brought me a bottle of beer. I picked up a cigarette from the pack on the coffee table and began the interview. You first met Maja when? Hester gave me a date. She also gave me the exact time and place. When did you first begin to have love feelings for Maja? What exactly were the circumstances which tripped them off? Well, said Hester, it was— She loved me when I give her the thing, said Maja from the rug. He has learned English quite quickly, hasn't he? Yes, he's brilliant. Maja picked up his bottle and drained off a good slug. I put this thing in her, she say, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Ha, 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 ha. Maja is marvelously built, she said. She eat too, said Maja. She eat good deep throat. Ha, ha, ha. I loved Maja from the beginning, said Hester. It was his eyes, his face, so tragic, and the way he walks, he walks something like a tiger. Fuck, said Maja. We fucky fuck. I am getting tired. Maja took another drink. He looked at me. You fuck her. I am tired. She big, hungry tunnel. Maja has a genuine sense of humor, said Hester. That's another thing that has endeared him to me. Only thing dear you to me, said Maja, is my telephone pole piss shooter. Maja has been drinking since this morning, said Hester. You'll have to excuse him. Perhaps I better come back when he's feeling better. I think you should. Hester gave me an appointment at 2 p.m. in the afternoon the next day. It was just as well. I needed photographs. I knew a down-and-out photographer, one Sam Jacoby, who was good and would do the work cheap. I took him back there with me. It was a sunny afternoon with only a thin layer of smog. We walked up and I rang. There was no answer. I rang again. Maja answered the door. Esther not in, he said. She gone to grocery store. We had an appointment for 2 o'clock. I'd like to come in and wait. We walked in and sat down. I play drums for you, said Maja. He played the drums and sang some jungle chants. He was quite good. He was working on another bottle of port wine. He was still in his zebra-striped T-shirt and jeans. Fuck, he said. That's all she wants. She make me mad. You miss the jungle, Maja? You just ain't just shitting upstream, Daddy. But she loves you, Maja. Ha, ha, ha. Maja played us another drum solo. Even drunk, he was good. When Maja finished, Sam said to me, You think she might have a beer in the refrigerator? She might. My nerves are bad. I need a beer. Go ahead, get 2. I'll buy her some more. I should have brought some. Sam got up and walked into the kitchen. I heard the refrigerator door open. I'm writing an article about you and Hester, I said to Maja. Big hole woman never feel like volcano. I heard Sam vomiting in the kitchen. He was a heavy drinker. I knew he was hungover, but he was still one of the best photographers around. Then it was quiet. Sam came walking out. He sat down. He didn't have a beer with him. I play drums again, said Maja. He played the drums again. It was still good, though not as good as the preceding time. The wine was getting to him. Let's get out of here, Sam said to me. I have to wait for Hester, I said. Man, let's go, said Sam. You guys want some wine? Asked Maja. I got up and walked into the kitchen for a beer. Sam followed me. I moved toward the refrigerator. Please don't open that door, he said. Sam walked over to the sink and vomited again. I looked at the refrigerator door. I didn't open it. When Sam finished, I said, Okay, let's go. We walked into the front room where Majah still sat by his bongo. "I play drum once more," he said. "No, thanks, Majah." We walked out and down the stairway and out to the street. We got into my car. I drove off. I didn't know what to say. Sam didn't say anything. We were in the business district. I drove into a gas station and told the attendant to fill it up with regular. Sam got out of the car and walked to the telephone booth to call the police. I saw Sam come out of the phone booth. I paid for the gas. I hadn't gotten my interview. I was out $500. I waited as Sam walked toward the car. The Killers. Harry had just gotten off the freight and was walking down Alameda toward Pedro's for a nickel cup of coffee. It was early morning, but he remembered they used to open at 5 a.m. You could sit in Pedro's for a couple of hours for a nickel. You could do some thinking. You could remember where you'd gone wrong or where you'd gone right. They were open. The Mexican girl who gave him his coffee looked at him as if he were a human being. The poor, new life. A good girl. Well, a good enough girl. They all meant trouble. Everything meant trouble. He remembered a statement he'd heard somewhere. The definition of life is trouble. Harry sat down at one of the old tables. The coffee was good. 38 years old, and he was finished. He sipped at the coffee and remembered where he had gone wrong, or right. He'd simply gotten tired of the insurance game, of the small offices and high glass partitions, the clients. He'd simply gotten tired of cheating on his wife, of squeezing secretaries in the elevator and in the halls. He'd gotten tired of Christmas parties and New Year's parties and birthdays and payments on new cars and furniture payments, light, gas, water, the whole bleeding complex of necessities. He'd gotten tired and quit, that's all. The divorce came soon enough, and the drinking came soon enough, and suddenly he was out of it. He had nothing. And he found out that having nothing was difficult too. It was another type of burden. If only there was some gentler road in between. It seemed a man only had two choices, get in on the hustle or be a bum. As Harry looked up, a man sat down across from him, also with a nickel cup of coffee. He appeared to be in his early 40s, and was dressed as poorly as Harry. The man rolled a cigarette, then looked at Harry as he lit it. "How's it going?" "That's some question," said Harry. "Yeah, I guess it is." They sat drinking their coffee. "A man wonders how he gets down here." "Yeah," said Harry. "By the way, if it matters, my name's William. I'm called Harry. You can call me Bill." "Thanks." "You got the look on your face like you've reached the end of something." "I'm just tired of the bum, bone tired." "You want to get back into society, Harry?" "No, not that. But I'd like to get out of this. There's suicide." "I know." "Listen," said Bill. "What we need is a little cash the easy way so we can get a breather." "Sure, but how?" "Well, there's some risk involved." "Like what?" "I used to do some house burglary. It's not bad. I could use a good partner." "Okay. I'm just about ready to try anything. I'm sick of watery beans, week-old donuts, the mission, the God lectures, the snoring. Our problem is how to get where we can operate," said Bill. "I got a couple of bucks." "All right. Meet me about midnight. Got a pencil?" "No." "Wait, I'll borrow one." Bill came back with a stub of pencil. He took a napkin and wrote on it. "You take the Beverly Hills bus and ask the driver to let you off here. Then walk 2 blocks north. I'll be there waiting. You gonna make it?" "I'll be there." "You got a wife, kids?" asked Bill. "Used to have," Harry answered. It was cold that night. Harry got off the bus and walked the 2 blocks north. It was dark, very dark. Bill was standing, smoking a rolled cigarette. He wasn't standing in the open, but was back against a large bush. "Hello, Bill." "Hello, Harry. You ready to start your new lucrative career?" "I am." "All right. I've been casing these places. I think I've got us a good one. Isolated, it stinks of money. You scared?" "No, I'm not scared." "Fine, be cool and follow me." Harry followed Bill along the sidewalk for a block and a half. Then Bill cut between two shrubs and onto a large lawn. They walked to the back of the house, a large two-story affair. Bill stopped at the rear window. He sliced the screen with a knife, then stood still and listened. It was like a graveyard. Bill unhooked the screen and lifted it off. He stood there, working at the window. Bill worked at it for some time, and Harry began to think, "Jesus, I'm with an amateur. I'm with some kind of nut." Then the window opened and Bill climbed in. Harry could see his ass wiggling in. "This is ridiculous," he thought. "Do men do this?" "Come on," Bill said softly from inside. Harry climbed in. It did stink of money and furniture polish. "Jesus, Bill, I'm scared now. This doesn't make any sense." "Don't talk so loud. You want to get away from those watery beans, don't you?" "Yes." "Well, then be a man." Harry stood while Bill slowly opened drawers and put things in his pockets. They appeared to be in a dining room. Bill was stuffing spoons and knives and forks into his pockets. "How can we get anything for that?" thought Harry. Bill kept putting the silverware into his coat pockets. Then he dropped a knife. The floor was hard without a rug, and the sound was definite and loud. "Who's there?" Bill and Harry didn't answer. "I said, who's there?" "What is it, Seymour?" said a girl's voice. "I thought I heard something. Something woke me up." "I'll go to sleep." "No, I heard something." Harry heard the sound of a bed and then the sound of a man walking. The man came through the door and was in the dining room with them. He was in his pajamas, a young man of about 26 or 27 with a goatee and long hair. "All right, you pricks, what are you doing in my house?" Bill turned toward Harry. "Get into that bedroom. There might be a phone there. See that she doesn't use it. I'll take care of this one." Harry walked toward the bedroom, found the entrance, walked in, saw a young blonde, about 23, long hair and a fancy nightgown, her breasts loose. There was a telephone by the nightstand, and she wasn't using it. She flung the back of her hand to her mouth. She was sitting up in bed. "Don't scream," said Harry, "or I'll kill you." He stood there looking down at her, thinking of his own wife, but never a wife like that. Harry began to sweat. He felt dizzy, and they stared at each other. Harry sat down on the bed. "Leave my wife alone or I'll kill you," said the young man. Bill had just walked him in. He had an arm lock on him, and his knife was poking into the middle of the young man's back. "Nobody's going to hurt your wife, man. Just tell us where your stinking money is and we'll leave." "I told you. All I've got is what's in my wallet." Bill tightened the arm lock and drove the knife in a bit. The young man winced. "The jewelry," said Bill. "Take me to the jewelry." "It's upstairs." "All right, take me there." Harry watched Bill walk him out. Harry kept staring at the girl, and she stared back. Blue eyes, and the irises were large with fear. "Don't scream," he told her. "I'll kill you, so help me, I'll kill you." Her lips began to tremble. They were the palest pink, and then his mouth was upon hers. He was bewhiskered and foul, rancid, and she was white, soft white, delicate, trembling. He held her head in his hands. He pulled her head away and looked into her eyes. "You whore," he said, "you goddamn whore." He kissed her again, harder. They fell back on the bed together. He was kicking his shoes off, holding her down. Then he was working his pants, getting them off, and all the time holding and kissing her. "You whore, you goddamn whore." "Oh, no! Jesus Christ, no! Not my wife, you bastards!" Harry had not heard them enter. The young man let out a scream. Then Harry heard a gurgle. He pulled out and looked around. The young man was on the floor with his throat cut. The blood spurted rhythmically out onto the floor. "You've killed him," said Harry. He was screaming. "You didn't have to kill him. You didn't have to rape his wife. I haven't raped her, and you killed him." Then she began to scream. Harry put his hand over her mouth. "What are we going to do?" he asked. "We're going to kill her, too. She's a witness." "I can't kill her," said Harry. "I'll kill her," said Bill. But we shouldn't waste her. Go ahead then, get her. Stick something in her mouth. I'll take care of it, said Bill. He got a scarf out of the drawer, stuck it in her mouth. Then he ripped the pillow slip into shreds and bound the scarf in. Go ahead, said Bill. The girl didn't resist. She seemed to be in a state of shock. When Harry got off, Bill got on. Harry watched. This was it. This was the way it worked all over the world. When a conquering army came in, they took the women. They were the conquering army. Bill climbed off. Shit, that sure was good. Listen, Bill, let's not kill her. She'll tell. She's a witness. If we spare her life, she won't tell. It'll be worth it to her. She'll tell? I know human nature. She'll tell later. Why shouldn't she tell on people who do what we do? That's what I mean, said Bill. Why let her? Let's ask her. Let's talk to her. Let's ask her what she thinks. I know what she thinks. I'm going to kill her. Please don't, Bill. Let's show some decency. Show some decency? Now? It's too late. If you'd only been man enough to keep your stupid pecker out of there, don't kill her, Bill. I can't stand it. Turn your back. Bill, please. I said turn your goddamn back. Harry turned away. There didn't seem to be a sound. Minutes passed. Bill, did you do it? I did it. Turn around and look. I don't want to. Let's go. Let's get out of here. They went out the same window they had entered. The night was colder than ever. They went down the dark side of the house and out through the hedge. Bill? Yeah? I feel okay now. Like it never happened. It happened. They walked back toward the bus stop. The night stops were far between. They'd probably have to wait an hour. They stood at the bus stop and checked each other for blood, and strangely, they didn't find any. So they rolled and lit 2 cigarettes. Then Bill suddenly spit his out. God damn it! Oh, God damn it all! What's the matter, Bill? We forgot to get his wallet. Oh, fuck, said Harry. A man. George was lying in his trailer, flat on his back, watching a small portable TV. His dinner dishes were undone, his breakfast dishes were undone. He needed a shave, and ash from his rolled cigarette dropped onto his undershirt. Some of the ash was still burning. Sometimes the burning ash missed the undershirt and hit his skin. Then he cursed, brushing it away. There was a knock on the trailer door. He got slowly to his feet and answered the door. It was Constance. She had a 5th of unopened whiskey in a bag. George, I left that son of a bitch. I couldn't stand that son of a bitch anymore. Sit down. George opened the 5th, got 2 glasses, filled each a third with whiskey, 2/3 with water. He sat down on the bed with Constance. She took a cigarette out of her purse and lit it. She was drunk and her hands trembled. I took his damn money, too. I took his damn money and split while I was at work. You don't know how I've suffered with that son of a bitch. Let me have a smoke, said George. She handed it to him, and as she leaned near, George put his arm around her, pulled her over, and kissed her. You son of a bitch, she said. I missed you. I miss those good legs of yours, Connie. I've really missed those good legs. You still like 'em? I get hot just looking. I never could make it with a college guy, said Connie. They're too soft, they're milk toast, and he kept his house clean. George, it was like having a maid. He did it all. The place was spotless. You could eat beef stew right out of the crapper. He was antiseptic, that's what he was. Drink up, you'll feel better. And he couldn't make love. You mean he couldn't get it up? Oh, he got it up. He got it up all the time, but he didn't know how to make a woman happy, you know. He didn't know what to do. All that money, all that education, he was useless. I wish I had a college education. You don't need one. You got everything you need, George. I'm just a flunky, all the shit jobs. I said you've got everything you need, George. You know how to make a woman happy. Yeah? Yes, and you know what else? His mother came around, his mother, 2 or 3 times a week, and she'd sit there looking at me, pretending to like me, but all the time treating me like I was a whore, like I was a big bad whore, stealing her son away from her. Her precious Walter. Christ, what a mess. Drink up, Connie. George was finished. He waited for Connie to empty her glass, then took it, refilled both glasses. He claimed he loved me, and I'd say, "Look at my pussy, Walter," and he wouldn't look at my pussy. He said, "I don't want to look at that thing." That thing, that's what he called it. You're not afraid of my pussy, are you, George? It's never bit me yet. But you've bit it. You've nibbled on it, haven't you, George? I suppose I have. And you've licked it, sucked it? I suppose so. You know damn well, George, what you've done. How much money did you get? $600. I don't like people who rob other people, Connie. That's why you're a fucking dishwasher. You're honest. But he's such an ass, George, and he can afford the money, and I've earned it. Him and his mother and his love, his mother love, his clean little wash bowls and toilets and disposal bags and new cars and breath chasers and aftershave lotions and his little hard-ons and his precious love-making. All for himself, you understand? All for himself. You know what a woman wants, George. Thanks for the whiskey, Connie. Let me have another cigarette. George filled them up again. I've missed your legs, Connie. I really missed those legs. I like the way you wear those high heels. It drives me crazy. These modern women don't know what they're missing. The high heel shapes the calf, the thigh, the ass. It puts rhythm into the walk. It really turns me on. You talk like a poet, George. Sometimes you do talk like that. You're one hell of a dishwasher. You know what I'd really like to do? What? I'd like to whip you with my belt on the legs, the ass, the thighs. I'd like to make you quiver and cry, and then when you're quivering and crying, I'd slam it into you in pure love. I don't want that, George. You've never talked that way before. You've always done right with me. Pull your dress up higher. What? Pull your dress up higher. I want to see more of your legs. You like my legs, don't you, George? Let the light shine on them. Constance hiked her dress. God, Christ, shit, said George. You like my legs? I love your legs. Then George reached across the bed and slapped Constance hard across the face. Her cigarette flipped out of her mouth. What'd you do that for? You fucked Walter. You fucked Walter. So what the hell? So pull your dress higher. No, do what I say. George slapped her again, harder. Constance hiked her skirt. Just up to the panties, shouted George. I don't quite want to see the panties. Christ, George, what's wrong with you? You fucked Walter. George, I swear you've gone crazy. I want to leave. Let me out of here, George. Don't move or I'll kill you. You'd kill me? I swear it. George got up and poured himself a full glass of straight whiskey, drank it, and sat down next to Constance. He took his cigarette and held it against her wrist. She screamed. He held it there firmly, then pulled it away. I'm a man, baby, understand that? I know you're a man, George. Here, look at my muscles. George stood up and flexed both of his arms. Beautiful, eh, baby? Look at that muscle. Feel it, feel it. Constance felt one of his arms, then the other. Yes, you have a beautiful body, George. I'm a man. I'm a dishwasher, but I'm a man, a real man. I know it, George. I'm not that milk shit you left. I know it, and I can sing, too. You ought to hear my voice. Constance sat there. George began to sing. He sang Old Man River. Then he sang Nobody Knows the Trouble I've Seen. He sang the St. Louis Blues. He sang God Bless America, stopping several times and laughing. Then he sat down next to Constance. He said, Connie, you have beautiful legs. He asked for another cigarette. He smoked it, drank 2 more drinks, then put his head down on Connie's legs against the stockings in her lap, and he said, Connie, I guess I'm no good. I guess I'm crazy. I'm sorry I hit you. I'm sorry I burned you with that cigarette. Constance sat there. She ran her fingers through George's hair, stroking him, soothing him. Soon he was asleep. She waited a little longer. Then she lifted his head and placed it on the pillow, lifted his legs and straightened them out on the bed. She stood up, walked to the fifth, poured a good jolt of whiskey into her glass, added a touch of water and drank it down. She walked to the trailer door, pulled it open, stepped out, closed it. She walked through the backyard, opened the fence gate, walked up the alley under the 1 o'clock moon. The sky was clear of clouds. The same sky full of stars was up there. She got on the boulevard and walked east and reached the entrance of the Blue Mirror. She walked in, looked around, and there was Walter sitting alone and drunk at the end of the bar. She walked up and sat down next to him. "Missed me, baby?" she asked. Walter looked up. He recognized her. He didn't answer. He looked at the bartender, and the bartender walked toward them. They all knew each other. Class. I'm not sure where the place was, somewhere northeast of California. Hemingway had just finished a novel, came in from Europe or somewhere, and he was in the ring fighting somebody. There were newspapermen, critics, writers, that tribe, and also some young ladies sitting in the ringside seats. I sat down in the last row. Most of the people weren't watching him. They were talking to each other and laughing. The sun was up. It was sometime in the early afternoon. I was watching Ernie. He had his man, was playing with him. He jabbed and crossed at will. Then he put the other fellow down. The people looked then. Hem's opponent was up at 8. Hem moved towards him, then stopped. Ernie pulled out his mouthpiece, laughed, waved his opponent off. It was too easy a kill. Ernie walked to his corner. He put his head back, and somebody squeezed some water in his mouth. I got up from my seat and walked slowly down the aisle between the seats. I reached up and rapped Hemingway on the side. "Mr. Hemingway." "Yes, what is it?" "I'd like to put on the gloves with you." "Do you have any boxing experience?" "No. Go get some." "I'm here to kick your ass." Ernie laughed. He said to the guy in the corner, "Get the kid into some trunks and gloves." The guy jumped out of the ring, and I followed him back up the aisle to the locker room. "You crazy, kid?" he asked me. "I don't know. I don't think so. Here, try on these trunks." "Okay." "Uh-oh, they're too large." "Fuck it. They're all right." "Okay, let me tape your hands." "No tape." "No tape?" "No tape." "How about a mouthpiece?" "No mouthpiece." "You gonna fight in them shoes?" "I'm gonna fight in them shoes." I lit a cigar and followed him out. I walked down the aisle, smoking a cigar. Hemingway climbed back into the ring, and they put on his gloves. There was nobody in my corner. Finally, somebody came over and put some gloves on me. We were called into the center of the ring for instructions. "Now, when you clinch," said the referee. "I don't clinch," I told the referee. Other instructions followed. "Okay, go back to your corners, and at the bell come out fighting. May the better man win. And," he said to me, "you better take that cigar out of your mouth." When the bell rang, I came out with the cigar still in my mouth. Sucking in a mouthful of smoke, I blew it into Ernest Hemingway's face. The crowd laughed. Hem moved in, jabbed and hooked, and missed both punches. I was fast on my feet. I danced a little jig, moving in, tap, 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 tap. 5 swift left jabs to Papa's nose. I glanced down at a girl in the front row, a very pretty thing, and just then Hem landed a right, smashing that cigar in my mouth. I felt it burn my mouth and cheek, and I brushed the hot ash off. I spit out the cigar stub and hooked one to Ernie's belly. He uppercut with a right and caught me on the ear with a left. He ducked under my right and caught me with a volley up against the rope. Just at the bell, he dropped me with a solid right to the chin. I got up and walked back to my corner. A guy came over with a bucket. "Mr. Hemingway wants to know if you'd care for another round." The guy asked me. "You tell Mr. Hemingway that he was lucky. Smoke got in my eyes. One more round is all I need to do the job." The guy with the bucket went over, and I could see Hemingway laughing. The bell rang, and I came out. I began landing, not too hard, but with good combinations. Ernie retreated, missing his punches. For the first time, I saw doubt in his eyes. "Who is this kid?" he was thinking. I shortened my punches, hit him harder. I landed with every blow, head and body. A mixed variety. I boxed like Sugar Ray and hit like Dempsey. I had Hemingway up against the ropes. He couldn't fall. Each time he started to fall forward, I straightened him with another punch. It was murder, death in the afternoon. I stepped back, and Mr. Ernest Hemingway fell forward, out cold. I unlaced my gloves with my teeth, pulled them off, and leaped from the ring. I walked to my dressing room, Hemingway's dressing room, and took a shower. I drank a bottle of beer, lit a cigar, and sat on the edge of the rubbing table. They carried Ernie in and put him on another table. He was still out. I sat there naked, watching them worry over Ernie. There were women in the room, but I didn't pay any attention. Then a guy came over. "Who are you?" he asked. "What's your name?" "Henry Chinaski." "Haven't heard of you," he said. "You will," I said. All the people came over. Ernie was left alone. Poor Ernie. Everybody crowded around me. The women, too. I was pretty starved down, except for one place. A real class broad was really looking me up and down. She looked like a society broad, rich, educated, and everything. Nice body, nice face, nice clothes, all that. "What do you do?" somebody asked me. "Fuck and drink." No, I mean, what's your occupation?" "Dishwasher." "Dishwasher?" "Yeah." "Do you have a hobby?" "Well, I don't know if you could call it a hobby. I write." "You write?" "Yeah." "What?" "Short stories. They're pretty good." "Have you been published?" "No." "Why?" "I haven't submitted." "Where are your stories?" "Over there." I pointed to a torn paper suitcase. "Listen, I'm a critic for the New York Times. Do you mind if I take your stories home and read them? I'll return them." "It's okay with me, punk, only I don't know where I'll be." The class society broad stepped forward. "He'll be with me." Then she said, "Come on, Henry. Get into your togs. It's a long drive up, and we have things to talk about." I got dressed, and then Ernie regained consciousness. "What the hell happened?" he asked. "You met a pretty good man, Mr. Hemingway," somebody told him. I finished dressing and went over to his table. "You're a good man, Papa. Nobody wins them all." I shook his hand. "Don't blow your brains out." I left with the society broad, and we got into an open-topped yellow car half a block long. She drove with the throttle to the floor and took the curves, sliding and screeching and without expression. That was class. If she loved like she drove, it was going to be a hell of a night. The place was up in the hills, off by itself. A butler opened the door. "George," she told him, "take the night off. On second thought, take the week off." We walked in, and there was a big guy sitting in a chair with a drink in his hand. "Tommy," she said, "get lost." We moved on through the house. "Who was the big guy?" I asked her. "Thomas Wolfe," she said. "A bore." She stopped in the kitchen for a fifth of bourbon and 2 glasses. Then she said, "Come on." I followed her into the bedroom. The next morning the phone awakened us. It was from me. She handed me the phone, and I sat up in bed next to her. "Mr. Chinaski?" "Yeah." "I read your stories. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep all night. You're surely the greatest genius of the decade." "Only of the decade?" "Well, perhaps of the century. That's better. The editors of Harper's and Atlantic are here with me now. You may not believe this, but each of them has accepted 5 stories for future publication." "I believe it," I said. The critic hung up. I laid down. The society broad and I made love one more time. "Stop staring at my tits, mister." Big Bart was the meanest man in the West. He had the fastest gun in the West, and he'd fucked a larger variety of women in the West than anybody else. He wasn't fond of bathing or bullshit or coming out second best. He was also boss of a wagon train going west, and there wasn't a man his age who had killed more Indians or fucked more women or killed more white men. Big Bart was great, and he knew it, and everybody knew it. Even his farts were exceptional, louder than the dinner gong, and he was well hung. Big Bart's gig was to get the wagons through safely, score on the ladies, kill a few men, and then head back for another wagon load. He had a black beard, a dirty bunghole, and radiant yellow teeth. He had just hammered hell out of Billy Joe's young wife while he made Billy Joe watch. He made Billy Joe's wife talk to Billy Joe while he was at it. He made her say, "Oh, Billy Joe, all this turkey neck stuck into me from snatch to throat, I can hardly breathe. Billy Joe, save me." "No, Billy Joe, don't save me." After Big Bart climaxed, he made Billy Joe wash his parts, and then they all went out to a big dinner of ham hocks and limas with biscuits. The next day they came across this lone wagon running all by itself through the prairie. Some skinny kid of about 16 with a bad case of acne was at the reins. Big Bart rode over. "Say, kid," he said. The kid didn't answer. "I'm talking to you, kid." "Kiss my ass," said the kid. "I'm Big Bart," said Big Bart. "Kiss my ass, Big Bart," said the kid. "What's your name, son?" "They call me the Kid." "Look, kid, there's no way a man can make it through this here Indian territory with a lone wagon." "I intend to," said the kid. "Okay, it's your balls, kid," said Big Bart. And he made to ride off when the flaps of the wagon opened and out came this little filly with 40-inch breasts and a fine big ass and eyes like the sky after a good rain. She put her eyes upon Big Bart, and his turkey neck quivered against the saddle horn. "For your own good, kid, you're a-comin' with us." "Fuck off, old man," said the kid. "I don't take no motherfucking advice from an old man in dirty underwear." "I've killed men for blinking their eyes," said Big Bart. The kid just spit on the ground, then he reached up and scratched his crotch. "Old man, you bore me. Now lose yourself from my sight, or I'll assist you in resembling a hunk of Swiss cheese." "Kid," said the girl, leaning over him, one of her breasts flopping out and giving the sunlight a hard-on. "Kid, I think the man's right. We got no chance against those motherfucking Indians alone. Now don't be an asshole. Tell the man we'll join up." "We'll join up," said the kid. "What's your girl's name?" asked Big Bart. "Honeydew," said the kid. "And stop staring at my tits, mister," said Honeydew, "or I'll belt the shit out of you." Things went well for a while. There was a skirmish with the Indians at Blue Ball Canyon. 37 Indians killed, 1 captured. No American casualties. Big Bart bungholed the captured Indian and then hired him on as a cook. There was another skirmish at Clap Canyon. 37 Indians killed, 1 captured. No American casualties. Big Bart bungholed. It was obvious that Big Bart had hot rocks for Honeydew. He couldn't keep his eyes off her. That ass, mostly it was that ass. He fell off his horse watching one time, and one of the 2 Indian cooks laughed. That left only 1 Indian cook. One day Big Bart sent the kid out with a hunting party to score on some buffalo. Big Bart waited until they rode off, and then he made for the kid's wagon. He leaped up onto the seat and pushed the flaps back and walked in. Honeydew was crouched in the center of the wagon, masturbating. "Jesus, baby," said Big Bart, "don't waste it." "Get the hell out of here," said Honeydew, withdrawing her finger and pointing it at Big Bart. "Get the hell out of here and let me do my thing." "Your man ain't taking care of you, Honeydew." "He's taking care of me, asshole. It's just that I don't get enough. It's just that after my period I get hot." "Listen, baby." "Fuck off." "Listen, baby, looky." And he pulled out the jackhammer. It was purple and flipped back and forth like the weight in a grandfather's clock. Driblets of spittle fell to the floor. Honeydew couldn't keep her eyes off that instrument. At last she said, "You're not going to stick that goddamn thing into me." "Say it like you mean it, Honeydew." "You're not going to stick that goddamn thing into me." "But why? Why, look at it." "I am looking at it." "But why don't you want it?"
"Because I'm in love with the kid."
"Love," said Big Bart, laughing. "Love. That's a fairy tale for idiots. Look at this goddamn scythe. That can beat love any time."
"I love the kid, Big Bart."
"And there's my tongue," said Big Bart, "the best tongue in the West." He stuck it out and made it do gymnastics. "I love the kid," said Honeydew. "Well, fuck you," said Big Bart, and he ran forward and threw himself upon Honeydew. It was dog's work getting that thing in, and when he did, Honeydew screamed. He gave it about 7 slices, and then he felt himself being roughly pulled off. It was the kid, back from the hunting party. We got your buffalo, motherfucker. Now if you'll pull up your pants and step outside, we'll settle the rest. I've got the fastest gun in the West, said Big Bart. I'll blow a hole in you so big your asshole will look like a pore in your skin, said the kid. Come on, let's get it done. I'm hungry for dinner. This hunting buffalo works up the appetite. The men sat around the campfire watching. There was a definite vibration in the air. The women stayed in the wagons, praying, masturbating, and drinking gin. Big Bart had 34 notches in his gun and a bad memory. The kid didn't have any notches in his gun, but he had confidence, such as the others had seldom seen before. Big Bart seemed the more nervous of the two. He took a sip of whiskey, draining half the flask, then walked up to the kid. Look, kid. Yeah, motherfucker. I mean, why you lost your cool? I'm gonna blow your balls off, old man. What for? You were messing with my woman, old man. Listen, kid, don't you see the female plays one man against the other? You're just falling for her game. I don't want to hear you shit, Dad. Now back off and draw. You've had it. Kid, back off and draw. The man at the campfire stiffened. A slight wind blew from the west, smelling of horse shit. Somebody coughed. The women crouched in the wagons, drinking gin, praying, and masturbating. Twilight was moving in. Big Bart and the kid were 30 paces apart. Draw, you chicken shit, said the kid. Draw, you chicken shit woman molester. Quietly through the flaps of a wagon, a woman appeared with a rifle. It was Honeydew. She put the rifle to her shoulder and squinted down the barrel. Come on, you tin-horn rapist, said the kid. Draw! Big Bart's hand flicked toward his holster. A shot rang through the twilight. Honeydew lowered her smoking rifle and went back into the covered wagon. The kid was dead on the ground, a hole in his forehead. Big Bart put his unused gun back in his holster and strode toward the wagon. The moon was up. Something about a Viet Cong flag. The desert baked under the summer sun. Red jumped off the freight as it slowed just outside the railroad yard. He took a shit behind some tall rocks to the north, wiped his ass with some leaves. Then he walked 50 yards, sat behind another rock out of the sun, and rolled a cigarette. He saw the hippies walking toward him. 2 guys and a girl. They had jumped off the train in the yard and were walking back. One of the guys carried a Viet Cong flag. The guys looked soft and harmless. The girl had a nice wide ass. It almost split her blue jeans. She was blonde and had a bad case of acne. Red waited until they almost reached him. Heil Hitler, he said. The hippies laughed. Where you going? Red asked. We're trying to get to Denver. I guess we'll make it. Well, said Red, you're going to have to wait a while. I'm going to have to use your girl. What do you mean? You heard me. Red grabbed the girl. With one hand grabbing her hair and the other her ass, he kissed her. The taller of the guys reached for Red's shoulder. Now, wait a minute. Red turned and put the guy on the ground with a short left. A stomach punch. The guy stayed down, breathing heavily. Red looked at the guy with the Viet Cong flag. If you don't want to get hurt, leave me alone. Come on, he said to the girl. Get over behind those rocks. No, I won't do it, said the girl. I won't do it. Red pulled his switchblade and hit the button. The blade was flat across her nose. Pressed it down. How do you think you'd look without a nose? She didn't answer. I'll slice it off, he grinned. Listen, said the guy with the flag. You can't get away with this. Come on, girlie, said Red, pushing her toward the rocks. Red and the girl disappeared behind the rocks. The guy with the flag helped his friend up. They stood there. Some minutes. He's fucking Sally. What can we do? He's fucking her right now. What can we do? He's a madman. We should do something. Sally must think we're real shits. We are. There are 2 of us. We could have handled him. He has a knife. It doesn't matter. We could have taken him. I feel goddamn miserable. How do you think Sally feels? He's fucking her. They stood and waited. The tall one, who had taken the punch, was called Leo. The other was Dale. It was hot in the sun as they waited. We got 2 cigarettes left, said Dale. Should we smoke? How the hell can we smoke when that's going on behind the rocks? You're right. My God, what's taking so long? God, I don't know. You think he's killed her? I'm getting worried. Maybe I'd better have a look. Okay, but be careful. Leo walked toward the rocks. There was a small hill with some brush. He crawled up in the hill behind the brush and looked down. Red was fucking Sally. Leo watched. It seemed endless. Red went on and on. Leo crawled down the hill and walked over and stood next to Dale. I guess she's all right, he said. They waited. Finally, Red and Sally came out from behind the rocks. They walked toward them. Thank you, brothers, said Red. She was a very fine piece. May you rot in hell, said Leo. Red laughed. Peace, peace. He flashed the sign with his fingers. Well, I think I'll be going. Red rolled a quick cigarette, smiling as he wet it. Then he lit up, inhaled, and walked off toward the north, keeping in the shade. Let's hitchhike the rest of the way, said Dale. Freights aren't any good. The highway's to the west, said Leo. Let's go. They began moving toward the west. Christ, said Sally. I can hardly walk. He's an animal. Leo and Dale didn't say anything. I hope I don't get pregnant, said Sally. Sally? Said Leo. I'm sorry. Oh, shut up. They walked. It was getting along toward evening, and the desert heat was dropping off. I hate men, said Sally. A jackrabbit leaped out from behind a bush, and Leo and Dale jumped as it ran off. A rabbit, said Leo. A rabbit. That rabbit scared you guys, didn't it? Well, after what happened, we're jumpy. You're jumpy. What about me? Listen, let's sit down a minute. I'm tired. There was a patch of shade, and Sally sat between them. You know, though, she said. What? It wasn't so bad. On a strictly sexual basis, I mean, he really put it to me. On a strictly sexual basis, it was quite something. What? Said Dale. I mean, morally, I hate him. The son of a bitch should be shot. He's a dog, a pig. But on a strictly sexual basis, it was something. They sat there a while, not saying anything. Then they got out the 2 cigarettes and smoked them, passing them around. I wish we had some dope, said Leo. God, I knew it was coming, said Sally. You guys almost don't exist. Maybe you'd feel better if we raped you, asked Leo. Don't be stupid. You think I can't rape you? I should have gone with him. You guys are nothing. So now you like him? Asked Dale. Forget it, said Sally. Let's get down to the highway and stick our thumbs out. I could slam it to you, said Leo. I can make you cry. Can I watch? Asked Dale, laughing. There won't be anything to watch, said Sally. Come on, let's go. They stood up and walked toward the highway. It was a 10-minute walk. When they got there, Sally stood in the highway with her thumb out. Leo and Dale stood back out of view. They had forgotten the Viet Cong flag. They had left it back at the freight yard. It was in the dirt near the railroad tracks. The war went on. 7 red ants, the big kind, crawled across the flag. You can't write a love story. Margie was going to go out with this guy, but on the way over, this guy met another guy in a leather coat, and the guy in the leather coat opened the leather coat and showed the other guy his tits. And the other guy went over to Margie's and said he couldn't keep his date because this guy in the leather coat had showed him his tits, and he was going to fuck this guy. So Margie went to see Carl. Carl was in, and she sat down and said to Carl, this guy was going to take me to a cafe with tables outside, and we're going to drink wine and talk. Just drink wine and talk, that's all, nothing else. But on the way over, this guy met another guy in a leather coat, and the guy in the leather coat showed the other guy his tits, and now this guy's going to fuck the guy in the leather coat, so I don't get my table and my wine and my talk. I can't write, said Carl. It's gone. Then he got up and went to the bathroom, closed the door, and took a shit. Carl took 4 or 5 shits a day. There was nothing else to do. He took 5 or 6 baths a day. There was nothing else to do. He got drunk for the same reason. Margie heard the toilet flush. Then Carl came out. A man simply can't write 8 hours a day. He can't even write every day or every week. It's a wicked fix. There's nothing to do but wait. Carl went to the refrigerator and came out with a 6-pack of Michelob. He opened a bottle. "I'm the world's greatest writer," he said. "Do you know how difficult that is?" Margie didn't answer. "I can feel pain crawling all over me. It's like a second skin. I wish I could shed that skin like a snake." "Well, why don't you get down on the rug and give it a try?" "Listen," he asked, "where did I meet you?" "Barney's Beanery." "Well, that explains some of it. Have a beer." Carl opened a bottle and passed it over. "Yeah," said Margie, "I know. You need your solitude. You need to be alone. Except when you want some, or except when we split. Then you're on the phone. You say you need me. You say you're dying of a hangover. You get weak fast. I get weak fast. And you're so dull around me. You never turn on. You writers are so precious. You can't stand people. Humanity stinks, right?" "Right." "But every time we split, you start throwing giant 4-day parties. And suddenly you get witty, you start to talk. Suddenly you're full of life, talking, dancing, singing. You dance on the coffee table. You throw bottles through the window. You act parts from Shakespeare. Suddenly you're alive when I'm gone. Oh, I hear about it. I don't like parties. I especially dislike people at parties. For a guy who doesn't like parties, you certainly throw enough of them." "Listen, Margie. You don't understand. I can't write anymore. I'm finished. Somewhere I made a wrong turn. Somewhere I died in the night. The only way you're going to die is from one of your giant hangovers. Jeffers said that even the strongest men get trapped." "Who is Jeffers?" "He was the guy who turned Big Sur into a tourist trap." "What were you going to do tonight?" "I was going to listen to the songs of Rachmaninoff." "Who's that?" "A dead Russian." "Look at you. You just sit there." "I'm waiting." "Some guys wait for 2 years. Sometimes it never comes back." "Suppose it never comes back?" "I'll just put on my shoes and walk down to Main Street." "Why don't you get a decent job?" "There aren't any decent jobs. If a writer doesn't make it through creation, he's dead." "Oh, come on, Carl. There are billions of people in the world who don't make it through creation. Do you mean to tell me they're dead?" "Yes." "And you have soul? You're one of the few with a soul?" "It would appear so." "It would appear so. You and your little typewriter, you and your tiny checks. My grandmother makes more money than you do." Carl opened another bottle of beer. "Beer, beer, you and your goddamn beer. It's in your stories, too." Marty lifted his beer, and he looked up. This big blonde walked into the bar and sat down beside him. "You're right. You're finished. Your material is limited, very limited. You can't write a love story. You can't write a decent love story." "You're right, Margie." "If a man can't write a love story, he's useless." "How many have you written?" "I don't claim to be a writer." "But," said Carl, "you appear to pose as one hell of a literary critic." Margie left soon after that. Carl sat and drank the remaining beers. It was true the writing had left him. It would make his few underground enemies happy. They could step one notch up. Death pleased them, underground or overground. He remembered Endicott sitting there saying, "Well, Hemingway's gone, Dos Passos is gone, Patchen is gone, Pound is gone, Berryman jumped off the bridge. Things are looking better and better and better." The phone rang. Carl picked it up. "Mr. Gantling?" "Yes," he answered. "We wondered if you'd like to read at Fairmount College?" "Well, yes. What date?" "The 30th of next month." "I don't think I'm doing anything then. Our usual payment is $100. I usually get 150. Ginsberg gets 1,000. "But that's Ginsberg. We can only offer 100. "All right. Fine, Mr. Gantling. We'll send you the details. How about travel? That's a hell of a drive." "Okay. $25 for travel?" "Okay." "Would you like to talk to some of the students in their classes?" "No." "There's a free lunch. I'll take that." "Fine, Mr. Gantling. We'll be looking forward to seeing you on campus. Goodbye." Carl walked about the room. He looked at the typewriter. He put a sheet of paper in there, then watched a girl in an amazingly short miniskirt walk past the window. Then he started to type. Margie was going to go out with this guy, but on the way over, this guy met another guy in a leather coat, and the guy in the leather coat opened the leather coat and showed the other guy's tits, and the other guy went over to Margie's and said he couldn't keep his date because this guy in the leather coat had showed him his tits. Carl lifted his beer. It felt good to be writing again. Remember Pearl Harbor? We got to go to the exercise yard twice a day, in the middle of the morning and in mid-afternoon. There wasn't much to do. The men were friends mostly on the basis of what had gotten them into jail. Like my cellmate Taylor had said, the child molesters and indecent exposure cases were at the bottom of the social order, while the big-time swindlers and the racket heads were at the top. Taylor wouldn't speak to me in the exercise yard. He paced up and down with a big-time swindler. I sat alone. Some of the guys rolled a shirt into a ball and played catch. They appeared to enjoy it. The facilities for the entertainment of the inmates didn't amount to much. I sat there. Soon I noticed a huddle of men. It was a crap game. I got up and went over. I had a little less than $1 in change. I watched a few rolls. The man with the dice picked up 3 pots in a row. I sensed that his run was finished and got in against him. He crapped out. I made a quarter. Each time a man got hot, I laid off until I figured his string was ended. Then I got in against him. I noticed that the other men bet every pot. I made 6 bets and won 5 of them. Then we were marched back to our cells. I was $1 ahead. The next morning I got in earlier. I made $2.50 in the morning and $1.75 in the afternoon. As the game ended, this kid walked up to me. "You seem to be going all right, mister." I gave the kid 15 cents. He walked off ahead. Another guy got in step with me. "You give that son of a bitch anything?" "Yeah, 15 cents. He cuts the pot each time. Don't give him nothing." I hadn't noticed. "Yeah, he cuts the pot. He takes his cut each roll. I'll watch him tomorrow. Besides, it's a fucking indecent exposure case. He shows his pecker to little girls." "Yeah," I said, "I hate those cocksuckers." The food was very bad. After dinner one night I mentioned to Taylor that I was winning at craps. "You know," he said, "you can buy food here, good food." "How?" "The cook comes down after lights out. You get the warden's food, the best. Dessert, the works. The cook's good. The warden's got him here on account of that." How much would a couple of dinners cost us?" "Give him a dime. No more than 15 cents. Is that all?" "If you give him more, he'll think you're a fool." "All right, 15 cents. Taylor made the arrangements. The next night after lights out, we waited and killed bedbugs one by one. That cook's killed 2 men. He's a great big son of a bitch and mean. He killed one guy, did 10 years, got out of there and was out 2 or 3 days, and he killed another guy. This is only a holding prison, but the warden keeps him here permanent because he's such a good cook. We heard somebody walking up. It was the cook. I got up, and he passed the food in. I walked to the table, then walked back to the cell door. He was a big son of a bitch, killer of 2 men. I gave him 15 cents. "Thanks, buddy. You want me to come back tomorrow night?" "Every night." Taylor and I sat down to the food. Everything was on plates. The coffee was good and hot. The meat, the roast beef, was tender. Mashed potatoes, sweet peas, biscuits, gravy, butter, and apple pie. I hadn't eaten that good in 5 years. That cook raped a sailor the other day. It got him so bad the sailor couldn't walk. They had to hospitalize that sailor. I took in a big mouthful of mashed potatoes and gravy. "You don't have to worry," said Taylor. "You're so damned ugly, nobody would want to rape you." I was worrying more about getting myself a little. "Well, I'll point out the punks to you. Some of them are owned and some of them aren't owned." "This is good food." "Sure as shit." Now, there are 2 kinds of punks in here, the kind that come in punks and the prison-made punks. There are never enough punks to go around, so the boys have to make a few extra to fulfill their needs. That's sensible. The prison-manufactured punks are usually a little punchy from the head beatings they take. They resist at first. Yeah, then they decide it's better to be a live punk than a dead virgin. We finished our dinner, went to our bunks, fought the bedbugs, and attempted to sleep. I continued to win at craps each day. I bet more heavily and still won. Life in prison was getting better and better. One day I was told not to go to the exercise yard. 2 agents from the FBI came to visit me. They asked a few questions, then one of them said, "We've investigated you. You don't have to go to court. You'll be taken to the induction center. If the Army accepts you, you'll go in. If they reject you, you're a civilian again." "I almost like it here in jail," I said. "Yes, you're looking good." "No tension," I said. "No rent, no utility bills, no arguments with girlfriends, no taxes, no license plates, no food bills, no hangovers. Keep talking smart, we'll fix you good." "Aw, shit," I said. "I'm just joking. Pretend I'm Bob Hope." "Bob Hope is a good American." "I'd be too if I had his dough. Keep mouthing, we can make it rough on you." I didn't answer. One guy had a briefcase. He got up first. The other guy followed him out. They gave us all a bag lunch and put us in a truck. There were 20 or 25 of us. The guys had just had breakfast an hour and a half earlier, but they were all into their bag lunches. Not bad, a bologna sandwich, a peanut butter sandwich, and a rotten banana. I passed my lunch down to the guys. They were very quiet. None of them joked. They looked straight ahead. Most of them were black or brown, and all of them were big. I passed the physical, then I went in to see the psychiatrist. "Henry Chinaski?" "Yes." "Sit down." I sat down. "Do you believe in the war?" "No." "Are you willing to go to the war?" "Yes." He looked at me. I stared down at my feet. He seemed to be reading a sheaf of papers in front of him. It took several minutes. 4, 5, 6, 7 minutes. Then he spoke. "Listen, I'm having a party next Wednesday night at my place. There are going to be doctors, lawyers, artists, writers, actors, all that sort. I can see that you're an intelligent man. I want you to come to my party. Will you come?" "No." He started writing. He wrote and he wrote and he wrote. I wondered how he knew so much about me. I didn't know that much about myself. I let him write on. I was indifferent. Now that I couldn't be in the war, I almost wanted the war. Yet at the same time, I was glad to be out of it. The doctor finished writing. I felt I'd fooled them. My objection to war was not that I had to kill somebody or be killed senselessly. That hardly mattered. What I objected to was to be denied the right to sit in a small room and starve and drink cheap wine and go crazy in my own way and at my own leisure. I didn't want to be awakened by some man with a bugle. I didn't want to sleep in a barracks with a bunch of healthy, sex-mad, football-loving, overfed, wisecracking, masturbating, lovable, frightened, pink-farting, mothers-struck, modest, basketball-playing American boys that I would have to be friendly with, that I would have to get drunk with on leave, that I would have to lay on my back with and listen to dozens of unfunny, obvious, dirty jokes. I didn't want their itchy blankets or their itchy uniforms or their itchy humanity. I didn't want to shit in the same place or piss in the same place or share the same horror. I didn't want to see their toenails or read their letters from home. I didn't want to watch their assholes bobbing in front of me in close formation. I didn't want to make friends. I didn't want to make enemies. I just didn't want them or it or the thing. To kill or be killed hardly mattered. After a 2-hour wait on a hard bench in a cesspool brown tunnel with a cold wind blowing, they let me go, and I walked out, north. I stopped for a pack of cigarettes. I stopped in at the first bar, sat down, ordered a scotch and water, peeled the cellophane from the package, took out a smoke, lit up, got that drink in my hand, drank down half, dragged at the smoke, looked at my handsome face in the mirror. It seemed strange to be out. It seemed strange to be able to walk in any direction I pleased. Just for fun, I got up and walked to the crapper. I pissed. It was another horrible bar crapper. I almost vomited at the stench. I came out, put a coin in the jukebox, sat down and listened to the latest. The latest wasn't any better. They had the beat but not the soul, Mozart, Bach, and the bees still made them look bad. I was going to miss those crap games and the good food. I ordered another drink. I looked around the bar. There were 5 men in the bar and no women. I was back in the American streets. Pittsburgh Phil and Company. This guy Summerfield was on relief and hitting the wine bottle. He was rather a dull sort. I tried to avoid him, but he was always hanging out the window half drunk. He'd see me leaving my place, and he always said the same thing. "Hey, Hank, how about taking me to the races?" And I always said, "One of these times, Joe, not today." Well, he kept at it, hanging out the window half drunk. So one day I said, "All right, for Christ's sake, come on." And away we went. It was January at Santa Anita, and if you know that track, it can get real cold out there when you're losing. The wind blows in from the snow on the mountains, and your pockets are empty, and you shiver and think of death and hard times and no rent and all the rest. It's hardly a pleasant place to lose. At least at Hollywood Park, you can come back with a sunburn. So we went. He talked all the way out. He'd never been to a racetrack. I had to tell him the difference between win, place, and show betting. He didn't even know what a starting gate was or a racing form. When we got out there, he used my form. I had to show him how to read it. I paid his way in and bought him a program. All he had was $2, enough for one bet. We stood around before the first race looking at the women. Joe told me he hadn't had a woman in 5 years. He was a shabby-looking guy, a real loser. We passed the form back and forth and looked at the women, and then Joe said, "How come the 6 horse is 14-1? He looks best to me." I tried to explain to Joe why the horse was reading 14-1 in relation to the other horses, but he wouldn't listen. "He sure as hell looks best to me. I don't understand. I just got to bet him." "It's your $2, Joe," I said, "and I'm not lending you any money when you lose this one." The horse's name was Red Charlie, and he was a sad-looking beast indeed. He came out for the post-parade in 4 bandages. His price leaped to 18-1 when they got a look at him. I put 10 win on the logical horse, Bold Latrine. A slight class drop with good earnings, and with a live jock, and the second leading trainer. I thought that 7-2 was a good price on that one. It was a mile and 1/16. Red Charlie was reading 20-1 when they came out of the gate, and he came out first. You couldn't miss him in all those bandages, and the boy opened up 4 lengths on the first turn. He must have thought he was in a quarter-horse race. The jock only had 2 wins out of 40 mounts, and you could see why. He had 6 lengths on the backstretch. The lather was running down Red Charlie's neck. It damn near looked like shaving cream. At the top of the turn, 6 lengths had faded to 3, and the whole pack was gaining on him. At the top of the stretch, Red Charlie only had 1.5 lengths, and my horse, Bold Latrine, was moving up outside. It looked like I was in. Halfway down the stretch, I was a neck off. Another lunge, and I was in. But they went all the way down to the wire that way. Red Charlie still had the neck at the finish. He paid $42.80. "I thought he looked best," said Joe as he went off to collect his money. When he came back, he asked for the form again. I looked them over. "How come Big H is 6-1, he asked me. "It looks best." "He may look best to you," I said, "but off the knowledge of experienced horse players and handicappers, real pros, he rates about 6-1. Don't get pissed, Hank. I know I don't know anything about this game. I only mean that to me he looks like he should be the favorite. I got to bet him anyhow. I might as well go 10-win. "It's your money, Joe. You just lucked it in the first race. The game isn't that easy." Well, Big H won and paid $14.40. Joe started to strut around. We read the form at the bar, and he bought us each a drink and tipped the barkeep $1. As we left the bar, he winked at the barkeep and said, "Barney's Mole is all alone in this one." Barney's Mole was a 6-5 favorite, so I didn't think that was such a fancy announcement. By the time the race went off, Barney's Mole was even money. He paid $4.20, and Joe had $20 win on him. That time, he told me, they made the proper horse the favorite. Out of the 9 races, Joe had 8 winners. On the ride back, he kept wondering how he had missed in the 7th race. "Blue Truck looked far the best. I don't understand how he only got 3rd. "Joe, you had 8 for 9. That's beginner's luck. You don't know how hard this game is." "It looks easy to me. You just pick the winner and collect your money." I didn't talk to him the rest of the way in. That night he knocked on my door, and he had a fifth of Granddad and the racing form. I helped him with a bottle while he read the form and told me all 9 winners the next day and why. We had ourselves a real expert here. I know how it can go to a man's head. I had 17 straight winners once, and I was going to buy homes along the coast and start a white slavery business to protect my winnings from the income tax man. That's how crazy you can get. I couldn't hardly wait to take Joe to the track the next day. I wanted to see his face when all his predictions ran out. Horses were only animals made out of flesh. They were fallible. It was like the old horse players said, there are a dozen ways you can lose a race and only one way to win one. All right, it didn't happen that way. Joe had 7 for 9. Favorites, long shots, medium prices. And he bitched all the way in about his 2 losers. He couldn't understand it. I didn't talk to him. The son of a bitch could do no wrong, but the percentages would get him. He started telling me how I was betting wrong and the proper way to bet. 2 days at the track, and he was an expert. I'd been playing them 20 years, and he was telling me I didn't know my ass. We went all week, and Joe kept winning. He got so unbearable I couldn't stand him anymore. He bought a new suit and hat, new shirt and shoes, and started smoking 50-cent cigars. He told the relief people that he was self-employed and didn't need their money anymore. Joe had gone mad. He grew a mustache and purchased a wristwatch and an expensive ring. The next Tuesday I saw him drive to the track in his own car, a '69 black Caddy. He waved to me from his car and flicked out his cigar ash. I didn't talk to him at the track that day. He was in the clubhouse. When he knocked on my door that night, he had the usual fifth of Granddad and a tall blonde, a young blonde, well-dressed, well-groomed. She had a shape and a face. They walked in together. "Is this old bum?" she asked Joe. "That's my old buddy Hank," he told her. "I used to know him when I was poor. He took me to the racetrack one day." "Don't he have an old lady?" "Old Hank ain't had a woman since 1965. Listen, how about fixing him up with Big Gertie?" "Oh, hell, Joe, Big Gertie wouldn't go him. Look, he's dressed like a rag man." "Have some mercy, babies, my buddy. I know he don't look like much, but we both started out together. I'm sentimental." "Well, Big Gertie ain't sentimental. She likes class." "Look, Joe," I said, "forget the women. Just sit down with the foreman, let's have a few drinks, and give me some winners for tomorrow." Joe did that. We drank, and he worked them out. He wrote 9 horses down for me on a piece of paper. His woman, Big Thelma, well, Big Thelma just looked at me like I was dog shit on somebody's lawn. Those 9 horses were good for 8 wins the next day. One horse paid $62.60. I couldn't understand it. That night, Joe came by with a new woman. She looked even finer. He sat down with the bottle and the form and wrote me down 9 more horses. Then he told me, "Listen, Hank, I gotta be moving out of my place. I found me a nice deluxe apartment right outside the track. The travel time to and from the track is a nuisance. Let's go, baby." "I'll see you around, kid." I knew that was it. My buddy was giving me the brush off. The next day I laid it heavy on those 9 horses. They were good for 7 winners. I went over the form again when I got home trying to figure out why he selected the horses he did, but there seemed to be no understandable reason. Some of his selections were truly puzzling to me. I didn't see Joe again for the remainder of the meet except once. I saw him walk into the clubhouse with 2 women. Joe was fat and laughing. He wore a $200 suit, and he had a diamond ring on his finger. I lost all 9 races that day. It was 2 years later. I was at Hollywood Park, and it was a particularly hot day, a Thursday, and in the 6th race I happened to land a 26.80 winner. As I was walking away from the payoff window, I heard his voice behind me. "Hey, Hank, Hank!" It was Joe. "Jesus Christ, man," he said, "it's sure great to see you. Hello, Joe." He still had on his $200 suit in all that heat. The rest of us were in shirt sleeves. He needed a shave, and his shoes were scuffed, and the suit was wrinkled and dirty. His diamond was gone. His wristwatch was gone. "Let me have a smoke, Hank." I gave him a cigarette, and when he lit it, I noticed his hands were trembling. "I need a drink, man," he told me. I took him over to the bar, and we had a couple of whiskeys. Joe studied the form. "Listen, man, I've put you on plenty of winners, haven't I?" "Sure, Joe." We stood there looking at the form. "Now check this race," said Joe. "Look at Black Monkey. He's going to romp, Hank. He's a lock, and at 8-1. You like his chances, Joe?" "He's in, man. He'll win by daylight." We placed our bets on Black Monkey and went out to watch the race. He finished a deep 7th. "I don't understand it," said Joe. "Look, let me have $2 more, Hank. Siren Call is in the next. She can't lose. There's no way." Siren Call did get up for 5th, but that's not much help when you're betting on the nose. Joe got me for another $2 for the 9th race, and his horse ran out there, too. Joe told me he didn't have a car, and would I mind driving him home? "You're not going to believe this," he told me, "but I'm back on the dole." "I believe you, Joe." "I'll bounce back, though. You know, Pittsburgh Phil went broke 6 times. He always sprung back. His friends had faith in him. They lent him money. When I let him off, I found he lived in an old rooming house about 4 blocks from where I lived. I'd never moved. When I let Joe out, he said, 'There's a hell of a good card tomorrow. Are you going?' 'I'm not sure, Joe.' 'Let me know if you're going.' 'Sure, Joe.' That night I heard the knock on my door. I knew Joe's knock. I didn't answer. I had the TV playing, but I didn't answer. I just laid real still on the bed. He kept knocking. 'Hank, Hank, you in there? Hey, Hank!' Then he really beat on the door, the son of a bitch. He seemed frantic. He knocked and he knocked. At last he stopped. I heard him walking down the hall. Then I heard the front door of the apartment house close. I got up, turned off the TV, went to the refrigerator, made a ham and cheese sandwich, opened a beer. Then I sat down with that split tomorrow's form open and began looking at the first race, a $5,000 claimer for colts and geldings 3 years old and up. I liked the 8-horse. The form had him listed at 5-1. I'd take that any time. Dr. Nazi. Now, I'm a man of many problems, and I suppose that most of them are self-created. I mean, with the female, the gambling, and feeling hostile toward groups of people, and the larger the group, the greater the hostility. I'm called negative and gloomy, sullen. I keep remembering the female who screamed at me, "You're so goddamn negative, life can be beautiful." I suppose it can be, and especially with a little less screaming, but I want to tell you about my doctor. I don't go to shrinks. Shrinks are worthless and too contented, but a good doctor is often disgusted and/or mad, and therefore far more entertaining. I went to Dr. Kiepenheuer's office because it was closest. My hands were breaking out with little white blisters, a sign I felt either of my actual anxiety or possible cancer. I wore working man's gloves so people wouldn't stare, and I burned through the gloves while smoking 2 packs of cigarettes a day. I walked into the doctor's place. I had the first appointment. Being a man of anxiety, I was 30 minutes early, musing about cancer. I walked across the sitting room and looked into the office. Here was the nurse receptionist squatted on the floor in her tight white uniform, her dress pulled up almost to her hips, gross and thunderous thighs showing through tightly pulled nylon. I forgot all about the cancer. She hadn't heard me, and I stared at her unveiled legs and thighs, measured the delicious rump with my eyes. She was wiping water from the floor. The toilet had overrun, and she was cursing. She was passionate. She was pink and brown and living and unveiled, and I stared. She looked up. "Yes?" "Go ahead," I said. "Don't let me disturb you." "It's the toilet," she said. "It keeps running over." She kept wiping, and I kept looking over the top of Life magazine. She finally stood up. I walked to the couch and sat down. She went through her appointment book. "Are you Mr. Chinaski?" "Yes." "Why don't you take your gloves off? It's warm in here." "I'd rather not, if you don't mind." "Dr. Kiepenheuer will be in soon." "It's all right. I can wait. What's your problem?" "Cancer." "Cancer?" "Yes." The nurse vanished, and I read Life, and then I read another copy of Life, and then I read Sports Illustrated, and then I sat staring at paintings of seascapes and landscapes, and piped-in music came from somewhere. Then suddenly all the lights blinked off, then on again, and I wondered if there would be any way to rape the nurse and get away with it when the doctor walked in. I ignored him, and he ignored me, so that went off even. He called me into his office. He was sitting on a stool, and he looked at me. He had a yellow face and yellow hair, and his eyes were lusterless. He was dying. He was about 42. I eyed him and gave him 6 months. "What's with the gloves?" he asked. "I'm a sensitive man, doctor." "You are?" "Yes." "Then I should tell you I was once a Nazi." "That's all right." "You don't mind that I was once a Nazi?" "No, I don't mind. I was captured. They rode us through France in a boxcar with the doors open, and the people stood along the way and threw stink bombs and rocks and all sorts of rubbish at us. Fish bones, dead plants, excreta, everything imaginable. Then the doctor sat and told me about his wife. She was trying to skin him, a real bitch, trying to get all his money, the house, the garden house. The gardener, too, probably, if she hadn't already, and the car and alimony, plus a large chunk of cash. Horrible woman. He'd worked so hard. 50 patients a day at $10 a head. Almost impossible to survive. And that woman. Women. Yes, women. He broke down the word for me. I forget if it was woman or female or what it was, but he broke it down into Latin, and he broke it down from there to show what the root was. In Latin, women were basically insane. As he talked about the insanity of women, I began to feel pleased with the doctor. My head nodded in agreement. Suddenly he ordered me to the scales, weighed me, then he listened to my heart and to my chest. He roughly removed my gloves, washed my hands in some kind of shit, and opened the blisters with a razor, still talking about the rancor and vengeance that all women carried in their hearts. It was glandular. Women were directed by their glands, men by their hearts. That's why only the men suffered. He told me to bathe my hands regularly and to throw the goddamn gloves away. He talked a little more about women and his wife, and then I left. My next problem was dizzy spells, but I only got them when I was standing in line. I began to get very terrified of standing in line. It was unbearable. I realized that in America and probably every place else it came down to standing in line. We did it everywhere. Driver's license, 3 or 4 lines. The racetrack, lines. The movies, lines. The market, lines. I hated lines. I felt there should be a way to avoid them. Then the answer came to me. Have more clerks. Yes, that was the answer. 2 clerks for every person. 3 clerks. Let the clerks stand in line. I knew that lines were killing me. I couldn't accept them, but everybody else did. Everybody else was normal. Life was beautiful for them. They could stand in line without feeling pain. They could stand in line forever. They even liked to stand in line. They chatted and grinned and smiled and flirted with each other. They had nothing else to do. They could think of nothing else to do, and I had to look at their ears and mouth and necks and legs and asses and nostrils, all that. I could feel death rays oozing from their bodies like smog, and listening to their conversations, I felt like screaming, "Jesus Christ, somebody help me. Do I have to suffer like this just to buy a pound of hamburger and a loaf of rye bread?" The dizziness would come, and I'd spread my legs to keep from falling down. The supermarket would whirl, and the faces of the supermarket clerks with their golden brown mustaches and their clever, happy eyes, all of them going to be supermarket managers someday, with their white, scrubbed, contented faces, buying homes in Arcadia and nightly mounting their pale, blonde, grateful wives. I made an appointment with the doctor again. I was given the first appointment. I arrived half an hour early, and the toilet was fixed. The nurse was dusting in the office. She bent and straightened and bent halfway, and then bent right and then bent left. And she turned her ass toward me and bent over. That white uniform twitched in height, climbed, lifted. Here was dimpled knee, there was thigh, here was haunch, there was the whole body. I sat down and opened a copy of Life. She stopped dusting and stuck her head out at me, smiling. "You got rid of your gloves, Mr. Chinaski." "Yes." The doctor came in looking a bit closer to death, and he nodded, and I got up and followed him in. He sat down on a stool. "Chinaski, how goes it?" "Well, doctor, trouble with women?" "Yes, of course," but he wouldn't let me finish. He had lost more hair. His fingers twitched. He seemed short of breath, thinner. He was a desperate man. His wife was skinning him. They'd gone to court. She slapped him in court. He'd liked that. It helped the case. They saw through that bitch. Anyhow, it hadn't come off too badly. She'd left him something, of course, lawyer's fees, bastards. You ever noticed a lawyer? Almost always fat, especially around the face. Anyhow, shit, she nailed me, but I got a little left. You want to know what a scissors like this costs? Look at it, tin with a screw, 1850. My God, they hated the Nazis. What is a Nazi compared to this? I don't know, doctor. I've told you that I'm a confused man. You ever try to shrink? It's no use. They're dull, no imagination. I don't need the shrinks. I hear they end up sexually molesting their female patients. I'd like to be a shrink if I could fuck all the women. Outside of that, their trade is useless. My doctor hunched up on his stool. He yellowed and grayed a little more. A giant twitch ran through his body. He was almost through. A nice fellow, though. "Well, I got rid of my wife," he said. "That's over." "Fine," I said. "Tell me about when you were a Nazi." "Well, we didn't have much choice. They just took us in. I was young. Hell, what were you going to do? You can only live in one country at a time. You go to war, and if you don't end up dead, you end up in an open boxcar with people throwing shit at you." I asked him if he'd fucked his nice nurse. He smiled gently. The smile said, yes. Then he told me that since the divorce, he'd dated one of his patients and he knew it wasn't ethical to get that way with patients. "No, I think it's all right, doctor. She's a very intelligent woman. I married her." "All right. Now I'm happy, but—" Then he spread his hands apart and opened his palms upward. I told him about my fear of lines. He gave me a standing prescription for Librium. Then I got a nest of boils on my ass. I was in agony. They tied me with leather straps. Those fellas can do anything they want with you. They gave me a local and strapped my ass. I turned my head and looked at my doctor and said, "Is there any chance of me changing my mind?" There were 3 faces looking down at me, his and 2 others. Him to cut, her to supply cloths, the third to stick needles. "You can't change your mind," said the doctor, and he rubbed his hands and grinned and began. The next time I saw him, it had something to do with wax in my ears. I could see his lips moving. I tried to understand, but I couldn't hear. I could tell by his eyes and his face that it was hard times for him all over again, and I nodded. It was warm. I was a bit dizzy, and I thought, yes, he's a fine fellow, but why doesn't he let me tell him about my problems? This isn't fair. I have problems, too, and I have to pay him. Eventually, my doctor realized I was deaf. He got something that looked like a fire extinguisher and jammed it into my ears. Later, he showed me huge pieces of wax. "It was the wax," he said, and he pointed down into a bucket. It looked really, really like refried beans. I got up from the table and paid him, and I left. I still couldn't hear anything. I didn't feel particularly bad or good, and I wondered what ailment I would bring him next. What he would do about it, and what he would do about his 17-year-old daughter who was in love with another woman, and who was going to marry the woman. And it occurred to me that everybody suffered continually, including those who pretended they didn't. It seemed to me that this was quite a discovery. I looked at the newsboy and I thought, and I looked at the next person to pass and I thought, and at a traffic signal by the hospital, a new black car turned the corner and knocked down a pretty young girl in a blue mini dress, and she was blonde and had blue ribbons in her hair, and she sat up in the street in the sun, and the scarlet ran from her nose. Christ on roller skates. It was a small office on the 3rd floor of an old building not too far from Skid Row. Joe Mason, president of Roller World Incorporated, sat behind the worn desk, which he rented along with the office. Graffiti was carved on the top and sides, "Born to Die." Some men buy what other men are hanged for. Shit, soup. I hate love more than I love hate. The vice president, Clifford Underwood, sat in the only other chair. There was one telephone. The office smelled of urine, but the restroom was 45 feet down the hall. There was a window facing the alley, a thick yellow window that let in a dim light. Both men were smoking cigarettes and waiting. "When'd you tell him?" asked Underwood. 9:30, said Mason. "It doesn't matter." They waited 8 more minutes. They each lit another cigarette. There was a knock. "Come in," said Mason. It was Monster Chunjacki, bearded, 6'6" and 392 pounds. Chunjacki smelled. It started to rain. You could hear a freight car going by under the window. It was really 24 freight cars going north filled with commerce. Chunjacki still smelled. He was the star of the Yellow Jackets, one of the best roller skaters on either side of the Mississippi, 25 yards to either side. "Sit down," said Mason. "No chair," said Chunjacki. "Make him a chair, Cliff." The vice president slowly got up, gave every indication of a man about to fart, didn't, and walked over and leaned against the rain which beat against the thick yellow window. Chunjacki put both cheeks down, reached, and lit up a Pall Mall, no filter. Mason leaned across his desk. "You're an ignorant son of a bitch." "Wait a minute, man." "You want to be a hero, don't you, Sonny? You get excited when little girls without any hair on their pussies scream your name. You like the dear old red, white, and blue. You like vanilla ice cream. You still beat your tiny little pud, asshole." "Listen here, Mason." "Shut up. 300 a week, 300 a week I've been giving you. When I found you in that bar, you didn't have enough for your next drink. You had the DTs and were living on hogshead soup and cabbage. You couldn't lace on a skate. I made you, asshole, from nothing, and I can make you right back into nothing. As far as you're concerned, I'm God, and I'm a God who doesn't forgive your mother-flopping sins either." Mason closed both eyes and leaned back in the swivel. He inhaled his cigarette. A bit of hot ash dropped on his lower lip, but he was too mad to give a damn. He just let the ash burn him. When the ash stopped burning, he kept his eyes closed and listened to the rain. Ordinarily, he liked to listen to the rain, especially when he was inside somewhere and the rent was paid and some woman wasn't driving him crazy. But today the rain didn't help. He not only smelled Chunjacki, but he felt him there. Chunjacki was worse than diarrhea. Chunjacki was worse than the crabs. Mason opened his eyes, sat up, and looked at him. Christ, what a man had to go through just to stay alive. "Baby," he said softly, "you broke 2 of Sonny Wellborn's ribs last night. You hear me?" "Listen," Chunjacki started to say. "Not 1 rib. No, not just 1 rib, 2. 2 ribs, hear me?" "But listen, asshole. 2 ribs, you hear me? Do you hear me?" "I hear you." Mason put out his cigarette, got up from the swivel, and walked around to Chunjacki's chair. You might say Chunjacki looked nice. You might say he was a handsome kid. You'd never say that about Mason. Mason was old. 49, almost bald, round-shouldered, divorced, 4 boys, 2 of them in jail. It was still raining. It would rain for almost 2 days and 3 nights. The Los Angeles River would get excited and pretend to be a river. "Stand up," said Mason. Chunjacki stood up. When he did, Mason sunk his left into his gut, and when Chunjacki's head came down, he put his right back up there with a right chop. Then he felt a little better. It was like a cup of Ovaltine on a cold-ass morning in January. He walked around and sat down again. This time he didn't light a cigarette. He lit his 15-cent cigar. He lit his after-lunch cigar before lunch. That's how much better he felt. Tension. You couldn't let that shit build. His former brother-in-law died of a bleeding ulcer just because he hadn't known how to let it out. Chunjacki sat back down. Mason looked at him. "This baby is a business, not a sport. We don't believe in hurting people. Do I get my point across?" Chunjacki just sat there listening to the rain. He wondered if his car would start. He always had trouble getting his car started when it rained. Otherwise, it was a good car. I asked you, baby, did I get my point across? Oh, yeah. 2 busted ribs. 2 of Sonny Wellborn's ribs busted. He's our best player. Wait, he plays for the Vultures. Wellborn plays for the Vultures. How can he be your best player? Asshole, we own the Vultures. You own the Vultures? Yeah, asshole, and the Angels, and the Coyotes, and the Cannibals, and every other damn team in the league. They're all our property, all those boys. Jesus. No, not Jesus. Jesus doesn't have anything to do with it. But wait, you give me an idea, asshole. Mason swiveled toward Underwood, who was still leaning against the rain. It's something to think about, he said. Said Underwood. Take your head off your pud, Cliff. Think about it. About what? Christ on roller skates. Countless possibilities. Yeah, we could work in the devil. That's good. Yes, the devil. We might even work in the cross. The cross? Nah, that's too corny. Mason swiveled back toward Chonjaki. Chonjaki was still there. He wasn't surprised. If a monkey had been sitting there, he wouldn't have been surprised either. Mason had been around too long. But it wasn't a monkey, it was Chonjaki. He had to talk to Chonjaki. Duty, all for the rent, an occasional piece of ass, and a burial in the country. Dogs had fleas, men had troubles. Chonjaki, he said, please let me explain something to you. Are you listening? Are you capable of listening? I'm listening. We're a business. We work 5 nights a week. We're on television. We support families. We pay taxes. We vote. We get tickets from the fucking cops like anybody else. We get toothaches, insomnia, VD. We've got to live through Christmas and New Year's just like anybody else. You understand? Yes. Some of us get depressed sometimes. We're human. I even get depressed. I sometimes feel like crying at night. I sure as hell felt like crying last night when you broke 2 of Wellborn's ribs. He was ganging me, Mr. Mason. Chonjaki. Wellborn wouldn't pull a hair from your grandmother's left armpit. He reads Socrates, Robert Duncan, and W.H. Auden. He's been in the league 5 years, and he hasn't done enough physical damage to bruise a church-going moth. He was coming at me. He was swinging. He was screaming. Oh, Christ, said Mason softly. He put his cigar in the ashtray. Son, I told you, we're a family, a big family. We don't hurt each other. We've got ourselves the finest subnormal audience in sports. We've drawn the biggest breed of idiots alive, and they put that money right into our pockets, get it? We've drawn the top brand idiot right away from professional wrestling, I Love Lucy, and George Putnam. We're in, and we don't believe in either malice or violence, right, Cliff? Right, said Underwood. Let's do him a spot, said Mason. Okay, said Underwood. Mason got up from his desk and moved toward Underwood. You son of a bitch, he said. I'll kill you. Your mother swallows her own farts and has a syphilitic urinary tract. Your mother eats marinated cat shit, said Underwood. He moved away from the window and toward Mason. Mason swung first. Underwood rocked back against the desk. Mason got a stranglehold around his neck with his left arm and beat Underwood over the head with his right fist and forearm. Your sister's tits hang from the bottom of her butt and dangle in the water when she shits, Mason told Underwood. Underwood reached back with one arm and flipped Mason over his head. Mason rolled up against the wall with a crash. Then he got up, walked over to his desk, sat down in the swivel, picked up his cigar, and inhaled. It continued to rain. Underwood went back and leaned against the window. When a man works 5 nights a week, he can't afford to get injured, understand, Chonjaki? Yes, sir. Now look, kid, we got a general rule here, which is, are you listening? Yes. Which is, when anybody in the league injures another player, he's out of a job, out of the league. In fact, the word goes out he's blacklisted at every roller derby in America. Maybe Russia and China and Poland, too. You got that in your head? Yes. Now, we're letting you get by with this one because we spent a lot of time and money giving you this build-up. You're the Mark Spitz of our league, but we can bust you just like they can bust him if you don't do exactly what we tell you. Yes, sir, but that doesn't mean lay back. You gotta act violent without being violent, get it? The mirror trick, the rabbit out of the hat, the full ton of baloney. They love to be fooled. They don't know the truth, hell. They don't even want the truth. It makes them unhappy. We make them happy. We drive new cars and send our kids to college, right? Right. Okay, get the hell out of here. Chonjaki rose to leave. And, kid? Yes? Take a bath once in a while. What? Well, maybe that isn't it. Do you use enough toilet paper when you wipe your ass? I don't know. How much is enough? Didn't your mother tell you? What? You keep wiping until you can't see it anymore. Chunjaki just stood there looking at him. All right, you can go now, and please remember everything I've told you. Chunjaki left. Underwood walked over and sat down in the vacant chair. He took out his after-lunch 15-cent cigar and lit it. The two men sat there for 5 minutes without saying anything. Then the phone rang. Mason picked it up. He listened, then said, "Oh, Boy Scout Troop 763. How many? Sure. We'll let 'em in for half price. Sunday night we'll rope off a section. Sure. Oh, it's all right." He hung up. "Assholes," he said. Underwood didn't answer. They sat listening to the rain. The smoke from their cigars made interesting designs in the air. They sat and smoked and listened to the rain and watched the designs in the air. The phone rang again, and Mason made a face. Underwood got up from his chair, walked over, and answered it. It was his turn. A shipping clerk with a red nose. When I first met Randall Harris, he was 42 and lived with a gray-haired woman, one Margie Thompson. Margie was 45 and not too handsome. I was editing the little magazine Mad Fly at the time, and I had to come over in an attempt to get some material from Randall. Randall was known as an isolationist, a drunk, a crude and bitter man, but his poems were raw and honest, simple and savage. He was writing unlike anybody else at the time. He worked as a shipping clerk in an auto parts warehouse. I sat across from both Randall and Margie. It was 7:15 p.m., and Harris was already drunk on beer. He set a bottle in front of me. I'd heard of Margie Thompson. She was an old-time communist, a world-saver, a do-gooder. One wondered what she was doing with Randall, who cared for nothing, and admitted it. "I like to photograph shit," he told me. "That's my art." Randall had begun writing at the age of 38, at 42 after 3 small chapbooks. "Death is a dirtier dog than my country, My Mother Fucked an Angel, and The Piss-Wild Horses of Madness." He was getting what might be called critical acclaim, but he made nothing on his writing, and he said, "I'm nothing but a shipping clerk with the deep blue blues." He lived in an old front court in Hollywood with Margie, and he was weird, truly. "I just don't like people," he said. "You know, Will Rogers once said, I never met a man I didn't like. Me, I never met a man I liked." But Randall had humor and ability to laugh at pain and at himself. You liked him. He was an ugly man with a large head and a smashed-up face. Only the nose seemed to have escaped the general smash-up. "I don't have enough bone in my nose. It's like rubber," he explained. His nose was long and very red. I had heard stories about Randall. He was given to smashing windows and breaking bottles against the wall. He was one nasty drunk. He also had periods where he wouldn't answer the door or the telephone. He didn't own a TV, only a small radio, and he only listened to symphony music, strange for a guy as crude as he was. Randall also had periods when he took the bottom off the telephone and stuffed toilet paper around the bell so it wouldn't ring. It stayed that way for months. One wondered why he had a phone. His education was sparse, but he'd evidently read most of the best writers. "Well, fucker," he said to me, "I guess you wonder what I'm doing with her." He pointed to Margie. I didn't answer. "She's a good lay," he said, "and she gives me some of the best sex west of St. Louis." This was the same guy who had written 4 or 5 great love poems to a woman called Annie. You wonder how it worked. Margie just sat there and grinned. She wrote poetry, too, but it wasn't very good. She attended 2 workshops a week, which hardly helped. "So, you want some poems?" he asked me. "Yes, I'd like to look some over." Harris walked over to the closet, opened the door, and picked some torn and crushed papers off the floor. He handed them to me. "I wrote these last night." Then he walked into the kitchen and came out with 2 more beers. Margie didn't drink. I began to read the poems. They were all powerful. He typed with a very heavy hand, and the words seemed chiseled in the paper. The force of his writing always astounded me. He seemed to be saying all the things we should have said but had never thought of saying. "I'll take these poems," I said. "Okay," he said. "Drink up." When you came to see Harris, drinking was a must. He smoked one cigarette after another. He dressed in loose brown chino pants 2 sizes too large and old shirts that were always ripped. He was around 6 feet and 220 pounds, much of it beer fat. He was round-shouldered and peered out at you from behind slitted eyelids. We drank a good 2 hours and a half, the room heavy with smoke. Suddenly Harris stood up and said, "Get the hell out of here, fucker, you disgust me." "Easy now, Harris." "I said now, fucker." I got up and left with the poems. I returned to that front court 2 months later to deliver a couple of copies of Mad Fly to Harris. I had run all 10 of his poems. Margie let me in. Randall wasn't there. "He's in New Orleans," said Margie. "I think he's getting a break. Jack Teller wants to publish his next book, but he wants to meet Randall first. Teller says he can't print anybody he doesn't like. He's paid the airfare both ways. Randall isn't exactly endearing," I said. "We'll see," said Margie. "Teller's a drunk and an ex-con. They might make a lovely pair." Teller put out the magazine Riff Raff and had his own press. He did very fine work. The last issue of Riff Raff had had Harris's ugly face on the cover sucking at a beer bottle and had featured a number of his poems. Riff Raff was generally recognized as the #1 lit mag of the time. Harris was beginning to get more and more notice. This would be a good chance for him if he didn't botch it with his mean tongue and his drunken manners. Before I left, Margie told me she was pregnant by Harris. As I said, she was 45. "What did he say when you told him?" "He seemed indifferent." I left. The book did come out in an edition of 2000, finely printed. The cover was made of cork imported from Ireland. The pages were varicolored, of extremely good paper, set in rare type and interspersed with some of Harris's India ink sketches. The book received acclaim both for itself and its contents, but Teller couldn't pay royalties. He and his wife lived on a very narrow margin. In 10 years, the book would go for $75 on the rare book market. Meanwhile, Harris went back to his shipping clerk job at the auto parts warehouse. When I called again 4 or 5 months later, Margie was gone. "She's been gone a long time," said Harris. "Have a beer." "What happened?" "Well, after I got back from New Orleans, I wrote a few short stories. While I was at work, she got to poking around in my drawer. She read a couple of my stories and took exception to them." "What were they about?" "Oh, she read something about my climbing in and out of bed with some women in New Orleans." "Were the stories true?" I asked. "How's Mad Fly doing?" he asked. The baby was born, a girl, Naomi Louise Harris. She and her mother lived in Santa Monica, and Harris drove out once a week to see them. He paid child support and continued to drink his beer. Next I knew, he had a weekly column in the underground newspaper L.A. Lifeline. He called his columns Sketches of a First-Class Maniac. His prose was like his poetry, undisciplined, antisocial, and lazy. Harris grew a goatee and grew his hair longer. The next time I saw him, he was living with a 35-year-old girl, a pretty redhead called Susan. Susan worked in an art supply store, painted and played fair guitar. She also drank an occasional beer with Randall, which was more than Margie had done. The court seemed cleaner. When Harris finished a bottle, he threw it into a paper bag instead of throwing it on the floor. He was still a nasty drunk, though. "I'm writing a novel," he told me, "and I'm getting a poetry reading now and then at nearby universities. I also have one coming up in Michigan and one in New Mexico. The offers are pretty good. I don't like to read, but I'm a good reader. I give them a show, and I give them some good poetry." Harris was also beginning to paint. He didn't paint very well. He painted like a 5-year-old drunk on vodka, but he managed to sell 1 or 2 for $40 or $50. He told me that he was considering quitting his job. 3 weeks later, he did quit in order to make the Michigan reading. He'd already used his vacation for the New Orleans trip. I remember once he had vowed to me, "I'll never read in front of those blood-suckers, Chinaski. I'll go to my grave without ever giving a poetry reading. It's vanity, it's a sellout." I didn't remind him of his statement. His novel, Death in the Life of All Eyes on Earth, was brought out by a small but prestige press which paid standard royalties. The reviews were good, including one in the New York Review of Books. But he was still a nasty drunk and had many fights with Susan over his drinking. Finally, after one horrible drunk, when he had raved and cursed and screamed all night, Susan left him. I saw Randall several days after her departure. Harris was strangely quiet, hardly nasty at all. "I loved her, Chinaski," he told me. "I'm not going to make it, baby. You'll make it, Randall. You'll see, you'll make it. The human being is much more durable than you think." "Shit," he said. "I hope you're right. I've got this damned hole in my gut. Women have put many a good man under the bridge. They don't feel it like we do. They feel it. She just couldn't handle your drinking. Fuck, man. I write most of my stuff when I'm drunk. Is that the secret? Shit, yes. Sober, I'm just a shipping clerk and not a very good one at that." I left him there hanging over his beer. I made the rounds again 3 months later. Harris was still in his front court. He introduced me to Sandra, a nice-looking blonde of 27. Her father was a Superior Court judge, and she was a graduate of USC. Besides being well-shaped, she had a cool sophistication that had been lacking in Randall's other women. They were drinking a bottle of good Italian wine. Randall's goatee had turned into a beard, and his hair was much longer. His clothes were new and in the latest style. He had on $40 shoes, a new wristwatch, and his face seemed thinner, his fingernails clean, but his nose still reddened as he drank the wine. "Randall and I are moving to West L.A. this weekend," she told me. "This place is filthy." "I've done a lot of good writing here," he said. "Randall, dear," she said, "it isn't the place that does the writing, it's you. I think we might get Randall a job teaching 3 days a week." "I can't teach." "Darling, you can teach them everything." "Shit," he said. "They're thinking of doing a movie of Randall's book. We've seen the script. It's a very fine script." "A movie?" I asked. "There's not much chance," said Harris. "Darling, it's in the works. Have a little faith." I had another glass of wine with him, then left. Sandra was a beautiful girl. I wasn't given Randall's West L.A. address and didn't make any attempt to find him. It was over a year later when I read the review of the movie Flower Up the Tail of Hell. It had been taken from his novel. It was a fine review, and Harris even had an acting bit in the film. I went to see it. They'd done a good job on the book. Harris looked a little more austere than when I had last seen him. I decided to find him. After a bit of detective work, I knocked on the door of his cabin in Malibu one night about 9 p.m. Randall answered the door. "Chinaski, old dog," he said, "come on in." A beautiful girl sat on the couch. She appeared to be about 19. She simply radiated natural beauty. "This is Carilla," he said. They were drinking a bottle of expensive French wine. I sat down with him and had a glass. I had several glasses. Another bottle came out and we talked quietly. Harris didn't get drunk and nasty and didn't appear to smoke as much. "I'm working on a play for Broadway," he told me. "They say the theater is dying, but I have something for them. One of the leading producers is interested. I'm getting the last act in shape now. It's a good medium. I was always splendid on conversation, you know." "Yes," I said. I left about 11:30 that night. The conversation had been pleasant. Harris had begun to show a distinguished gray about the temples, and he didn't say shit more than 4 or 5 times. The play, Shoot Your Father, Shoot Your God, Shoot Away the Disentanglement, was a success. It had one of the longest runs in Broadway history. It had everything, something for the revolutionaries, something for the reactionaries, something for lovers of comedy, something for lovers of drama, even something for the intellectuals, and it still made sense. Randall Harris moved from Malibu to a large place high in the Hollywood Hills. You read about him now in the syndicated gossip columns. I went to work and found the location of his Hollywood Hills place, a 3-story mansion which overlooked the lights of Los Angeles and Hollywood. I parked, got out of the car, and walked up the path to the front door. It was around 8:30 p.m., cool, almost cold. There was a full moon and the air was fresh and clear. I rang the bell. It seemed a very long wait. Finally, the door opened. It was the butler. "Yes, sir?" he asked me. "Henry Chinaski to see Randall Harris," I said. "Just a moment, sir." He closed the door quietly, and I waited. Again a long time. Then the butler was back. "I'm sorry, sir, but Mr. Harris can't be disturbed at this time." "Oh, all right." "Would you care to leave a message, sir?" "A message?" "Yes, a message." "Yes, tell him congratulations." "Congratulations. Is that all?" "Yes, that's all." "Good night, sir." "Good night." I went back to my car, got in, it started, and I began the long drive down out of the hills. I had that early copy of Mad Fly with me that I had wanted him to sign. It was the copy with 10 of Randall Harris's poems in it. He probably was busy. Maybe, I thought, if I mail the magazine to him with a stamped return envelope, he'll sign. It was only about 9 p.m. There was time for me to go somewhere else. The devil was hot. Well, it was after an argument with Flo, and I didn't feel like getting drunk or going to a massage parlor, so I got in my car and drove west toward the beach. It was along toward evening, and I drove slowly. I got to the pier, parked, and walked on up the pier. I stopped in the Penny Arcade, played a few games, but the place stank of piss, so I walked out. I was too old to ride the merry-go-round, so I passed that. The usual types walked the pier, a sleepy, indifferent crowd. It was then I noticed a roaring sound coming from a nearby building. A tape, a record, no doubt. There was a barker out front. "Yes, ladies and gentlemen, inside, here we actually have captured the devil. He is on display to see with your own eyes. Think, just for a quarter, 25 cents, you can actually see the devil, the biggest loser of all time, the loser of the only revolution ever attempted in heaven." Well, I was ready for a little comedy to offset what Flo was putting me through. I paid my quarter and stepped inside with 6 or 7 other assorted suckers. They had this guy in a cage. They'd sprayed him red, and he had something in his mouth that made him puff out little rolls of smoke and spurts of flame. He wasn't putting on a very good show. He was just walking around in circles, saying over and over again, "God damn it, I've got to get out of here. How'd I ever get in this friggin' fix?" Well, I'll tell you, he did look dangerous. Suddenly he did 6 rapid backflips. On his last flip, he landed on his feet, looked around, and said, "Oh, shit, I feel awful." Then he saw me. He walked right over to where I was standing next to the wire. He was warm, like a heater. I don't know how they worked that. "My son," he said, "you've come at last. I've been waiting 32 days. I've been in this fucking cage." "I don't know what you're talking about." "My son," he said, "don't joke with me. Come back late tonight with the wire cutters and free me." "Don't lay any shit on me, man," I said. 32 days I've been in here. My son, at last I have my freedom." "You mean you claim you're really the devil?" "I'll screw a cat's ass if I'm not," he answered. "If you're the devil, then you can use your supernatural powers to get out of here." "My powers have temporarily vanished. This guy, the barker, he was in the drunk tank with me. I told him I was the devil, and he bailed me out. I'd lost my powers in that jail, or I wouldn't have needed him. He got me drunk again, and when I woke up, I was in this cage, the cheap bastard. He feeds me dog food and peanut butter sandwiches. My son, help me, I beg you." "You're crazy," I said. "You're some kind of nut. Just come back tonight, my son, with the wire clippers." The barker walked in and announced that the session with the devil was over, and if we wanted to see him any more, it'd be another 25 cents. I'd seen enough. I walked out with the 6 or 7 other assorted suckers. "Hey, he talked to you," said a little old guy walking next to me. "I've seen him every night, and you're the first person he has ever talked to." "Balls," I said. The barker stopped me. "What did he tell you? I saw him talking to you. What did he tell you?" "He told me everything," I said. "Well, hands off, buddy. He's mine. I ain't made so much money since I had the bearded 3-legged lady." "What happened to her?" "She ran away with the octopus man. They're running a farm in Kansas." "I think you people are all crazy." "I'm just telling you I found this guy. Keep off." I walked to my car, got in, and drove back to Flo. When I got there, she was sitting in the kitchen drinking whiskey. She sat there and told me a few hundred times what a useless hunk of man I was. I drank with her a while, not saying much myself. Then I got up, Went to the garage, got the wire cutters, put them in my pocket, got in the car, and drove back to the pier. I broke in the back way. The latch was rusty and snapped right off. He was asleep on the floor of the cage. I began trying to cut the wire, but I couldn't cut through it. The wire was very thick. Then he woke up. "My son," he said, "you came back. I knew you would." "Look, man, I can't cut the wire with these clippers. The wire's too thick." He stood up. "Hand 'em here." "God," I said, "your hands are hot. You must have some kind of fever." "Don't call me God," he said. He snipped the wire with the clippers like it was thread and stepped out. "And now, my son, to your place. I've got to get my strength back. A few porterhouse steaks and I'll be straight. I've eaten so much dog food I'm afraid I'm going to bark any minute." We walked back to my car and I drove him to my place. When we walked in, Flo was still sitting in the kitchen drinking whiskey. I fried him a bacon and egg sandwich for starters and we sat down with Flo. "Your friend is a handsome-looking devil," she told me. "He claims to be the devil," I said. "Been a long time," he said, "since I had me a honk of good woman." He leaned over and gave Flo a long kiss. When he let go, she seemed to be in a state of shock. "That was the hottest kiss I ever had," she said, "and I've had plenty." "Really?" he asked. "If you make love anything like the way you kiss, it would simply be too much, just simply too much." "Where's your bedroom?" he asked me. "Just follow the lady," I said. He followed Flo to the bedroom, and I poured a deep whiskey. I never heard such screams and moans, and it went on for a good 45 minutes. Then he walked out alone and sat down and poured himself a drink. "My son," he said, "you got yourself a good woman there." He walked to the couch in the front room, stretched out, and fell asleep. I walked into the bedroom undressed and climbed in with Flo. "My God," she said, "my God, I don't believe it. He put me through heaven and hell." "I just hope he doesn't set the couch on fire," I said. "You mean he smokes cigarettes and falls asleep?" "Forget it," I said. Well, he began taking over. I had to sleep on the couch. I had to listen to Flo screaming and moaning in there every night. One day while Flo was at the market and we were having a beer in the breakfast nook, I had a talk with him. "Listen," I said, "I don't mind helping somebody out, but now I've lost my bed and my wife. I'm going to have to ask you to leave." "I believe I'll stay a while, my son. Your old lady is one of the best pieces I've ever had." "Listen, man," I said, "I might have to take extreme means to remove you." "Tough boy, eh? Well, look, tough boy, I got a little news for you. My supernatural powers have returned. If you try to fuck with me, you might get burned. Watch." We've got a dog, Old Bones. He's not worth much, but he barks at night. He's a fair watchdog. Well, he pointed his finger at Old Bones. The finger kind of made a sneezing sound, then it sizzled, and a thin line of flame ran up and touched Old Bones. Old Bones frizzled up and vanished. He just wasn't there anymore. No bone, no fur, not even any stink, just space. "Okay, man," I told him, "you can stay a couple of days, but after that you gotta leave." "Fry me up a porterhouse," he said. "I'm hungry and I'm afraid my sperm count is dropping off." I got up and threw a steak in the pan. "Cook me up some French fries to go with that," he said, "and some sliced tomato. I don't need any coffee. Been having insomnia. I'll just have a couple more beers." By the time I got the food in front of him, Flo was back. "Hello, my love," she said. "How you doing?" "Just fine," he said. "Don't you have any ketchup?" I walked out, got in my car, and drove down to the beach. Well, the barker had another devil in there. I paid my quarter and went in. This devil really wasn't much. The red paint sprayed on him was killing him, and he was drinking to keep from going crazy. He was a big guy, but he didn't have any qualities at all. I was one of the few customers in there. There were more flies in there than there were people. The barker walked up to me. "I'm starving to death since you stole the real thing from me." "I suppose you got a show of your own going?" "Listen," I said, "I'd give anything to give him back to you. I was just trying to be a good guy." "You know what happens to good guys in this world, don't you?" "Yeah, they end up standing down at 7th and Broadway selling copies of the Watchtower." "My name's Ernie Jamestown," he said. "Tell me all about it. We got a room in the back." I walked to the room in the back with Ernie. His wife was sitting at the table drinking whiskey. She looked up. "Listen, Ernie, if this bastard is going to be our new devil, forget it. We might just as well stage a triple suicide." "Take it easy," said Ernie, and passed the bottle. I told Ernie everything that had happened. He listened carefully and then said, "I can take him off your hands. He has two weaknesses, drink and women. And there's one other thing. I don't know why it happens, but when he's confined, like he was in the drunk tank or in that cage out there, he loses his supernatural powers." "All right, we take it from there." Ernie went to the closet and dragged out a mass of chains and padlocks. Then he went to the phone and asked for an Edna Hemlock. Edna Hemlock was to meet us in 20 minutes at the corner outside Woody's bar. Ernie and I got in my car, stopped for 2/5 at the liquor store, met Edna, picked her up, and drove to my place. They were still in the kitchen. They were necking like mad, but as soon as he saw Edna, the devil forgot all about my old lady. He dropped her like a pair of stained panties. Edna had it all. They'd made no mistakes when they put her together. "Why don't you two drink up and get acquainted?" said Ernie. Ernie put a large glass of whiskey in front of each of them. The devil looked at Ernie. "Hey, Mother, you're the guy who put me in that cage, ain't you?" "Forget it," said Ernie. "Let's let bygones be bygones." "Like hell." He pointed a finger, and the line of flame ran up to Ernie, and he was no longer there. Edna smiled and lifted her whiskey. The devil grinned, lifted his, and gulped it down. "Fine stuff," he said. "Who bought it?" "That man who just left the room a minute ago," I said. "Oh." He and Edna had another drink and began eyeballing each other. Then my old lady spoke to him. "Take your eyes off that tramp." "What tramp?" "Her." "Just drink your drink and shut up." He pointed his finger at my old lady. There was a small crackling sound, and she was gone. Then he looked at me. "And what have you got to say?" "Oh, I'm the guy who brought the wire cutters, remember? I'm here to run little errands, bring in towels, so forth." "It sure feels good to have my supernatural powers again." "They do come in handy," I said. "We got an overpopulation problem anyhow." He was eyeballing Edna. Their eyes were so locked that I was able to lift one of the fifths of whiskey. I took the fifth and got in my car with it and drove back to the beach again. Ernie's wife was still sitting in the back room. She was glad to see the new fifth, and I poured 2 drinks. "Who's the kid you got locked in the cage?" I asked. "Oh, he's a third-string quarterback from one of the local colleges. He's trying to pick up a little spare change." "You sure have nice breasts," I said. "You think so?" "Ernie never says anything about my breasts." "Drink up. This is good stuff." I slid over next to her. She had nice fat thighs. When I kissed her, she didn't resist. "I get so tired of this life," she said. "Ernie's always been a cheap hustler. You got a good job?" "Oh, yeah, I'm head shipping clerk at Drombo Western." "Kiss me again," she said. I rolled off and wiped myself with the sheet. "If Ernie finds out, he'll kill us both," she said. "Ernie isn't going to find out. Don't worry about it." "You make great love," she said, "but why me?" "I don't understand." "I mean, really, what made you do it?" "Oh," I said, "the devil made me do it." Then I lit a cigarette, laid back, inhaled, and blew a perfect smoke ring. She got up and went to the bathroom. In a minute I heard the toilet flush. Guts. Like anybody can tell you, I'm not a very nice man. I don't know the word. I've always admired the villain, the outlaw, the son of a bitch. I don't like the clean-shaven boy with a necktie and the good job. I like desperate men, men with broken teeth and broken minds and broken ways. They interest me. They're full of surprises and explosions. I also like vile women, drunk, cursing bitches with loose stockings and sloppy mascara faces. I'm more interested in perverts than saints. I can relax with bums because I'm a bum. I don't like laws, morals, religions, rules. I don't like to be shaped by society. I was drinking with Marty, the ex-con, up in my room one night. I didn't have a job. I didn't want a job. I just wanted to sit around with my shoes off and drink wine and talk and laugh if possible. Marty was a little dull, but he had working man's hands, a broken nose, mole's eyes, nothing much to him, but he'd been through it. "I like you, Hank," said Marty. "You're a real man. You're one of the few real men I've known." "Yeah," I said. "You got guts." "Yeah." "I was a hard rock miner once." "Yeah." "I got in a fight with this guy. We used axe handles. He broke my left arm with his first swing. I went on to fight him. I beat his goddamn head in. When he came around from that beating, he was out of his head. I'd mashed his brains in. They put him in a madhouse." "That's all right," I said. "Listen," said Marty, "I want to fight you. You get the first punch. Go ahead, hit me." Marty was sitting in a straight-back green chair. I was walking to the sink to pour another glass of wine from the bottle. I turned around and smashed him right to the face. He flipped over backwards in the chair, got up, and came toward me. I wasn't looking for the left. It got me high on the forehead and knocked me down. I reached into a paper sack full of vomit and empties, came out with a bottle, rose to my knees, and hurled it. Marty ducked, and I came up with the chair behind me. I had it over my head when the door opened. It was our landlady, a good-looking young blonde in her 20s. What she was doing running a place like that I could never figure out. I put the chair down. "Go to your room, Marty." Marty looked ashamed like a little boy. He walked down the hall to his room, walked in, and closed the door. "Mr. Chinaski," she said, "I want you to know—" "I want you to know," I said, "that it's no use." "What's no use? You're not my type. I don't want to fuck you." "Listen," she said, "I want to tell you something. I saw you pissing in the lot next door last night, and if you do that again, I'm going to throw you out of here. Somebody's been pissing in the elevator, too. Has that been you?" "I don't piss in elevators." "Well, I saw you in the lot last night. I was watching. It was you." "The hell it was me." "You were too drunk to know. Don't do it again." She closed the door and was gone. I was sitting there quietly drinking wine a few minutes later and trying to remember if I had pissed in the lot, when there was a knock on the door. "Come in," I said. It was Marty. "I gotta tell you something." "Sure, sit down." I poured Marty a glass of port, and he sat down. "I'm in love," he said. I didn't answer. I rolled a cigarette. "You believe in love?" he asked. "I have to. It happened to me once." "Where is she?" "She's gone. Dead." "Dead? How?" "Drink." "This one drinks, too. It worries me. She's always drunk. She can't stop." "None of us can. I go to AA meetings with her. She's drunk when she goes. Half of 'em down there at the AA are drunk. You can smell the fumes." I didn't answer. "God, she's young, and what a body. I love her, man, really love her." "Oh, hell, Marty, that's just sex." "No, I love her, Hank. I really feel it." "I guess it's possible." "Christ, they've got her down in a cellar room. She can't pay her rent." "The cellar?" "Yeah, they got a room down there with all the boilers and shit." "Hard to believe." "Yeah, she's down there, and I love her, man, and I don't have any money to help her with." "That's sad. I've been in the same situation. It hurts. If I can get straight, if I can get on the wagon for 10 days and get my health back, I can get a job somewhere. I can help her." "Well," I said, "you're drinking now. If you love her, you'll stop drinking right now." "By God," he said, "I will. I'll pour this drink into the sink." "Don't be melodramatic. Just pass that glass over here." I took the elevator down to the first floor with a fifth of cheap whiskey I had stolen at Sam's liquor store a week earlier. Then I took the stairway to the cellar. There was a small light burning down there. I walked along looking for a door. I finally found one. It must have been 1 or 2 in the morning. I knocked. The door opened a notch, and here stood a really fine-looking woman in a negligee. I hadn't expected that. Young and a strawberry blonde. I stuck my foot in the door. Then I pushed my way in, closed the door, and looked around. Not a bad place at all. "Who are you?" she asked. "Get out of here." "This is a nice place you got here. I like it better than my own." "Get out of here. Get out. Get out." I pulled the fifth of whiskey out of the paper bag. She looked at it. "What's your name?" I asked. "Jeannie." "Look, Jeannie, where do you keep your drinking glasses?" She pointed to a wall shelf, and I walked over and got 2 tall water glasses. There was a sink. I put a little water in each, then walked over, set them down, opened the whiskey, and mixed it in. We sat on the edge of her bed and drank. She was young, attractive. I couldn't believe it. I waited for a neurotic explosion, for something psychotic. Jeannie looked normal, even healthy. But she did like her whiskey. She drank right along with me. Having come down there in a rush of eagerness, I no longer felt that eagerness. I mean, if she had had a little pig in her, or something indecent or foul, a hare lip, anything, I would have felt more like moving in. I remembered a story I had read in the racing form once about a high-bred stallion they couldn't get to mate with the mares. They got the most beautiful mares they could find, but the stallion only shied away. Then somebody who knew something got an idea. He smeared mud all over beautiful mare, and the stallion immediately mounted her. The theory was that the stallion felt inferior to all the beauty, and when it was muddied up, fouled, he at least felt equal or maybe even superior. Horses' minds and men's minds could be a great deal alike. Anyhow, Jeannie poured the next drink and asked me my name and where I roomed. I told her that I was upstairs somewhere, and I just wanted to drink with somebody. "I saw you at the Clamber Inn one night about a week ago," she said. "You were very funny. You had everybody laugh, and you bought everybody drinks." "I don't remember." "I remember. You like my negligee?" "Yes." "Why don't you take off your pants and get more comfortable?" I did, and sat back on the bed with her. It moved very slowly. I remember telling her that she had nice breasts, and then I was sucking on one of them. Next I knew we were at it. I was on top. But something didn't work. I rolled off. "I'm sorry," I said. "It's all right," she said. "I still like you." We sat there talking vaguely and finishing the whiskey. Then she got up and turned off the lights. I felt very sad and climbed into bed and lay against her back. Jeannie was warm, full, and I could feel her breathing, and I could feel her hair against my face. My penis began to rise, and I poked it against her. I felt her hand reach down and guide it in. "Now," she said, "now, that's it." It was good that way, long and good, and then we were finished, and then we slept. When I woke up, she was still asleep, and I got up to get dressed. I was fully clothed when she turned and looked at me. "One more time before you go." "All right." I undressed again and got in with her. She turned her back to me, and we did it again the same way. After I climaxed, she lay with her back to me. "Will you come see me again?" she asked. "Of course. You live upstairs?" "Yes, 309. I can come see you, or you can come see me." "I'd rather you came to see me," she said. "All right," I said. I got dressed, opened the door, closed the door, walked up the stairway, got in the elevator, and hit the 3 button. It was about a week later. One night I was drinking wine with Marty. We talked about various things of no importance, and then he said, "Christ, I feel awful." "What, again?" "Yeah, my girl Jeannie, I told you about her." "Yes, the one who lives in the cellar. You're in love with her." "Yeah, they kicked her out of the cellar. She couldn't even make the cellar rent." "Where'd she go?" "I don't know. She's gone. I heard they kicked her out. Nobody knows what she did, where she went. I went to the AA meeting. She wasn't there. I'm sick, Hank. I'm really sick. I loved her. I'm about out of my head." I didn't answer. "What can I do, man? I'm really torn apart." "Let's drink to her luck, Marty, to her good luck." We had a good long one to her. "She was all right, Hank. You gotta believe me. She was all right." "I believe you, Marty." A week later, Marty got kicked out for not paying his rent, and I got a job in a meat-packing plant, and there were a couple of Mexican bars across the street. I liked those Mexican bars. After work, I smelled of blood, but nobody seemed to mind. It wasn't until I got on the bus to go back to my room that those noses started raising and I got the dirty looks and I began feeling mean again. That helped. Hitman. Ronnie was to meet the two men at the German bar in the Silver Lake district. It was 7:15 p.m. He sat there drinking the dark beer at the table by himself. The barmaid was blonde, fine ass, and her breasts looked as if they were going to fall out of her blouse. Ronnie liked blondes. It was like ice skating and roller skating. The blondes were ice skating, the rest were roller skating. The blondes even smelled different. But women meant trouble, and for him the trouble often outweighed the joy. In other words, the price was too high. Yet a man needed a woman now and then, if for no other reason than to prove he could get one. The sex was secondary. It wasn't a lover's world. It never would be. 7:20. He waved her over for another beer. She came, smiling, carrying the beer out in front of her breasts. He couldn't help liking her like that. "You like working here?" he asked her. "Oh, yes, I meet a lot of men. Nice men, and the other kind." "How can you tell them apart?" "I can tell by looking." "What kind of man am I?" "Oh," she laughed. "Nice, of course. You've earned your tip," said Ronnie. 7:25. They said 7. Then he looked up. It was Kurt. Kurt had the guy with him. They came over and sat down. Kurt waved for a pitcher. "The Rams ain't worth shit," said Kurt. "I've lost an even $500 on them this season." "You think Prothrow's finished?" "Yeah, it's over for him," said Kurt. "Oh, this is Bill. Bill, this is Ronnie." They shook hands. The barmaid arrived with a pitcher. "Gentlemen," said Ronnie, "this is Kathy." "Oh," said Bill. "Oh, yes," said Kurt. The barmaid laughed and wiggled off. "It's good beer," said Ronnie. "I've been here since 7, waiting. I ought to know." "You don't want to get drunk," said Kurt. "Is he reliable?" asked Bill. "He's got the best references," said Kurt. "Look," said Bill, "I don't want comedy. It's my money." "How do I know you're not a pig?" asked Ronnie. "How do I know you won't cut with the 2,500? $3,000. Kurt said 2.5. I just upped it. I don't like you. I don't care too much for your ass either. I've got a good mind to call it off." "You won't. You guys never do." "Do you do this regular?" "Yes. Do you?" "All right, gentlemen," said Kurt. "I don't care what you settle for. I get my $1,000 for the contract." "You're the lucky one, Kurt," said Bill. "Yeah," said Ronnie. "Each man is an expert in his own line," said Kurt, lighting a cigarette. "Kurt, how do I know this guy won't cut with the $3,000? "He won't or he's out of business. It's the only kind of work he can do." "That's horrible," said Bill. "What's horrible about it? You need him, don't you?" "Well, yes. Other people need him, too. They say each man is good at something. He's good at that." Somebody put some money in the juke, and they sat listening to the music and drinking the beer. "I'd really like to give it to that blonde," said Ronnie. "I'd like to give her about 6 hours at turkey neck." "I would too," said Kurt, "if I had it." "Let's get another pitcher," said Bill. "I'm nervous." "There's nothing to worry about," said Kurt. He waved for another pitcher of beer. "That $500 I dropped on the Rams, I'll get it back at Anita. They open December 26th. I'll be there." "Is the shoe going to ride in the meet?" asked Bill. "I haven't read the papers. I'd imagine he will. He can't quit. It's in his blood." "Longdon quit," said Ronnie. "Well, he had to. They had to strap the old man in the saddle. He won his last race. Campus pulled the other horse." "I don't think you can beat the horses," said Bill. "A smart man can beat anything he puts his mind to," said Kurt. "I've never worked in my life." "Yeah," said Ronnie, "but I gotta work tonight." "Be sure you do a good job, baby," said Kurt. "I always do a good job." They were quiet and sat drinking their beer. Then Ronnie said, "All right, where's the goddamn money?" You'll get it," said Bill. "It's lucky I brought an extra 500. I want it now, all of it." "Give him the money, Bill, and while you're at it, give me mine." It was all in hundreds. Bill counted it under the table. Ronnie got his first and Kurt got his. They checked it. Okay. "Where's it at?" asked Ronnie. "Here," said Bill, handing him an envelope. The address and key are inside. How far away is it? 30 minutes. You take the Ventura Freeway. Can I ask you one thing? Sure. Why? Why? Yes, why? Do you care? No. Then why ask? Too much beer, I guess. Maybe you better get going, said Kurt. Just one more pitcher of beer, said Ronnie. No, said Kurt. Get going. Well, shit, all right. Ronnie moved around the table, got out, walked to the exit. Kurt and Bill sat there looking at him. He walked outside. Night. Stars. Moon. Traffic. His car. He unlocked it, got in, drove off. Ronnie checked the street carefully and the address more carefully. He parked a block and a half away and walked back. The key fit the door. He opened it and walked in. There was a TV set going in the front room. He walked across the rug. "Bill?" somebody asked. He listened for the voice. She was in the bathroom. "Bill?" she said again. He pushed the door open, and there she sat in the tub, very blonde, very white, young. She screamed. He got his hands around her throat and pushed her under the water. His sleeves were soaked. She kicked and struggled violently. It got so bad that he had to get in the tub with her, clothes and all. He had to hold her down. Finally she was still, and he let her go. Bill's clothes didn't quite fit him, but at least they were dry. The wallet was wet, but he kept the wallet. Then he got out of there, walked the block and one half to his car and drove off. This is what killed Dylan Thomas. This is what killed Dylan Thomas. I boarded the plane with my girlfriend, the sound man, the cameraman, and the producer. The camera is working. The sound man has attached little microphones to my girlfriend and myself. I'm on my way to San Francisco to give a poetry reading. I'm Henry Chinaski, poet. I'm profound. I am magnificent. Balls. Well, yes, I do have magnificent balls. Channel 15 is thinking of doing a documentary on me. I have on a clean new shirt, and my girlfriend is vibrant, magnificent, in her early 30s. She sculpts, writes, and makes marvelous love. The camera pokes into my face. I pretend it isn't there. The passengers watch, the stewardesses beam, the land is stolen from the Indians, Tom Mix is dead, and I've had a fine breakfast. But I can't help thinking of the years in lonely rooms when the only people who knocked were the landladies asking for the back rent or the FBI. I lived with rats and mice and wine, and my blood crawled the walls in a world I couldn't understand and still can't. Rather than live their life, I starved. I ran inside my own mind and hid. I pulled down all the shades and stared at the ceiling. And when I went out, it was to a bar where I begged drinks, ran errands, was beaten in alleys by well-fed and secure men, by dull and comfortable men. Well, I won a few fights, but only because I was crazy. I went for years without women. I lived on peanut butter and stale bread and boiled potatoes. I was the fool, the dolt, the idiot. I wanted to write, but the typer was always in hock. I gave it up and drank. The plane rose and the camera went on. The girlfriend and I talked. The drinks arrived. I had poetry and a fine woman. Life was picking up. But the traps, Chinaski, watch the traps. You fought a long fight to put the word down the way you wanted. Don't let a little adulation and a movie camera pull you out of position. Remember what Jeffers said, even the strongest men can be trapped, like God, when he once walked on earth. Well, you ain't God, Chinaski. Relax and have another drink. Maybe you ought to say something profound for the sound man. Nah, let him sweat. Let them all sweat. Is their film burning? Check the clouds for size. You're riding with executives from IBM, from Texaco, You're riding with the enemy. On the escalator out of the airport, a man asks, "What's all the cameras? What's going on?" "I'm a poet," I tell him. "A poet?" he asks. "What's your name?" "Garcia Lorca," I say. Well, North Beach is different. They're young, and they wear jeans, and they wait around. I'm old. Where are the young ones of 20 years ago? Where is Joltin' Joe? All that. Well, I was in SF 30 years ago and I avoided North Beach. Now I'm walking through it. I see my face on posters all about. Be careful, old man, the suck is on, they want your blood. My girlfriend and I walk along with Marionette. Well, here we are walking along with Marionette. It's nice being with Marionette. He has very gentle eyes, and the young girls stop him on the street and talk to him. Now I think I could stay in San Francisco, but I know better. It's back to L.A. for me with that machine gun mounted on the front court window. They might have caught God, but Chinaski gets advice from the devil. Marionette leaves, and there's a beatnik coffee shop. I've never been in a beatnik coffee shop. I'm in a beatnik coffee shop. My girl and I get the best, 60 cents a cup, big time. It isn't worth it. The kids sit about sipping at their coffees and waiting for it to happen. It isn't going to happen. We walk across the street to an Italian cafe. Marionette is back with the guy from the SF Chronicle who wrote in his column that I was the best short story writer to come along since Hemingway. I tell him he was wrong. I don't know who is the best since Hemingway, but it isn't H.C. I'm too careless. I don't put out enough effort. I'm tired. The wine comes on. Bad wine. The lady brings in soup, salad, a bowl of raviolis, another bottle of bad wine. We're too full to eat the main course. The talk is loose. We don't strain to be brilliant. Maybe we can't be. We get out. I walk behind them up the hill. I walk with my beautiful girlfriend. I begin to vomit. Bad red wine, salad, soup, raviolis. I always vomit before reading. It's a good sign. The edge is on. The knife is in my gut while I walk up the hill. They put us in a room, leave us a few bottles of beer. I glance over my poems. I am terrified. I heave in the sink. I heave in the toilet. I heave on the floor. I am ready. The biggest crowd since Yevtushenko. I walk on stage. Hot shit, Chinaski. There is a refrigerator full of beer behind me. I reach in and take one. I sit down and begin to read. They paid $2 a head. Fine people, those. Some are quite hostile from the outset. 1/3 of them hate me. 1/3 of them love me. The other third don't know what the hell. I have some poems that I know will increase the hate. It's good to have hostility. It keeps the head loose. Will Laura Day please stand up? Will my love please stand up? She does, waving her arms. I begin to get more interested in the beer than the poetry. I talk between the poems, dry and banal stuff, drab. I am H. Bogart. I am Hemingway. I am hot shit. Read the poems, Chinaski, they scream. They're right, you know. I try to stay with the poems, but I'm at the refrigerator door much of the time, too. It makes the work easier, and they've already paid. I'm told once John Cage came out on stage, ate an apple, walked off, got $1,000. I figured I had a few beers coming. Well, it was over. They came around, autographs. They'd come from Oregon, L.A., Washington. Nice, pretty little girls, too. This is what killed Dylan Thomas. Back upstairs at the place, drinking beer and talking to Laura and Joe Krisiak. They are beating on the door downstairs. Chinaski, Chinaski. Joe goes down to hold them off. I'm a rock star. Finally, I go down and let some of them in. I know some of them. Starving poets, editors of little magazines. Some get through that I don't know. All right, lock the door. We drink. Al Masantic falls down in the bathroom and crashes the top of his head open. A very fine poet, that Al. Well, everybody's talking. It's just another sloppy beer drunk. Then the editor of a little magazine starts beating on a fag. I don't like it. I try to separate them. A window is broken. I push them down the steps. I push everybody down the steps except Laura. The party is over. Well, not quite. Laura and I are into it. My love and I are into it. She's got a temper. I've got one to match. It's over nothing as usual. I tell her to get the hell out. She does. I wake up hours later, and she's standing in the center of the room. I leap out of bed and cuss her. She's on me. "I'll kill you, you son of a bitch." I'm drunk. She's on top of me on the kitchen floor. My face is bleeding. She bites a hole in my arm. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Passion be damned. I run into the kitchen and pour half a bottle of iodine over my arm. She's throwing my shorts and shirts out of her suitcase, taking her airplane ticket. She's on her way again. We're finished forever again. I go back to bed and listen to her heels going down the hill. On the plane back, the camera's going. Those guys from Channel 15 are going to find out about life. The camera zooms in on the hole in my arm. There is a double shot in my hand. "Gentlemen," I say, "there is no way to make it with the female. There is absolutely no way." They all nod in agreement. The sound man nods, the cameraman nods, the producer nods. Some of the passengers nod. I drink heavily all the way in, savoring my sorrow, as they say. What can a poet do without pain? He needs it as much as his typewriter. Of course, I make the airport bar. I would have made it anyhow. The camera follows me into the bar. The guys in the bar look around, lift their drinks, and talk about how impossible it is to make it with the female. My take for the reading is $400. "What's the camera for?" asks the guy next to me. "I'm a poet," I tell him. "A poet?" he asks. "What's your name?" "Dylan Thomas," I say. I lift my drink, empty it with one gulp, stare straight ahead. I'm on my way. No neck and bad as hell. I had a jumpy stomach, and she took pictures of me sweating and dying in the waiting area as I watched a plump girl in a short purple dress and high heels shoot down a row of plastic ducks with a gun. I told Vicky I'd be back, and I asked the girl at the counter for a paper cup and some water, and I dropped my Alka-Seltzers in. I sat back down and sweated. Vicky was happy. We were getting out of town. I liked Vicky to be happy. She deserved her happiness. I got up and went to the men's room and had a good crap. When I got out, they were calling the passengers. It wasn't a very large seaplane, 2 propellers. We were on last. It only held 6 or 7. Vicky sat in the co-pilot's seat, and they made me a seat out of the thing that folded over the door. There we went. Freedom! My seatbelt didn't work. There was a Japanese guy looking at me. "My seatbelt doesn't work," I told him. He grinned back at me happily. "Suck shit, baby," I told him. Vicky kept looking back and smiling. She was happy, a kid with candy, a 35-year-old seaplane. It took 12 minutes and we hit the water. I hadn't heaved. I got out. Vicky told me all about it. The plane was built in 1940. It had holes in the floor. He worked the rudder with a handle from the roof. "I'm scared," I told him, and he said, "I'm scared too." I depended on Vicky for all my information. I wasn't much good at talking to people. Well, then we packed onto a bus, sweating and giggling and looking at each other. From the end of the bus line to the hotel was about 2 blocks, and Vicky kept me informed. "There's a place to eat, and there's a liquor store for you. There's a bar, and there's a place to eat, and there's another liquor store." The room was all right, in front, right over the water. The TV worked in a vague and hesitant way, and I flopped on the bed and watched while Vicky unpacked. "Oh, I just love this place," she said. "Don't you?" "Yes." I got up and went downstairs and across the street and got beer and ice. I packed the ice in the sink and sunk the beer in. I drank 12 bottles of beer, had a minor argument of some sort with Vicky after the 10th beer, drank the other 2, and went to sleep. When I woke up, Vicky had bought an ice chest and was drawing on the cover. Vicky was a child, a romantic, but I loved her for it. I had so many gloomy devils in me that I welcomed it. July 1972, Avalon, Catalina, she printed on the chest. She didn't know how to spell. Catalena. Well, none of us did. Then she drew me, and underneath, "No neck and bad as hell." Then she drew a lady, and underneath, "Henry knows a good ass when he sees one." And in a circle, "Only God knows what he does with his nose." And "Chinaski has gorgeous legs." She also drew a variety of birds and suns and stars and palm trees and the ocean. "Are you able to eat breakfast?" she asked. I'd never been spoiled by any of my past women. I liked being spoiled. I felt that I deserved to be spoiled. We went and found a fairly reasonable place where you could eat at a table outside. Over breakfast, she asked me, "Did you really win the Pulitzer Prize?" "What Pulitzer Prize?" "You told me last night you won the Pulitzer Prize, $500,000. You said you got a purple telegram about it." "A purple telegram?" "Yes, you told me you'd beat out Norman Mailer, Kenneth Koch, Diane Wachowski, and Robert Creeley." We finished breakfast and walked around. The whole place didn't add up to more than 5 or 6 blocks. Everybody was 17 years old. They sat listlessly waiting. Not everybody. There were a few tourists, old, determined to have a good time. They peered angrily into shop windows and walked, stamping the pavements, giving off their rays. "I have money. We have money. We have more money than you have. We are better than you are. Nothing worries us. Everything is shit, but we are not shit, and we know everything. Look at us." With their pink shirts and green shirts and blue shirts and square, white, rotting bodies and striped shorts, eyeless eyes and mouthless mouths, they walked along, very colorful, as if color might wake up death and turn it into life. They were a carnival of American decay on parade, and they had no idea of the atrocity that they had inflicted upon themselves. I left Vicky, went upstairs, crouched over the typewriter, and looked out the window. It was hopeless. All my life I had wanted to be a writer, and now I had my chance, and it wouldn't come. There were no bull rings and boxing matches or young senoritas. There weren't even any insights. I was fucked. I couldn't get the word down, and they'd backed me into a corner. Well, all you had to do was die. But I'd always imagined it differently. I mean, the writing. Maybe it was the Leslie Howard movie, or reading about the life of Hemingway, or D.H. Lawrence, or Jeffers. You could get started writing in all sorts of different ways, and then you wrote a while, and met some of the writers, the good ones and the bad ones, and they all had tinker-toy souls. You knew it when you got into a room with them. There was only one great writer every 500 years, and you weren't the one, and they most certainly weren't the ones. We were fucked. I turned on the TV and watched a bag of doctors and nurses spew their love troubles. They never touched. No wonder they were in trouble. All they did was talk, argue, bitch, search. I went to sleep. Vicky woke me up. "Oh," she said, "I had the most wonderful time." "Yes? I saw this man in a boat, and I said, 'Where are you going?' And he said, 'I'm a boat taxi. I take people in and out to their boats.' And I said, 'Okay.' And it was just 50 cents, and I rode around with him for hours while he took people to their boats. It was wonderful. I watched some doctors and nurses," I said, "and I got depressed." "We boated for hours," said Vicky. "I gave him my hat to wear, and he waited while I got an abalone sandwich. He skinned his leg when he fell off his motorcycle last night. The bells ring here every 15 minutes. It's obnoxious. I got to look in all the boats. All the old drunks were on board. Some of them had young women dressed in boots. Others had young men, real old drunken lechers. If I only had Vicky's ability to gather information, I thought I could really write something. Me, I've got to sit around and wait for it to come to me. I can manipulate it and squeeze it once it arrives, but I can't go find it. All I can write about is drinking beer, going to the racetrack, and listening to symphony music. That isn't a crippled life, but it's hardly all of it either. How did I get so limited? I used to have guts. What happened to my guts? Do men really get old? After I got off the boat, I saw a bird. I talked to it. "Do you mind if I buy the bird?" "No, I don't mind. Where is it?" "Just a block away. Can we go see him?" "Why not?" I got into some clothes and we walked down. Here was this shot of green with a little red ink spilled over him. It wasn't very much, even for a bird. But he didn't shit every 3 minutes like the rest of them, so that was pleasant. He doesn't have any neck. He's just like you. That's why I want him. He's a peach-faced lovebird. We came back with a peach-faced lovebird in a cage. We put him on the table, and she called him Avalon. Vicky sat and talked to him. Avalon, hello, Avalon. Avalon, Avalon, hello, Avalon. Avalon, oh, Avalon. I turned on the TV. The bar was all right. I sat with Vicky and told her I was going to break the place up. I used to break up bars in my early days. Now I just talked about breaking them up. There was a band. I got up and danced. It was easy to dance modern. You just kicked your arms and legs in any direction, either held your neck stiff or whipped it like a son of a bitch, and they thought you were great. You could fool people. I danced and worried about my typewriter. I sat down with Vicky and ordered some more drinks. I grabbed Vicky's head and pointed her toward the bartender. Look, she's beautiful, man. Isn't she beautiful? Then Ernie Hemingway walked up with his white rat beard. Ernie, I said, I thought you did it with a shotgun. Hemingway laughed. What are you drinking? I asked. I'm buying, he said. Ernie bought us our drinks and sat down. He looked a little thinner. I reviewed your last book, I told him. I gave it a bad review, sorry. It's all right, said Ernie. How do you like the island? It's for them, I said. Meaning? The public is fortunate. Everything pleases them. Ice cream cones, rock concerts, singing, swinging, love, hate, masturbation, hot dogs, country dances, Jesus Christ, roller skating, spiritualism, capitalism, communism, circumcision, comic strips, Bob Hope, skiing, fishing, murder, bowling, debating, anything. They don't expect much and they don't get much. They're one grand gang. That's quite a speech. That's quite a public. You talk like a character out of early Huxley. I think you're wrong. I'm desperate. But, said Hemingway, men become intellectuals in order not to be desperate. Men become intellectuals because they're afraid, not desperate. And the difference between afraid and desperate is... Bingo, I answered. An intellectual. My drink. A little later I told Hemingway about my purple telegram, and then Vicky and I left and went back to our little bird and our bed. It's no use, I said. My stomach is raw and contains 9/10 of my soul. Try this, said Vicky, and handed me a glass of water and Alka-Seltzer. You go and toddle around, I said. I can't make it today. Vicky went out and toddled and came back 2 or 3 times to see if I was all right. I was all right. I went out and ate and came back with 2 six-packs and found an old movie with Henry Fonda, Tyrone Power, and Randolph Scott, 1939. They were all so young. It was incredible. I was 17 years old then. But of course I'd come through better than them. I was still alive. Jesse James. The acting was bad, very bad. Vicky came back and told me all sorts of amazing things, and then she got on the bed with me and watched Jesse James. When Bob Ford was about to shoot Jesse, Ty Power, in the back, Vicky let out a moan and ran in the bathroom and hid. Ford did his thing. It's over, I said. You can come out now. That was the highlight of the trip to Catalina. Not much else happened. Before we left, Vicky went to the Chamber of Commerce and thanked them for giving her such a good time. She also thanked the woman in Davy Jones' locker and bought presents for her friends Lita and Walter and Ava and her son Mike, and something for me and something for Annie, and something for a Mr. and Mrs. Crotty, and there were some others I have forgotten. We got on the boat with our bird cage and our bird and our ice chest and our suitcase and our electric typewriter. I found a spot at the back of the boat, and we sat there, and Vicky was sad because it was over. I had met Hemingway in the street, and he had given me the hippie handshake, and he asked me if I was Jewish, and if I was coming back, and I said no on the Jewish, and I didn't know if I was coming back. It was up to the lady, and he said, I don't want to inquire into your personal business. And I said, Hemingway, you sure talk funny. and the whole boat leaned to the left and rocked and leaped, and a young man who looked as if he had recently had electrotherapy treatment walked around passing out paper bags for the purpose of vomiting. I thought maybe the seaplane's best. It's only 12 minutes and far less people, and San Pedro slowly worked toward us. Civilization, smog and murder. So much nicer, so much nicer. The madmen and the drunks are the last saints left on earth. I've never ridden a horse or bowled, nor have I seen the Swiss Alps. And Vicky looked over at me with this very childish smile, and I thought, she really is an amazing woman. Well, it's time I had a little luck, and I stretched my legs and looked straight ahead. I needed to take another shit and decided to cut down on my drinking. The Way the Dead Love. 1. It was a hotel near the top of a hill, just enough tilt in that hill to help you run down to the liquor store, and coming back with a bottle just enough climb to make the effort worthwhile. The hotel had once been painted a peacock green, lots of hot flair, but now after the rains, the peculiar Los Angeles rains that clean and fade everything, the hot green was just hanging on by its teeth, like the people who lived inside. How I moved in there or why I'd left the previous place, I hardly remember. It was probably my drinking and not working very much, and the loud mid-morning arguments with the ladies of the street. And by mid-morning arguments, I do not mean 10:30 a.m., I mean 3:30 a.m. Usually if the police weren't called, it ended up with a little note under the door, always in pencil on torn, lined paper. "Dear sir, we are going to have to ask you to move quick as possible." One time it happened in mid-afternoon. The argument was over. We swept up the broken glass, put all the bottles into paper sacks, emptied the ashtrays, slept, woke up, and I was working away on top when I heard a key in the door. I was so surprised that I just kept fanning it in. And there he stood, the little manager, about 45, no hair except maybe around his ears or balls, and he looked at her on the bottom, walked up, and pointed. You are out of here." I stopped stroking and laid flat looking at him sideways. Then he pointed at me. "And you're out of here, too." He turned around, went to the door, closed it quietly, and walked down the hall. I started the machine again, and we gave it a farewell good one. Anyway, there I was, the Green Hotel, the faded Green Hotel. And I was there with my suitcase full of rags, alone at the time, but I had the rent money, was sober, and I got a room in the front facing the street, 3rd floor, phone outside my door, in the hall, hot plate in the window, large sink, small wall refrigerator, a couple of chairs, a table, bed, and the bathroom down the hall. And although the building was very old, they even had an elevator. It had once been a class joint. Now I was there. The first thing I did was get a bottle, and after a drink and killing 2 roaches, I felt like I belonged. Then I went to the phone and tried to call a lady who I felt might help me, but she was evidently out helping somebody else. 2. About 3 a.m., somebody knocked. I put on my torn bathrobe and opened the door. There stood a woman in her bathrobe. "Yeah," I said. "Yeah." "I'm your neighbor. I'm Mitzi. I live down the hall. I saw you at the telephone today." "Yeah," I said. Then she came around from behind her back and showed it to me. It was a pint of good whiskey. "Come on in," I said. I cleaned out 2 glasses, opened the pint. "Straight or mixed?" "About 2/3 water." There was a little mirror over the sink, and she stood there rolling her hair into curlers. I handed her a glass of stuff and sat down on the bed. "I saw you in the hall. I could tell by looking at you that you were nice. I can tell them. Some of them here are not so nice. They tell me I am a bastard. I don't believe it. Neither do I. I finished my drink. She just sipped on hers, so I mixed myself another. We talked easy talk. I had a 3rd drink. Then I got up and stood behind her. "Whoo, silly boy," I jabbed her. "Ouch, you are a bastard." She had a curler in one hand. I pulled her up and kissed that thin, little old lady's mouth. It was soft and open. She was ready. I put her drink in her hand, took her to the bed, sat her down. Drink up. She did. I walked over and fixed her another. I didn't have anything on under my robe. The robe fell open and the thing stuck out. God, I'm filthy, I thought. I'm a ham. I'm in the movies, the family movies of the future, 2490 A.D. I had difficulty not laughing at myself, walking around hung to that stupid prong. It was really the whiskey I wanted, a castle in the hills I wanted, a steam bath, anything but this. We both sat with our drinks. I kissed her again, ramming my cigarette-sick tongue down her throat. I came up for air. I opened her robe, and there were her breasts. Not much, poor thing. I reached down with my mouth and got one. It stretched and sagged like a balloon half filled with stale air. I braved on and sucked at the nipple as she took the prong in her hand and arched her back. We fell backwards like that on the cheap bed with our robes on. I took her there. 3. His name was Lou. He was an ex-con and ex-hard rock miner. He lived downstairs in the hotel. His last job had been scrubbing out pots in a place that made candy. He had lost that one, like all the others, drinking. The unemployment insurance runs out, and there we are like rats with no place to hide, rats with rent to pay, with bellies that get hungry, cocks that get hard, spirits that get tired, and no education, no trade. Tough shit, like they say. This is America. We didn't want much, and we couldn't get that. Tough shit. I met Lou while drinking, people walking in and out. My room was the party room. Everybody came. There was an Indian, Dick, who shoplifted half-pints and stored them in his dresser, said it gave him a feeling of security. When we couldn't get a drink anywhere, we always used the Indian as our last resort. I wasn't very good at shoplifting, but I did learn a trick from Alabama, a thin, mustached thief who had once worked for the hospital as an orderly. You throw your meats and valuables into a large sack and then cover them with potatoes. The grocer weighs the lot and charges you for potatoes. But I was best at getting Dick for credit. There were a lot of dicks in that neighborhood, and the liquor store man was a dick, too. We'd be sitting around, and the last drink would be gone. My first move would be to send somebody out. "My name's Hank," I'd tell the guy. "Tell Dick Hank sent you down for a pint on the cuff, and if there's any questions to phone me." Okay, and the guy would go. We'd wait, already tasting the drinks, smoking, pacing, going crazy. Then the guy would come back. "Dick said no. Dick said your credit's no good anymore." "Shit," I would scream, and I would rise in full red-eyed, unshaven indignation. "God damn shit, that mother!" I would really be angry. It was an honest anger. I don't know where it came from. I'd slam the door, take the elevator down, and down that hill I'd go. "Dirty mother, that dirty mother!" And I'd turn into the liquor store. "All right, Dick." "Hello, Hank? I want 2/5." And I'd name a very good brand. 2 packs of smokes, a couple of those cigars, and, let's see, a can of those peanuts. Yeah. Dick would line the stuff up in front of me, and then he'd stand there. "Well, you gonna pay me?" "Dick, I want this on the bill. You already owe me $23.50. You used to pay me. You used to pay a little every week. I remember it was every Friday night. You ain't paid me anything in 3 weeks. You aren't like those other bums. You got class. I trust you. Can't you just pay me $1 now and then? Look, Dick, I don't feel like arguing. You gonna put this stuff in a bag, or do you want it back?" Then I'd shove the bottles and stuff toward him and wait, puffing on a cigarette like I owned the world. I didn't have any more class than a grasshopper. I felt nothing but fear that he'd do the sensible thing and put the bottles back on the shelf and tell me to go to hell. But his face would always sag, and he'd put the stuff in the bag, and then I'd wait until he totaled the new bill. He'd give me the count, I'd nod and walk out. The drinks always tasted much better under those circumstances, and then I'd walk in with the stuff for the boys and girls. I was really king. I was sitting with Lou one night in his room. He was a week behind in his rent and mine was due. We were drinking port wine. We were even rolling our cigarettes. Lou had a machine for that, and it came out pretty good. The thing was to keep 4 walls around you. If you had 4 walls, you had a chance. Once you're out on the street, you had no chance. They had you. They really had you. Why steal something if you can't cook it? How are you going to screw something if you live in an alley? How are you going to sleep when everybody in the Union Rescue Mission snores and steals your shoes and stinks and is insane? You can't even jack off. You need 4 walls. Give a man 4 walls long enough, and it is possible for him to own the world. So we were a little worried. Every step sounded like the landlady's, and she was a very mysterious landlady, a young blonde nobody could screw. I played her very cold, thinking she would come to me. She came and knocked all right, but only for the rent. She had a husband somewhere, but we never saw him. They lived there and they didn't. We were on the plank. We figured if we could fuck the landlady, our troubles would be over. It was one of those buildings where you screwed every woman as a matter of course, almost as a matter of obligation. But I couldn't get this one, and it made me feel insecure. So we sat there smoking our rolled cigarettes, drinking our port wine, and the 4 walls were dissolving, falling away. Talk is best at times like that. You talk while, drink your wine. We were cowards because we wanted to live. We did not want to live too badly, but we still wanted to live. Well, said Lou, I think I got it. Yeah. I poured another wine. We worked together. Sure. Now, you're a good talker. You tell a lot of interesting stories. It doesn't matter if they're true or not. They're true. I mean, that doesn't matter. You got a good mouth. Now, here's what we do. There's a class bar down the street. You know it. Molino's. You go in there. All you need is money for the first drink. We'll pool for that. You sit down, nurse your drink, and look around for a guy flashing a roll. They get some fat ones in there. You spot the guy and go over to him. You sit down next to him and turn it on. You turn on the bullshit. He'll like it. You've even got a vocabulary. Okay, so he'll buy you drinks all night. He'll drink all night. Keep him drinking. When closing time comes, you lead him toward Alvarado Street. Lead him west past the alley. Tell him you are going to get him some nice young pussy. Tell him anything, but lead him west. And I'll be watching in the alley with this. Lou reached around behind the door and came out with a baseball bat. It was a very large baseball bat, I think at least 42 ounces. Jesus Christ, Lou, you'll kill him. No, you can't kill a drunk, you know that. Maybe if he was sober, it'd kill him, but drunk, it'll only knock him out. We take the wallet, split it 2 ways. Listen, Lou, I'm a nice guy. I'm not like that. You're no nice guy. You're the meanest son of a bitch I ever met. That's why I like you. 4. I found one, a big fat one. I'd been fired by fat stupidities like him all my life. From worthless, underpaid, dull, hard jobs. It was going to be nice. I got to talking. I didn't know what I was talking about. He was listening and laughing and nodding his head and buying drinks. He had a wristwatch, a handful of rings, a full, stupid wallet. It was hard work. I told him stories about prisons, about railroad track gangs, about whorehouses. He liked the whorehouse stuff. I told him about the guy who came in every 2 weeks and paid well. All he wanted was a whore in a room with him. They both took off their clothes and played cards and talked. He just sat there. Then after about 2 hours, he'd get up, get dressed, say goodbye, and walk out. Never touch the whore. God damn, he said. Yeah. I decided that I wouldn't mind Lou's slugger bat hitting a homer on that fat skull. What a whammy. What a useless hunk of shit. You like young girls? I asked him. Oh, yeah. About 14 and a half? Oh, Jesus, yes. There's one coming in on the 1:30 a.m. train from Chicago. She'll be at my place around 2:10 a.m. She's clean, hot, intelligent. Now, I'm taking a big chance, so I'm asking $10. That too high? No, that's all right. Okay. When this place closes up, you come with me. 2 a.m. finally made it, and I walked him out of there toward the alley. Maybe Lou wouldn't be there. Maybe the wine would get to him, or he'd just back out. A blow like that could kill a man, or make him addled for life. We staggered along in the moonlight. There was nobody else around, nobody in the streets. It was going to be easy. We crossed into the alley. Lou was there, but Fatso saw him. He threw up an arm and ducked as Lou swung. The bat got me right behind the ear. 5. Lou got his old job back, the one he had lost drinking, and he swore he was only going to drink on weekends. "Okay, friend," I told him, "stay away from me. I am drunk and drinking all the time." "I know, Hank, and I like you. I like you better than any man I ever met. Only I gotta hold the drinking down to weekends, just Friday and Saturday nights and nothing on Sunday. I kept missing Monday mornings in the old days, and it cost me my job. I'll stay away, but I want you to know it has nothing to do with you." "Only that I'm a wino." "Yeah, well, there's that." "Okay, Lou, just don't come knocking on my door until Friday and Saturday night. You may hear singing and the laughter of beautiful 17-year-old girls, but don't come knocking on my door. Man, you screw nothing but bags. They look 17 through the eye of the grape." He went on to explain the nature of his job, something to do with cleaning out the inside of candy machines. It was a sticky, dirty job. The boss only hired ex-cons and worked their asses to death. He cussed the ex-cons brutally all day long, and there was nothing they could do about it. He shorted them on their checks, and there was nothing they could do about it. If they bitched, they were fired. A lot of them were on parole. The boss had them by the balls. "Sounds like a guy who needs to be killed," I told Lou. "Well, he likes me, says I'm the best worker he ever had, but I had to get off the booze. He needed somebody he could depend on. He even had me over to his place one time to do some painting for him. I painted his bathroom, did a good job, too. He's got a place in the hills, a big place, and you ought to see his wife. I never knew they made women that way. So beautiful. Her eyes, her legs, her body, the way she walked, talked, Jesus." Well, Lou was true to his word. I didn't see him for some time, not even on weekends, and meanwhile I was going through a kind of personal hell. I was very jumpy, nerves gone, a little noise, and I'd jump out of my skin. I was afraid to go to sleep. Nightmare after nightmare, each more terrible than the one that preceded it. You're all right if you went to sleep totally drunk. That was all right. But if you went to sleep half drunk or, worse, sober, then the dreams began, only you were never sure whether you were sleeping or whether the action was taking place in the room, for when you slept, you dreamed the entire room, the dirty dishes, the mice, the folding walls, the pair of shit-in pants some whore had left on the floor, the dripping faucet, the moon like a bullet out there, cars full of the sober and well-fed shining headlights through your window, everything. You were in some sort of dark corner, dark, no help, no reason. No reason at all. Dark, sweating corner, darkness and filth, the stench of reality, the stink of everything. Spiders, eyes, landladies, sidewalks, bars, buildings, grass, no grass, light, no light, nothing belonging to you. The pink elephants never showed up, but plenty of little men with savage tricks, or a looming big man to strangle you or sink his teeth into the back of your neck, lay on your back, and you sweating, unable to move, this black, stinking, hairy thing laying there on you. If it wasn't that, it was sitting during the day's hours of unspeakable fear open and in the center of you like a giant blossom. You couldn't analyze it, figure why it was there, and that made it worse. Hours of sitting in a chair in the middle of a room run through and stricken, shitting or pissing, a major effort, nonsense, and combing your hair or brushing your teeth, ridiculous and insane acts. Walking through a sea of fire or pouring water into a drinking glass. It seemed you had no right to pour water into a drinking glass. I decided I was crazy, unfit, and this made me feel dirty. I went to the library and tried to find books about what made people feel the way I was feeling, but the books weren't there, or if they were, I couldn't understand them. Going into the library was hardly easy. Everybody seemed so comfortable, the librarians, the readers, everybody but me. I even had trouble using the library crapper. The bums in there, the queers watching me piss, they all seemed stronger than I, unworried and sure. I kept going out and walking across the street, up a winding stairway in a cement building where they stored thousands of crates of oranges. A sign on the roof of another building said, "Jesus saves," but neither Jesus or oranges were worth a damn to me. Walking up that winding stairway and into that cement building, I always thought, this is where I belong, inside of this cement tomb. The thought of suicide was always there, strong like ants running along the underside of the wrists. Suicide was the only positive thing. Everything else was negative. And there was Lou, glad to clean out the inside of candy machines to stay alive. He was wiser than I. 7. At this time I met a lady in a bar, a little older than me, very sensible. Her legs were still good, she had an odd sense of humor, and had very expensive clothes. She'd come down the ladder from some rich man. We went to my place and lived together. She was a very good piece of ass, but had to drink all the time. Her name was Vicky. We screwed and drank wine and screwed. I had a library card and went to the library every day. I hadn't told her about the suicide thing. It was always a big joke, my coming home from the library. I would open the door and she would look at me. "What, no books?" "Vicky, they don't have any books in the library." I'd come in and take the wine bottle or bottles out of the bag and we'd begin. One time after a week's drinking, I decided to kill myself. I didn't tell her. I figured I'd do it when she was in a bar looking for a live one. I didn't like those fat clowns screwing her, but she brought me money and whiskey and cigars. She gave me the bit about me being the only one she loved. She called me Mr. Van Builderass. For some reason I couldn't figure. She'd get drunk and keep saying, "You think you're hot stuff. You think you're Mr. Van Builderass." All the time I was working on the idea of how to kill myself. One day I was sure I would do it. It was after a week's drinking port wine, and we had bought huge jugs and lined them up on the floor, and behind the huge jugs we had lined up ordinary-sized wine bottles, 8 or 9 of them, and behind the ordinary-sized bottles we had lined up 4 or 5 little bottles. Night and day got lost. It was just screwing and talking and drinking, talking and drinking and screwing, violent arguments that ended in love-making. She was a sweet little pig of a screw, tight and squirming, 1 woman in 200. With most of the rest, it is kind of an act, a joke. Anyhow, maybe because of it all, the drinking and the fact of the fat, dull bull screwing Vicky, I got very sick and depressed, and yet what the hell could I do? Run a turret lathe? When the wine ran out, the depression, the fear, the uselessness of going on became too much, and I knew I was going to do it. The first time she left the room, it was over for me. How, I was not quite sure, but there were hundreds of ways. We had a little gas jet stove. Gas is charming. Gas is a kind of a kiss. It leaves the body a hole. The wine was gone. I could hardly walk. Armies of fear and sweat ran up and down my body. It becomes quite simple. The greatest relief is never to have to pass another human being on the sidewalk, see them walking in their fat, see their little rat eyes, their cruel 2-bit faces, their animal flowering. What a sweet dream to never have to look into another human face. "I'm going out to look at a newspaper to see what day it is, okay?" "Sure," she said, "sure." I walked out the door. Nobody in the hall, no humans. It was about 10 p.m. I went down to the urine-smelling elevator. It took a lot of strength to be swallowed by that elevator. I walked down the hill. When I got back, she would be gone. She moved quickly when the drinks ran out. Then I could do it. But first I wanted to know what day it was. I walked down the hill, and there by the drugstore was the newspaper rack. I looked at the date on the newspaper. It was a Friday. Very well, Friday, as good a day as any. That meant something. Then I read the headline, "Milton Berle's cousin hit on head by falling rock." I didn't quite get it. I leaned closer and read it again. It was the same. "Milton Berle's cousin hit on head by falling rock." This was in black type, large type, the banner headline. Of all the important things that had happened in the world, this was their headline. "Milton Berle's cousin hit on head by falling rock." I crossed the street feeling much better and walked into the liquor store. I got 2 bottles of port and a pack of cigarettes on credit. When I got back to the place, Vicky was still there. "What day is it?" she asked. "Friday." "Okay," she said. I poured 2 glasses full of wine. There was a little ice left in the small wall refrigerator. The cubes of ice floated smoothly. "I don't want to make you unhappy," Vicky said. "I know you don't." "Have a sip first." "Sure." "A note came under the door while you were gone." "Yeah." I took a sip, gagged, lit a cigarette, took another sip, then she handed me the note. It was a warm Los Angeles night. A Friday. I read the note. "Dear Mr. Chinaski, you have until next Wednesday to get up the rent. If you don't, you are out. I know about those women in your room, and you make too much noise, and you broke your window. You're paying for your privileges, or supposed to be. I've been very kind with you. I now say next Wednesday or you are out. The tenants are tired of all the noise and cussing and singing night and day and night, and so am I. You can't live here without rent. Don't say I didn't warn you." I drank the rest of the wine down, almost lost it. It was a warm night in Los Angeles. "I'm tired of fucking those fools," she said. "I'll get the money," I told her. "How? You don't know how to do anything." "I know that." "Then how are we going to make it?" "Somehow." Last guy fucked me 3 times. My pussy was raw." "Don't worry, baby. I'm a genius. The only trouble is nobody knows it." "A genius at what?" "I don't know." "Mr. Van Builder Ass." "That's me. By the way, do you know that Milton Berle's cousin was hit on the head by a falling rock?" "When?" "Today or yesterday." "What kind of rock?" "I don't know. I imagine some kind of big, buttery yellow stone." "Who gives a damn?" "Not I. Certainly not I, except—" "Except what?" "Except I guess that rock kept me alive." "You talk like an asshole." "I am an asshole." I grinned and poured wine all around. All the assholes in the world and mine. No man's suffering is ever larger than nature intended. Conversation overheard at a crap game. 1. It was the 9th race, and the horse's name was Green Cheese. He won by 6, and I got back 52 for 5, and since I was far ahead anyhow, it called for another drink. "Give me a shot of green cheese," I told the barkeep. It didn't confuse him. He knew what I was drinking. I'd been leaning there all afternoon. I'd been drunk all the night before, and when I got home, of course, I had to have some more. I was set. I had scotch, vodka, wine, and beer. A mortician or somebody called around 8 p.m. and said he'd like to see me. "Fine," I said. "Bring drinks." "Do you mind if I bring friends?" "I don't have any friends." "I mean my friends." "I do not give a damn," I told him. I went into the kitchen and poured a water glass 3/4 full of scotch. I drank it down straight, just like the old days. I used to drink a fifth in an hour and a half, 2 hours. "Green cheese," I said to the kitchen walls. I opened a tall can of frozen beer. 2. The mortician arrived and got on the phone, and pretty soon many strange people were walking in, all of them bringing drinks with them. There were a lot of women, and I felt like raping all of them. I sat on the rug, feeling the electric light, feeling the drinks go through me like a parade, like an attack on the blues, like an attack on madness. "I will never have to work again," I told them. "The horses will take care of me like no whore ever did." "Oh, we know that, Mr. Chinaski. We know you're a great man." It was a little gray-haired fucker on the couch, rubbing his hands, leering at me with wet lips. He meant it. He made me sick. I finished the drink in my hand and found another somewhere and drank that too. I began talking to the women. I promised them all the endearments of my mighty cock. They laughed. I meant it. Right then, there, I moved toward the women. The men pulled me off. For a worldly man, I was very much the high school boy. If I hadn't been the great Mr. Chinaski, somebody would have killed me. As it was, I ripped off my shirt and offered to go out on the lawn with anybody. I was lucky. Nobody felt like pushing me over my shoelaces. When my mind cleared, it was 4 a.m. All the lights were on and everybody was gone. I was still sitting there. I found a warm beer and drank it. Then I went to bed with the feeling that all drunks know, that I'd been a fool, but to hell with it. 3. I'd been bothered with hemorrhoids for 15 or 20 years. Also perforated ulcers, bad liver, boils, anxiety, neurosis, various types of insanity. But you go on with things and just hope that everything doesn't fall apart at once. It seemed that drunk almost did it. I felt dizzy and weak, but that was ordinary. It was the hemorrhoids. They would not respond to anything. Hot baths, salves, nothing helped. My intestines hung almost out of my ass like a dog's tail. I went to a doctor. He simply glanced. "Operation," he said. "All right," I said. "Only thing is that I'm a coward." "Well, ja, that will make it more difficult." "You lousy Nazi bastard," I thought. "I want you to take this laxative till Tuesday night, then at 7 a.m. you get up, yeah? And you give yourself the enema. You keep giving this enema until the water is clean, yeah? Then I take another look into you at 10 a.m. Wednesday morning." "Jawohl, mein Herring," I said. 4. The enema tube kept slipping out and the whole bathroom got wet, and it was cold and my belly hurt and I was drowning in slime and shit. This was the way the world ended, not with an atom bomb, but with shit. With the set I'd bought, there was nothing to pinch the flow of water, and my fingers would not work, so the water ran in full blast and out full blast. It took me an hour and a half, and by then my hemorrhoids were in command of the world. Several times I thought of just quitting and dying. I found a can of pure spirits of gum turpentine in my closet. It was a beautiful red and green can. "Danger," it said, "harmful or fatal if swallowed." I was a coward. I put the can back. 5. The doctor put me up on a table. "Now, just relax the back, yeah? Relax. Suddenly, he jammed a wedge-shaped box into my ass and began unwinding his snake, which began to crawl up into my intestine looking for blockage, looking for cancer. "Ha! Now, if it hurts a bit, nein? Then pant like a dog. Go ha 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 ha. You dirty motherfucker. What? Shit, you dog burner, you swine, sadist. You burned Joan at the stake, you put nails in the hands of Christ, you voted for war, you voted for Goldwater, you voted for Nixon. Mother ass, what are you doing to me? It will soon be over. You take it well. You will be a good patient." He rolled the snake back in, and then I saw him peering into something that looked like a periscope. He slammed some gauze up my bloody ass, and I got up and put on my clothes. "And the operation will be for what?" He knew what I meant. "Just the hemorrhoids." I peeked up his nurse's legs as I walked out. She smiled sweetly. 6. In the waiting room of the hospital, a little girl looked at our gray faces, our white faces, our yellow faces. "Everybody is dying," she proclaimed. Nobody answered her. I turned the page of an old-time magazine. After routine filling out of papers, urine specimens, blood, I was taken to a 4-bed ward on the 8th floor. When the question of religion came up, I said Catholic, largely to save myself from the stares and questions that usually followed a proclamation of no religion. I was tired of all the arguments and red tape. It was a Catholic hospital. Maybe I'd get better service or blessings from the Pope. Well, I was locked in with 3 others. Me, the monk, the loner, gambler, playboy, idiot. It was all over. The beloved solitude, the refrigerator full of beer, the cigars on the dresser, the phone numbers of the big-legged, big-assed women. There was one with a yellow face. He looked somehow like a big fat bird dipped in urine and sun-dried. He kept hitting his button. He had a whining, crying, mewing voice. Nurse, where's Dr. Thomas? Dr. Thomas gave me some codeine yesterday. Where's Dr. Thomas? I don't know where Dr. Thomas is. Can I have a cough drop? They are right on your table. They ain't stopping my cough, and that cough medicine ain't any good either. Nurse! A white-haired guy yelled from the northeast bed. Can I have some more coffee? I'd like some more coffee. I'll see, she said, and left. My window showed hills, a slope of hills rising. I looked at the slopes of hills. It was getting dark. Nothing but houses on the hills, old houses. I had the strange feeling that they were unoccupied, that everybody had died, that everybody had given up. I listened to the three men complain about the food, about the price of the ward, about the doctors and nurses. When one spoke, the other two did not seem to be listening. They did not answer. Then another would begin. They took turns. There was nothing else to do. They spoke vaguely, switching subjects. I was in with an Okie, a movie cameraman, and the yellow piss bird. Outside of my window, a cross turned in the sky. First it was blue, then it was red. It was night, and they pulled our curtains around our beds a bit, and I felt better, but realized, oddly, that pain or possible death did not bring me closer to humanity. Visitors began arriving. I didn't have any visitors. I felt like a saint. I looked out of my window and saw a sign near the turning blue and red cross in the sky. Motel, it said. Bodies in there in more gentle attunement. Fucking. 7. A poor devil dressed in green came in and shaved my ass. Such terrible jobs in the world. There was one job I had missed. They slipped a shower cap over my head and pushed me onto a roller. This was it, surgery. The coward gliding down the halls past the dying. There was a man and a woman. They pushed me and smiled. They seemed very relaxed. They rolled me onto an elevator. There were 4 women on the elevator. I'm going to surgery. Any of you ladies care to change places with me? They drew up against the wall and refused to answer. In the operating room we awaited for the arrival of God. God finally entered. Well, there is mine friend. I didn't even bother to answer such a lie. Turn on the stomach, please. Well, I said, I guess it's too late to change my mind now. Yeah, said God. You are now in our power. I felt the strap go across my back. They spread my legs. The first spinal went in. It felt like he was spreading towels all around my asshole and across my back. Another spinal, a third. I kept giving them lip. The coward, the showman, whistling in the dark. Put him to sleep, yeah, he said. I felt a shot in the elbow, a stinger. No good, too many drunks behind me. Anybody got a cigar, I asked. Somebody laughed. I was getting corny, bad form. I decided to be quiet. I could feel the knife tugging at my ass. There wasn't any pain. Now this, I heard him say, this is the main obstruction, see? Und here... 8. The recovery room was dull. There were some fine-looking women walking around, but they ignored me. I got up on my elbow and looked around. Bodies everywhere, very, very white and still. Real operations, lungers, heart cases, everything. I felt somewhat the amateur and somewhat ashamed. I was glad when they wheeled me out of there. My 3 roomies really stared when they rolled me in. Bad form. I rolled off the thing onto the bed. I found that my legs were still numb and that I had no control over them. I decided to go to sleep. The whole place was depressing. When I woke up, my ass was really hurting, but legs still dull. I reached down for my cock, and it felt as if it wasn't there. I mean, there wasn't any feeling, except I wanted to piss, and I couldn't piss. It was horrible, and I tried to forget it. One of my ex-loves came by and sat there looking at me. I had told her I was going in, quite what for, I don't know. Hi, how you doing? Fine, only I can't piss. She smiled. We talked a little about something, and then she left. 9. It was like in the movies. All the male nurses seemed to be homosexual. One seemed more manly than the others. "Hey, buddy." He came over. "I can't piss. I want to piss, but I can't." "I'll be right back. I'll fix you up." I waited quite a while. Then he came back, pulled the curtain around my bed, and sat down. Jesus, I thought, what's he going to do, give me a head job? But I looked, and he seemed to have some kind of machine with him. I watched as he took a hollow needle and ran it down the piss hole of my cock. The feeling that I thought was gone from my cock was suddenly back. "Shit, oh baby," I hissed. "Not the most pleasant thing in the world, is it?" Indeed, I tend to agree. Woo-wee. Shit and Jesus. Soon be over. He pressed against my bladder. I could see the little square fish bowl filling with piss. This was one of the parts they left out of the movies. "God almighty, pal, mercy, let's call it a good night's work." "Just a moment, now." He drew the needle out. Out of the window my blue and red cross turned. Christ hung on the wall with a piece of dried palm stuck at his feet. No wonder men turned to gods. It was pretty hard to take it straight. "Thanks," I told the nurse. Anytime. He pulled the curtain back and left with his machine. My yellow piss bird punched his button. "Where's the nurse? Oh, why doesn't that nurse come?" He pushed it again. "Is my button working? Is something wrong with my button?" The nurse came in. "My back hurts. Oh, my back hurts terrible. Nobody has come to visit me." I guess you fellas noticed that. "Nobody has come to see me, not even my wife. Where's my wife? Nurse, raise my bed. My back hurts. There. Higher. No, my God, you've got it too high. Lower. There, stop. Where's my dinner? I haven't had dinner. Look." The nurse walked out. I keep wondering about the little piss machine. I'll probably have to buy one, carry it around all my life, duck into alleys behind trees in the back seat of my car. The Okie in bed 1 hadn't said much. "It's my foot," he suddenly said to the walls. "I can't understand it. My foot just got all swelled up overnight and it won't go down. It hurts. The white-haired guy in the corner pushed his button. "Nurse," he said, "nurse, how about hustling me up a pot of coffee?" Really, I thought, my main problem is to keep from going insane. 10. The next day, old Whitehair, the movie cameraman, brought his coffee down and sat in a chair by my bed. "I can't stand that son of a bitch." He was speaking of the yellow piss bird. Well, there was nothing to do with Whitehair but talk to him. I told him that drink had brought me pretty much to my present station in life. For kicks, I told him some of my wilder drunks and some of the crazy things that had happened. He had some good ones himself. In the old days, he told me, they used to have the big red cars that ran between Glendale and Long Beach, I believe it was. They ran all day and most of the night, except for an interval of an hour and a half, I think between 3:30 and 5:30 a.m., Well, I went drinking one night and met a buddy at the bar, and after the bar closed, we went to his place and finished something he had left there. I left his place and kind of got lost. I turned up a dead-end street, but I didn't know it was dead-end. I kept driving, and I was driving pretty fast. I kept going until I hit the railroad tracks. When I hit the tracks, my steering wheel came up and hit me on the chin and knocked me out. There I was, across those tracks in my car, KO'd. Only I was lucky because it was in the hour and a half that no trains were running. I don't know how long I sat there, but the train horn woke me up. I woke up and saw this train coming down the tracks at me. I just had time to start the car and back off. The train tore on by. I drove the car home, the front wheels all bent under and wobbling. That's tight. Another time, I'm sitting in the bar. Right across the way is a place where the railroad men ate. The train stopped and the men got out to eat. I'm sitting next to some guy in this bar. He turns to me and he says, "I used to drive one of those things and I can drive one again. Come on and watch me start it." I walked out with him and we climbed into the engine. Sure enough, he started the thing. We got up good speed, and then I started thinking, what the hell am I doing? I told the guy, "I don't know about you, but I'm getting off." I knew enough about trains to know where the brake was. I yanked the brake, and before the train even stopped, I went out the side. He went out the other side, and I never saw him again. Pretty soon there's a big crowd around the train, policemen, train investigators, yard dicks, reporters, onlookers. I'm standing off to one side with the rest of the crowd watching. "Come on, let's go up and find out what's going on," somebody next to me said. "Nah, hell," I said, "it's just a train." I was scared that maybe somebody had seen me. The next day there was a story in the papers. The headline said, "Train goes to Pacoima by itself." I cut out the story and saved it. I saved that clipping for 10 years. My wife used to see it. "What the hell are you saving this story for? Train goes to Pacoima by itself." I never told her. I was still scared. "You're the first one I ever told the story to." "Don't worry," I told him. "Not a single soul will ever hear that story again." Then my ass really began to kick up, and Whitehair suggested I ask for a shot. I did. The nurse gave me one in the hip. She left the curtain pulled when she left, but Whitehair continued to sit there. In fact, he had a visitor with a voice that carried clear down through my fucked-up bowels. He really sent it out. "I'm going to move all the ships around the neck of the bay. We'll shoot it right there. We're paying a captain of one of those boats $890 a month, and he has 2 boys under him. We've got this fleet right there. Let's put it to use, I think. The public's ready for a good sea story. They haven't had a good sea story since Errol Flynn." "Yeah," said Whitehair. "Those things run in cycles. The public's ready now. They need a good sea story." "Sure. There are lots of kids who have never seen a sea story. And speaking of kids, that's all I'm going to use. I'll run 'em all over the boats. The only old people we'll use will be for the leads. We just move these ships around the bay and shoot right there. 2 of the ships need masts. That's all that's wrong with them. We hand them masts, and then we begin. The public is sure ready for a sea story. It's a cycle, and the cyclists do. They are worried about the budget. Hell, it won't cost a thing. Why, I pulled the curtain back and spoke to Whitehair. "Look, you might think me a bastard, but you guys are right against my bed. Can't you take your friend over to your bed?" Sure. The producer stood up. "Hell, I'm sorry. I didn't know." He was fat and sordid, content, happy, sickening. "Okay," I said. They moved up to Whitehair's bed and continued to talk about the sea story. All the dying on the 8th floor of the Queen of Angels Hospital could hear the sea story. The producer finally left. Whitehair looked over at me. "That's the world's greatest producer. He's produced more great pictures than any man alive. That was John F." "John F.," said the pissbird. "Yeah, he's made some great pictures. I tried to go to sleep. It was hard to sleep at night because they all snored at once. Whitehair was the loudest. In the morning, he always woke me up to complain that he hadn't slept. That night, the yellow pissbird hollered all night. First because he couldn't shit. "Unplug me, my God, I got a crap." Or he hurt. Or where was his doctor? He kept having different doctors. One couldn't stand him, and another would take over. They couldn't find anything wrong with him. There wasn't. He wanted his mother, but his mother was dead. 11. I finally got them to move me into a semi-private ward, but it was a worse move. His name was Herb, and like the male nurse told me, he's not sick. There isn't anything wrong with him at all. He had on a silk robe, shaved twice a day, had a TV set which he never turned off, and visitors all the time. He was head of a fairly large business and had gone the formula of having his gray hair short cropped to indicate youth, efficiency, intelligence, and brutality. The TV turned out to be far worse than I could have imagined. I'd never owned a TV, and so was unaccustomed to its fare. The auto races were all right. I could stand the auto races, although they were very dull. But there was some type of marathon on for some cause or other, and they were collecting money. They started early in the morning and went right on through. Little numbers were posted indicating how much money had been collected. There was somebody in a cook's hat. I don't know what the hell it meant. And there was a terrible old woman with a face like a frog. She was terribly ugly. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe these people didn't know how ugly and naked and meaty and disgusting their faces looked, like rapes of everything decent, and yet they just walked up and calmly put their faces on the screen and spoke to each other and laughed about something. The jokes were very hard to laugh at, but they didn't seem to have any trouble. Those faces, those faces. Herb didn't say anything about it. He just kept looking as if he were interested. I didn't know the names of the people, but they were all stars of some sort. They'd announce a name, and then everybody would get excited, except me. I couldn't understand it. I got a little sick. I wished I were back in the other room. Meanwhile, I was trying to have my first bowel movement. Nothing happened. A swath of blood. It was Saturday night. The priest came by. "Would you care for communion tomorrow?" he asked. "No, thank you, Father. I'm not a very good Catholic. I haven't been to church in 20 years. Were you baptized a Catholic?" "Yes." "Then you're still a Catholic. You're just a bum Catholic." Just like in the movies. He talks turkey just like Cagney, or was it Pat O'Brien who sported the white collar? All my movies were dated. The last movie I had seen was The Lost Weekend. He gave me a prayer booklet. "Read this." He left. "Prayer book," it said, "compiled for use in hospitals and institutions." I read, "O eternal and ever-blessed Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, with all the angels and saints I adore you. My Queen and my Mother, I give myself entirely to you, and to show my devotion to you I consecrate to you this day my eyes, my ears, my mouth, my heart, my whole being without reserve. Agonizing heart of Jesus, have mercy on the dying. O my God, prostrate on my knees I adore you. Join me, you blessed spirits, in thanking the God of mercies, who is so bountiful to so unworthy a creature. It was my sins, dear Jesus, that caused you bitter anguish, my sins that scourged you and crowned you with thorns and nailed you to the cross. I confess that I deserve only punishment." I got up and tried to shit. It had been 3 days. Nothing. Only a swath of blood again, and the cuts in my rectum ripping open. Herb had on a comedy show. "The Batman is coming onto the program tonight. I want to see the Batman." Yeah. I crawled back into bed. I am especially sorry for my sins of impatience and anger, my sins of discouragement and rebellion. The Batman showed up. Everybody on the program seemed excited. "It's the Batman," said Herb. "Good," I said, "the Batman. Sweet heart of Mary, be my savior." "He can sing! Look, he can sing!" The Batman had removed his bat suit and was dressed in a street suit. He was a very ordinary-looking young man with a somewhat blank face. He sang. The song lasted and lasted, and the Batman seemed very proud of his singing for some reason. "He can sing," said Herb. "My God, what am I, and who are you, that I should dare approach you? I am only a poor, wretched, sinful creature, totally unworthy to appear before you." I turned my back on the TV set and tried to sleep. Herb had it on very loud. I had some cotton which I stuck into my ears, but it helped very little. "I'll never shit," I thought. "I'll never shit again, not with that thing on. It's got my guts tightened. I'm gonna go nuts for sure this time. O Lord my God, from this day I accept from your hand willingly and with submission the kind of death that it may please you to send me with all its sorrows, pains, and anguish, plenary indulgence once daily under the usual conditions." Finally, at 1:30 a.m., I could submit no longer. I'd been listening since 7 a.m. My shit was blocked for eternity. I felt that I had paid for the cross in those 18½ hours. I managed to turn around. "Herb, for Christ's sakes, man, I'm about to have it. I'm about to go off my screw, Herb. Mercy, I can't stand TV. I can't stand the human race. Herb! Herb!" He was asleep, sitting up. "You dirty cunt-lapper," I said. "What? What? Why don't you turn that thing off?" "Turn off? Ah, sure. Why didn't you say so, kid?" 12. Herb snored, too. He also talked in his sleep. I went to sleep about 3:30 a.m. At 4:15 a.m., I was awakened by something that sounded like a table being dragged down the hall. Suddenly the lights went on, and a big colored woman was standing over me with a clipboard. Christ, she was an ugly and stupid-looking wench. Martin Luther King and racial equality be damned. She could have easily beat the shit out of me. Maybe that would be a good idea? Maybe it was last rites. Maybe I was finished. Look, baby, I said, you mind telling me what's going on? Is this the fucking end? Are you Henry Janaski? I'm afraid so. You're down for communion. No, wait, he got his signals crossed. I told him no communion. Oh, she said. She pulled the curtains back and turned off the lights. I could hear the table or whatever it was going further down the hall. The Pope was going to be very unhappy with me. The table made a hell of a racket. I could hear the sick and the dying, waking up, coughing, asking questions to the air, ringing for the nurses. What was that, kid? Herb asked. What was what? All that noise and lights. That was the dark, tough angel of the Batman making ready the body of Christ. What? Go to sleep. 13. My doctor came the next morning and peered up my ass and told me I could go home. But, my boy, you do not go horseback riding, yeah? Yeah, but how about some hot pussy? What? Sexual intercourse. Oh, nine. It will be 6 to 8 weeks before you will be able to resume anything normal. He moved on out and I began to dress. The TV didn't bother me. Somebody on the screen said, I wonder if my spaghetti is done. He stuck his face into the pot, and when he looked up, all the spaghetti was stuck to his face. Herb laughed. I shook hands with him. So long, baby, I said. It's been nice, he said. Yeah, I said. I was ready to leave when it happened. I ran to the can, blood and shit and blood. It was painful enough to make me talk to the walls. Oh, mama, you dirty fuck bastards. Oh, shit. Oh, you cum crazy freaks. Oh, you shit-mauling cocksucker. Heavens, lay off. Shit. Yow! Finally it stopped. I cleaned myself, put on a gauze bandage, pulled up my pants, and walked over to my bed, picked up my traveling bag. So long, Herb, baby. So long, kid. You guessed it. I ran in there again. You dirty mother-humping cat-fuckers! Oh, shit! I came out and sat a while. That was a smaller movement, and then I felt that I was ready. I went downstairs and signed a fortune in bills. I couldn't read anything. They called me a taxi, and I stood outside the ambulance entrance waiting. I had my little sitz bath with me, a dishpan you shit in after you filled it with hot water. There were 3 Okies standing outside, 2 men and a woman. Their voices were loud and southern, and they had the look and feel that nothing had ever happened to them, not even a toothache. My ass began to leap and twinge. I tried to sit down, but that was a mistake. They had a little boy with them. He ran up and tried to grab my dishpan. He tugged. No, you bastard, no, I hissed at him. He almost got it. He was stronger than I was, but I kept holding on. Oh, Jesus, I commend to you my parents, relatives, benefactors, teachers, and friends. Reward them in a very special way for all the care and sorrow I have caused them. You little jerk-off, unhand my shit pot, I told him. Donnie, you leave that man alone, the woman hollered at him. Donnie ran off. One of the men looked at me. Hi, he said. Hi, I answered. The cab looked good. Chinaski? Yeah, let's go. I got in front with my shit pot. I kind of sat on one cheek. I gave him directions. Then, listen, if I holler, pull behind a signboard, a gas station, anywhere, but stop driving. I might have to shit. Okay. We drove along. The streets looked good. It was noontime. I was still alive. Listen, I asked him, where's a good whorehouse? Where can I pick up a good, clean, cheap piece of ass? I don't know anything about that stuff. Come on, I hollered at him. Do I look like the fuzz? Do I look like a fink? You can level with me, Ace. No, I'm not kidding. I don't know about that stuff. I drive daylight. Maybe a night cabbie might line you up. Okay, I believe you. Turn here. The old shack looked good sitting down there between all the high-rise apartments. My '57 Plymouth was covered with bird shit and the tires were half flat. All I wanted was a hot bath, hot water against my poor asshole, quiet, the old racing forms, the gas and light bills, the letters from lonely women too far away to fuck. Water, hot water, quiet, and myself spreading through the walls, returning to the manhole of my goddamn soul. I gave him a good tip and walked slowly up the driveway. The door was open, wide. Somebody was hammering on something. The sheets were off the bed. My God, I had been raided. I had been evicted. I walked in. Hey, I hollered. The landlord walked into the front room. Geez, we didn't expect you back so soon. The hot water tank was leaking and we had to rip it out. We're going to put in a new one. You mean no hot water? No hot water.
O good Jesus, I accept willingly this trial which it has pleased you to lay upon me.
His wife walked in. Oh, I was just gonna make your bed. All right, fine. You should get the water tank hooked up today. We might be short of parts. It's hard to get parts on Sunday. Okay, I'll make the bed, I said. I'll get it for you. No, please, I'll get it. I went into the bedroom and began making the bed. Then it came. I ran to the can. I could hear him hammering on the water tank as I sat down. I was glad he was hammering. I gave a quiet speech. Then I went to bed. I heard the couple in the next court. He was drunk. They were arguing. The trouble with you is that you have no conceptions at all. You don't know nothing. You're stupid, and on top of that, you're a whore. I was home again. It was great. I rolled over on my belly. In Vietnam, the armies were at it. In the alleys, the bums sucked on wine bottles. The sun was still up. The sun came through the curtains. I saw a spider crawling along the window ledge. I saw an old newspaper on the floor. There was a photo of 3 young girls jumping a fence, showing plenty of leg. The whole place looked like me and smelled like me. The wallpaper knew me. It was perfect. I was conscious of my feet and my elbows and my hair. I did not feel 45 years old. I felt like a goddamn monk who had just had a revelation. I felt as if I were in love with something that was very good, but I was not sure what it was except that it was there. I listened to all the sounds of motorcycles and cars. I heard dogs barking, people, and laughing. Then I slept. I slept and I slept and I slept. While a plant looked through my window, while a plant looked at me, the sun went on working and the spider crawled around. Confessions of a Man Insane Enough to Live with Beasts. 1. I remember jacking off in the closet after putting on my mother's high heels and looking at my legs in the mirror, slowly drawing a cloth up over my legs, higher and higher as if peeking up the legs of a woman, and being interrupted by 2 friends coming into the house. I know he's in here somewhere. Myself putting on clothes, and then one of them opening the closet door and finding me. You son of a bitch! I screamed and chased them both out of the house and heard them talking as they walked away. What's wrong with him? What the hell's wrong with him? 2. Kay was an ex-showgirl, and she used to show me the clippings and photos. She'd almost won a Miss America contest. I met her in an Alvarado Street bar, which is about as close to getting to Skid Row as you can get. She had put on weight and age, but there was still some sign of a figure, some class, but just a hint and little more. We both had it. Neither of us worked, and how we made it I'll never know. Cigarettes, wine, and a landlady who believed our stories about money coming up, but none right now. Mostly we had to have wine. We slept most of the day, but when it began to get dark, we had to get up. We felt like getting up. Kay. Shit, I could stand a drink. I'd still be on the bed, smoking the last cigarette. Me. Well, hell, go down to Tony's and get us a couple of ports. Kay. Fifths? Me. Sure, fifths. And no Gallo. And none of that other. That stuff gave me a headache for 2 weeks. And get 2 packs of smokes, any kind. Kay. But there's only 50 cents here. Me. I know that. Cuff him for the rest. What's the matter, you stupid? Kay. He says no more. Me. He says, who is this guy? God, fast talk him, smile, wiggle your can at him, make his pecker rise. Take him in the back room if necessary, only get that wine. K. All right. Me. And don't come back without it. Kay said she loved me. She used to tie ribbons around my cock and then make a little paper hat for the head. If she came back without the wine or with only one bottle, then I'd go down like a madman and snarl and bitch and threaten the old man until he gave me what I wanted and more. Sometimes I'd come back with sardines, bread, chips. It was a particularly good period, and when Tony sold the business, we started on the new owner who was harder to beard, but who could be had. It brought out the best in us. 3. It was like a wood drill. It might have been a wood drill. I could smell the oil burning. And they'd stick that thing into my head, into my flesh, and it would drill and bring up blood and pus. And I'd sit there, the monkey of my soul string dangling over the edge of a cliff. I was covered with boils the size of small apples. It was ridiculous and unbelievable. Worst case I ever saw, said one of the docs, and he was old. They'd gather around me like some freak. I was a freak. I'm still a freak. I rode the streetcar back and forth to the charity ward. Children on streetcars would stare and ask their mothers, "What's wrong with that man? Mother, what's wrong with that man's face?" And the mother would, "Shh." That shh was the worst condemnation. And they'd continue to let the little bastards and bastardesses stare from over the backs of their seats, and I'd look out the window and watch the buildings go by, and I'd be drowning, slugged and drowning, nothing to do. The doctors, for lack of anything else, called it acne vulgaris. I'd sit for hours on a wooden bench while waiting for my wood drill. What a pity story, eh? I remember the old brick buildings, the easy and rested nurses, the doctors laughing, having it made. It was there that I learned of the fallacy of hospitals, that the doctors were kings and the patients were shit and the hospitals were there so the doctors could make it in their starched white superiority. They could make it with the nurses, too. "Doctor, doctor, doctor, pinch my ass in the elevator. Forget the stink of cancer, forget the stink of life. We're not the poor fools. We will never die. We drink our carrot juice, and when we feel bad, we can take a pop, a needle, all the dope we need. Cheap, cheap, cheap. Life will sing for us, big time us." I'd go in and sit down, and they'd put the drill into me. Zzz, 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 zzz. The sun, meanwhile, raising dahlias and oranges and shining through nurses' dresses, driving the poor freaks mad. Zzz, zzz, zzz. Never saw anybody go under the needle like that. Look at him, cold as steel. Again, a gathering of nurse fuckers, a gathering of men who owned big homes and had time to laugh and to read and go to plays and buy paintings and forget how to think, forget how to feel anything. White starch and my defeat, the gathering. How do you feel? Wonderful. Don't you find the needle painful? Fuck you. What? I said fuck you. He's just a boy. He's bitter. Can't blame him. How old are you? 14. I was only praising you for your courage, the way you took the needle. You're tough. Fuck you. You can't talk to me that way. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. You ought to bear up better, supposing you were blind. Then I wouldn't have to look at your goddamn face. The kid's crazy. Sure he is. Leave him alone. That was some hospital, and I never realized that 20 years later I'd be back again in the charity ward. Hospitals and jails and whores. These are the universities of life. I've got several degrees. Call me Mr. 4. I was shacked with another one. We were on the second floor of a court, and I was working. That's what almost killed me, drinking all night and working all day. I kept throwing a bottle through the same window. I used to take that window down to a glass place at the corner and get it fixed, get a pane of glass put in. Once a week I did this. The man looked at me very strangely, but he always took my money, which looked all right to him. I'd been drinking heavily, steadily, for 15 years, and one morning I woke up, and there it was, blood streaming out of my mouth and ass, black turds, blood, blood, waterfalls of blood. Blood stinks worse than shit. She called a doctor, and the ambulance came after me. The attendant said I was too big to carry down the steps and asked me to walk down. "Okay, man," I said, "glad to oblige. Don't want you to work too hard." Outside, I got onto the stretcher. They opened it for me, and I climbed on like a wilted flower. One hell of a flower. The neighbors had their heads out the windows. They stood on their steps as I went by. They saw me drunk most of the time. "Look, Mabel," one of them said, "there goes that horrible man." "God have mercy on his soul," the answer came. Good old Mabel. I let go a mouthful of red over the edge of the stretcher, and somebody went, "Ooh." Even though I was working, I didn't have any money, so I was back to the charity ward. The ambulance was packed. They had shelves in the ambulance, and everybody was everywhere. "Full house," said the driver. "Let's go." It was a bad ride. We swayed, we tilted. I made every effort to hold the blood in, as I didn't want to get anybody stinking. "Oh," I heard a Negro woman's voice. "I can't believe this is happening to me. I can't believe it. Oh, God, help me." God gets pretty popular in places like that. They put me in a dark basement, and somebody gave me something in a glass of water, and that was that. Every now and then I would vomit some blood into the bedpan. There were 4 or 5 of us down there. One of the men was drunk and insane, but he seemed strong. He got off his cot and wandered around, stumbled around, falling across the other men, knocking things over. Wah, Siam, wah, the Jabba, Juba, Jimma, Juba, Wastam, Juba. I grabbed the water pitcher to hit him with, but he never came near me. He finally fell down in a corner and passed out. I was in the basement all night and until noon the next day. Then they moved me upstairs. The ward was overloaded. They put me in a dark corner. "Ooh, he's going to die in that dark corner," one of the nurses said. "Yeah," said the other one. I got up one night and couldn't make it to the can. I heaved blood all over the middle of the floor. I fell down and was too weak to get up. I called for a nurse, but the doors to the ward were covered with tin and 3 to 6 inches thick, and they couldn't hear. A nurse came by about once every 2 hours to check for corpses. They rolled a lot of dead out at night. I couldn't sleep and used to watch them. Slip a guy off the bed and pull him onto the roller and pull the sheet over his head. Those rollers were well oiled. I hollered, "Nurse," not knowing especially why. "Shut up," one of the old men told me. "We want to sleep." I passed out. When I came to, all the lights were on. 2 nurses were trying to pick me up. "I told you not to get out of bed," one of them said. I couldn't talk. Drums were in my head. I felt hollowed out. It seemed as if I could hear everything, but I couldn't see, only flares of light, it seemed. But no panic, fear, only a sense of waiting for anything and not caring. "You're too big," one of them said. "Get in this chair." They put me in the chair and slid me along the floor. I didn't feel like more than 6 pounds. Then they were around me, people. I remember a doctor in a green gown, an operating gown. He seemed angry. He was talking to the head nurse. "Why hasn't this man had a transfusion? He's down to CCs. His papers passed through downstairs while I was upstairs, and then they were filed before I saw him. And besides, doctor, he doesn't have any blood credit. I want some blood up here, and I want it up here now." Who the hell is this guy, I thought. Very odd. Very strange for a doctor. They started the transfusions, 9 pints of blood and 8 of glucose. A nurse tried to feed me roast beef with potatoes and peas and carrots for my first meal. She put the tray before me. "Hell, I can't eat this," I told her. "This would kill me." "Eat it," she said. "It's on your list. It's on your diet." "Bring me some milk," I said. "You eat that," she said, and walked away. I left it there. 5 minutes later, she came running into the ward. "Don't eat that," she screamed. "You can't have that. There's been a mistake on the list." She carried it away and came back with a glass of milk. As soon as the first bottle of blood emptied into me, they sat me up on a roller and took me down to the x-ray room. The doctor told me to stand up. I kept falling over backwards. "God damn it," he screamed. "You made me ruin another film. Now stand there and don't fall down." I tried, but I couldn't stand up. I fell over backwards. "Oh, shit," he said to the nurse. "Take him away." Easter Sunday, the Salvation Army Band played right under our window at 5 a.m. They played horrible religious music, played it badly and loudly, and it swamped me, ran through me, almost murdered me. I felt as close to death that morning as I've ever felt. It was an inch away, a hair away. Finally, they left for another part of the grounds, and I began to climb back toward life. I would say that morning they probably killed a half-dozen captives with their music. Then my father showed with my whore. She was drunk, and I knew he'd given her money for drink and deliberately brought her before me drunk in order to make me unhappy. The old man and I were enemies of long standing. Everything I believed in he disbelieved, and the other way around. She swayed over my bed, red-faced and drunk. "Why did you bring her like that?" I asked. "Why didn't you wait until another day?" "I told you she was no good. I always told you she was no good." "You got her drunk and then brought her here. Why do you keep knifing me?" "I told you she was no good. I told you. You son of a bitch, one more word out of you and I'm going to take this needle out of my arm and get up and whip the shit out of you." He took her by the arm and they left. I guess they had phoned them that I was going to die. I was continuing to hemorrhage. That night the priest came. "Father," I said, "no offense, but please, I'd like to die without any rights, without any words." I was surprised then because he swayed and rocked in disbelief. It was almost as if I had hit him. I say I was surprised because I thought those boys had more cool than that. But then they wiped their asses too. "Father, talk to me," an old man said. "You can talk to me." The priest went over to the old man and everybody was happy. 13 days from the night I entered, I was driving a truck and lifting packages weighing up to 50 pounds. A week later, I had my first drink, the one they said would kill me. I guess someday I'll die in that goddamn charity ward. I just can't seem to get away. 5. My luck was down again, and I was too nervous at this time from excessive wine drinking. Wild-eyed, weak, too depressed to find my usual stop-gap, rest-up job as shipping clerk or stock boy. So I went down to the meat-packing plant and walked into the office. "Haven't I seen you before?" the man asked. "No," I lied. I'd been there 2 or 3 years before, gone through all the paperwork, the medical and so forth, and they led me down steps 4 floors down, and it had gotten colder and colder, and the floors had been covered with a sheen of blood, green floors, green walls. He had explained the job to me, which was to push a button, and then from this hole in the wall there came a noise like the crushing of fullbacks or elephants falling, and here it came, something dead, a lot of it, bloody, and he showed me. You take it and throw it on the truck and push the button, and another one comes along. Then he walked away. When he did, I took off my smock, my tin hat, my boots, issued 3 sizes too small, and walked up the stairway and out of there. Now I was back. "You look a little old for this job." "I want to toughen up. I need hard work, good hard work," I lied. "Can you handle it?" "I'm nothing but guts. I used to be in the ring. I've fought the best." "Oh, yes?" "Yeah." I can see by your face. You must have been in some fierce ones." "Never mind my face. I had fast hands, still have. I had to take some dives, had to make it look good. I follow boxing. I don't recall your name. I fought under another name, Kid Stardust." "Kid Stardust? I don't recall a Kid Stardust. I fought in South America, Africa, Europe, the islands. I fought in the tank towns. That's why there are all these gaps in my employment record. I don't like to put down boxer because people think I'm kidding or lying. I just leave the blanks and to hell with it." "All right. Show up for your med at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow and we'll put you to work. You say you want hard work?" "Well, if you have something else." "No, not right now. You know, you look close to 50 years old. I wonder if I'm doing the right thing. We don't like you people to waste our time." "I'm not people. I'm Kid Stardust." "Okay, kid," he laughed. "We'll put you to work." I didn't like the way he said it. 2 days later, I walked through the pass gate into the wooden shack where I showed an old man my slip with my name on it. Henry Chinaski, and he sent me onto the loading dock. I was to see Thurman. I walked on over. There were a row of men sitting on a wooden bench, and they looked at me as if I were a homosexual or a basket case. I looked at them with what I imagined to be easy disdain and drawled in my best back-alley fashion, "Where's Thurman? I'm supposed to see the guy." Somebody pointed. "Thurman? Yeah. I'm working for you. Yeah? Yeah." He looked at me. "Where's your boots?" "Boots? Got none," I said. He reached under the bench and handed me a pair, an old, hardened, stiff pair. I put them on. Same old story, 3 sizes too small. My toes were crushed and bent under. Then he gave me a bloody smock and a tin helmet. I put them on. I stood there while he lit a cigarette, or, as the English might say, while he lighted his cigarette. He threw away the match with a calm and manly flourish. "Come on." They were all Negroes, and when I walked up they looked at me as if they were black Muslims. I was over 6 feet, but they were all taller, and if not taller, then 2 or 3 times as wide. "Hank!" Thurman hollered. Hank, I thought. Hank, just like me, that's nice. I was already sweating under the tin helmet. "Put him to work!" Christ Jesus, oh Jesus Christ, what happened to the sweet and easy nights? Why doesn't this happen to Walter Winchell, who believes in the American way? Wasn't I one of the most brilliant students in anthropology? What happened? Hank took me over and stood me in front of an empty truck, a half-block long, that stood in the dock. "Wait here." Then several of the black Muslims came running up with the wheelbarrows painted a scabby and lumpy white like whitewash mixed in with hen shit. And each wheelbarrow was loaded with mounds of ham that floated in thin, watery blood. No, they didn't float in the blood, they sat in it like lead, like cannonballs, like death. One of the boys jumped into the truck behind me, and the other began throwing the hams at me, and I caught them and threw them to the guy behind me, who turned and threw the ham into the back of the truck. The hams came fast, fast, and they were heavy, and they got heavier. As soon as I threw one ham and turned, another was already on the way to me through the air. I knew that they were trying to break me. I was soon sweating as if faucets had been turned on, and my back ached, my wrists ached, my arms hurt, everything hurt, and I was down to the last impossible ounce of limp energy. I could barely see, barely summon myself to catch one more ham and throw it, one more ham and throw it. I was splashed in blood and kept getting the soft, dead, heavy flump in my hands. The ham giving a little like a woman's butt, and I'm too weak to say, "Hey, what the hell's the matter with you guys?" The hams are coming, and I'm spinning, nailed like a man on a cross under a tin helmet, and they keep running up barrows full of hams, and at last they're all empty, and I stand there swaying and breathing the yellow electric light. It was night in hell. Well, I always liked night work. Come on. They took me into another room, up in the air through a large entrance, high in the far wall, one half a steer. Or it might have been a whole one. Yes, they were whole steers, come to think of it. All 4 legs, and one of them came out of the hole on a hook, having just been murdered. And the steer stopped right over me. It hung right over me, there, on that hook. They've just killed it, I thought. They've killed the damn thing. How can they tell a man from a steer? How do they know that I'm not a steer? All right, swing it. Swing it? That's right. Dance with it. What? Oh, for Christ's sake, George, come here. George got under the dead steer. He grabbed it. 1. He ran forward. 2. He ran backwards. 3. He ran far forward. The steer was almost parallel to the ground. Somebody hit a button, and he had it. He had it for the meat markets of the world. He had it for the gossiping, cranky, well-rested, stupid housewives of the world at 2 o'clock in the afternoon in their housecoats, dragging at red-stained cigarettes and feeling almost nothing. They put me under the next steer. 1, 2, 3, I had it. It's dead bones against my living bones. It's dead flesh against my living flesh. And the bone and the weight cut in. I thought of a sexy cunt sitting across from me on a couch with her legs crossed high, and me with a drink in my hand, slowly and surely talking my way toward and into the blank mind of her body, and Hank hollered, "Hang her in the truck!" I ran toward the truck. The shame of defeat taught me in American schoolyards as a boy, told me that I must not drop the steer to the ground, because this would prove that I was a coward and not a man, and that I didn't therefore deserve much. Just sneers and laughs. You had to be a winner in America. There wasn't any way out. You had to learn to fight for nothing. Don't question. And besides, if I dropped the steer, I might have to pick it up, and I knew I could never pick it up. Besides, it would get dirty. I didn't want it to get dirty, or rather, they didn't want it to get dirty. I ran it into the truck. Hang it! The hook which hung from the roof was dull as a man's thumb without a fingernail. You let the bottom of the steer slide back and went for the top. You poked the top part against the hook again and again, but the hook would not go through. Mother ass! It was all gristle and fat. Tough, tough. Come on, come on! I gave it my last reserve, and the hook came through. It was a beautiful sight, a miracle, that hook coming through, that steer hanging there by itself, completely off my shoulder, hanging for the house coats and butcher's shop gossip. Move on! A 285-pound Negro, insolent, sharp, cool, murderous, walked in, hung his meat with a snap, looked down at me. We stays in line here. Okay, Ace. I walked out in front of him. Another steer was waiting for me. Each time I loaded one, I was sure that was the last one I could handle, but I kept saying, one more, just one more. Then I quit. Fuck it. They were waiting for me to quit. I could see the eyes, the smiles, when they thought I wasn't looking. I didn't want to give them victory. I went for another steer. The player. One last lunge of the big-time washed-up player. I went for the meat. 2 hours I went on, then somebody hollered, break. I'd made it. A 10-minute rest, some coffee, and they'd never make me quit. I walked out behind them toward a lunch wagon. I could see the steam rising in the night from the coffee. I could see the donuts and cigarettes and coffee cakes and sandwiches under the electric lights. Hey, you! It was Hank like me. Yeah, Hank? Before you take your break, get in that truck and move it out and over to stall 18. It was the truck we had just loaded, the 1.5 block long. Stall 18 was across the yard. I managed to open the door and get up inside the cab. It had a soft leather seat, and the seat felt so good that I knew if I didn't fight it, I would soon be asleep. I wasn't a truck driver. I looked down and saw a half-dozen gear shifts, brakes, pedals, and so forth. I turned the key and managed to start the engine. I played with pedals and gear shifts until the truck started to roll, and then I drove it across the yard to stall 18, thinking all the while, by the time I get back, the lunch wagon will be gone. This was tragedy to me, real tragedy. I parked the truck, cut the engine, and sat there a minute feeling the soft goodness of that leather seat. Then I opened the door and got out. I missed the step or whatever was supposed to be there, and I fell to the ground in my bloody smock and Christ, tin helmet like a man shot. It didn't hurt. I didn't feel it. I got up just in time to see the lunch wagon driving off through the gate and down the street. I saw them walking back in toward the dock, laughing and lighting cigarettes. I took off my boots, I took off my smock, I took off my tin helmet and walked to the shack at the yard entrance. I threw the smock, helmet, and boots across the counter. The old man looked at me. What? You quitting this good job? Tell 'em to mail me my check for 2 hours and tell 'em to stick it up their ass. I don't give a damn. I walked out. I walked across the street to a Mexican bar and drank a beer, and then got a bus to my place. The American schoolyard had beat me again. 6th. The next night I was sitting in a bar between a woman with a rag on her head and a woman without a rag on her head. And it was just another bar, dull, imperfect, desperate, cruel, shitty, poor. And the small men's room reeked to make you heave. And you couldn't crap in there, only piss, vomiting, turning your head away, looking for light, praying for the stomach to hold just one more night. I'd been in there about 3 hours drinking and buying drinks for the one without the rag on her head. She didn't look bad. Expensive shoes, good legs and tail, just on the edge of falling apart, but that's when they looked the sexiest to me. I bought another drink, 2 more drinks. I told her I'm broke. You kidding? No. You got a place to stay? 2 more days on the rent. You working? No. What do you do? Nothing. I mean, how have you made it? I was a jockey's agent for a while. Had a good boy, but they caught him carrying a battery into the starting gate twice. They barred him, did a little boxing, gambling, even tried chicken farming. Used to sit up all night guarding them from the wild dogs in the hills. It was tough. And then one day I left a cigar burning in the pen, and I burned up half of them plus all my good roosters. I tried panning gold in Northern California. I was a barker at the beach. I tried the market, I tried selling short, nothing worked, I'm a failure. Drink up, she said, and come with me. That come with me sounded good. I drank up and followed her out. We walked up the street and stopped in front of a liquor store. Now you keep quiet, she said, let me do the talking. We went in. She got some salami, eggs, bread, bacon, beer, hot mustard, pickles, 2/5 of good whiskey, some Alka-Seltzer, and some mix. Cigarettes and cigars. Charge it to Willie Hanson, she told the clerk. We walked outside with the stuff, and she called a cab from the box at the corner. The cab showed, and we climbed in back. Who's Willie Hanson? I asked. Never mind, she said. Up at my place, she helped me put the perishables in the refrigerator. Then she sat down on the couch and crossed those good legs and sat there kicking and twisting an ankle, looking down at her shoe, that spiked and beautiful shoe. I peeled the top off a 5th and stood there mixing 2 strong drinks. I was king again. That night in bed, I stopped in the middle of it and looked down at her. What's your name? I asked. What the hell difference does it make? I laughed and went on ahead. The rent ran out, and I put everything, which wasn't much, into my paper suitcase. And 30 minutes later we walked back around a wholesale fur shop down a broken walk, and there was an old 2-story house. Pepper. That was her name. She finally gave me her name. Rang the bell and told me, You stand back, just let 'em see me, and when the buzzer sounds I'll push the door open and you follow me in. Willie Hanson always peeked down the stairway to the halfway point, where he had a mirror that showed him who was at the door, and then he made up his mind whether to be home or not. He decided to be home. The buzzer rang, and I followed Pepper on in, leaving my suitcase at the bottom of the steps. Baby! He met her at the top of the steps. So good to see you. He was pretty old and only had one arm. He put the arm around her and kissed her. Then he saw me. Who's this guy? Oh, Willie, I want you to meet a friend of mine. This is the kid. Hi, I said. He didn't answer me. The kid? He don't look like a kid. Kid Lanny. He used to fight under the name Kid Lanny. Kid Lancelot, I said. We went on up into the kitchen, and Willie took out a bottle and poured some drinks. We sat at the table. How do you like the curtains? He asked me. The girls made these curtains for me. The girls have a lot of talent. I like the curtains, I told him. My arm's getting stiff. I can hardly move my fingers. I think I'm gonna die. The doctors can't figure what's wrong. The girls think I'm kidding. The girls laugh at me. I believe you, I told him. We had a couple more drinks. I like you, said Willie. You look like you've been around. You look like you got class. Most people don't have class. You got class. I don't know anything about class, I said, but I've been around. We had some more drinks and went into the front room. Willie put on a sailing cap and sat down at an organ, and he began playing the organ with his one arm. It was a very loud organ. There were quarters and dimes and halves and nickels and pennies all over the floor. I didn't ask questions. We sat there drinking and listening to the organ. I applauded lightly when he finished. All the girls were up here the other night, he told me, and then somebody hollered, Raid! And you should have seen them running, some of them naked, and some of them in panties and bras. They all ran out and hid in the garage. It was funny as hell. I sat up here, and they came drifting back one by one from the garage. It was sure funny. Who was the one who hollered Raid? I asked. I was, he said. Then he walked into his bedroom and took off his clothes and got into his bed. Pepper walked in and kissed him and talked to him as I walked around picking the coins up off the floor. When she came out, she motioned to the bottom of the stairway. I went down for the suitcase and brought it up. 7. Every time he put on that sailor's cap, that captain's cap, in the morning we knew we were going out on the yacht. He'd stand in front of the mirror adjusting it for proper angle, and one of the girls would come running in to tell us,
"We're going out on the yacht. Willie's putting on his cap."
Like the first time. He came out with a cap on, and we followed him down to the garage, not a word spoken. He had an old car, so old it had a rumble seat. The 2 or 3 girls got in the front with Willie, sitting on laps. However they made it, they made it. And Pepper and I got in the rumble seat, and she said, "He only goes out when he doesn't have a hangover and when he's not drinking. The bastard doesn't want anybody else to drink either, so watch it." "Hell, I need a drink. We all need a drink," she said. She took a pint from her purse and unscrewed the cap. She handed the bottle to me. "Now wait until he checks us in the rearview mirror, then the minute his eyes go back on the road, take a slug." I tried it. It worked. Then it was Pepper's turn. By the time we reached San Pedro, the bottle was empty. Pepper took out some gum, and I lit a cigar, and we climbed out. It was a fine-looking yacht. It had 2 engines, and Willie stood there showing me how to start the auxiliary motor in case anything went wrong. I stood there not listening, nodding, some kind of crap about pulling a rope in order to start the thing. He showed me how to pull anchor, unmoor from dock, but I was only thinking about another drink, and then we pulled out, and he stood there in the cabin with his captain's cap on, steering the thing, and all the girls got around him.
"Oh, Willie, let me steer. Willie, let me steer."
I didn't want to steer. He named the boat after himself, the Wilhan. Terrible name. He should have called it the Floating Pussy. I followed Pepper down to the cabin, and we found more to drink, plenty to drink. We stayed down there drinking. I heard him cut the engine, and he came down the steps. "Well, going back in," he said. "What for?" "Connie's gone into one of her moods. I'm afraid she'll jump overboard. She won't speak to me. She just sits there staring. She can't swim. I'm afraid she'll jump over." Connie was the one with a rag around her head. "Let her jump. I'll go get her out. I'll knock her out. I've still got my punch, and then I'll pull her in. Don't worry about her." "No, we're going in. Besides, you people have been drinking." He went upstairs. I poured some more drinks and lit a cigar. 8. When we hit dock, Willie came down and said he'd be right back. He wasn't right back. He wasn't back for 3 days and 3 nights. He left all the girls there. He just drove off in his car. "He's mad," said one of the girls. "Yeah," said another. There was plenty of food and liquor there, though, so we stayed and waited for Willie. There were 4 girls there, including Pepper. It was cold down there no matter how much you drank, no matter how many blankets you got under. There was only one way to get warm. The girls made a joke of it. "I'm next," one of them would holler. "I think I'm out of cum," another would say. "You think you're out of cum?" I said. "How about me?" They laughed. Finally, I just couldn't make it any more. I found I had my green dice on me, and we got down on the floor and started a crap game. Everybody was drunk, and the girls had all the money. I didn't have any money, but soon I had quite a bit of money. They didn't quite understand the game, and I explained it to them as we went along, and I changed the game as we went along to suit the circumstances. That's how Willie found us when he got back, shooting craps and drunk. "I don't allow gambling on this ship," he screamed from the top of the steps. Connie climbed up the steps, put her arms around him, and stuck her long tongue into his mouth, then grabbed his parts. He came down the steps, smiling, poured a drink, poured drinks for us all, and we sat there talking and laughing, and he talked about an opera he was writing for the organ, The Emperor of San Francisco. I promised him I'd write the words to the music, and that night we drove back into town, everybody drinking and feeling good. That first trip was almost a carbon of every trip. One night he died, and we were all out in the street again, the girls and myself. Some sister back east got every dime, and I went to work in a dog biscuit factory. 9. I'm living in some place on Kingsley Street and working as a shipping clerk for a place that sold overhead light fixtures. It was a fairly calm time. I drank a lot of beer each night, often forgetting to eat. I bought a typewriter, an old second-hand Underwood with keys that stuck. I hadn't written anything for 10 years. I got drunk on beer and began writing poetry. Pretty soon I had quite a backlog and didn't know what to do with it. I put the whole works into one envelope and mailed it to some new magazine in a small town in Texas. I figured that nobody would take the stuff, but at least somebody might get mad, so it wouldn't be wasted entirely. I got a letter back. I got 2 letters back, long letters. They said I was a genius. They said I was startling. They said I was God. I read the letters over and over and got drunk and wrote a long letter back. I sent more poems. I wrote poems and letters every night. I was full of bullshit. The editoress, who was also a writer of sorts, began sending back photos of herself, and she didn't look bad, not bad at all. The letters began getting personal. She said nobody would marry her. Her assistant editor, a young male, said he would marry her for half her inheritance, but she said she didn't have any money. People only thought she had money. The assistant editor later did a stretch in a mental ward. "Nobody will marry me," she kept writing. "Your poems will be featured in our next edition, an all-Chinesky edition, and nobody will ever marry me, nobody. You see, I have a deformity. It's my neck. I was born this way. I'll never be married." I was very drunk one night. "Forget it," I wrote. "I will marry you. Forget about the neck. I am not so hot either. You with your neck and me with my lion-clawed face. I can see us walking down the street together." I mailed the thing and forgot all about it, drank another can of beer, and went to sleep. The return mail brought a letter. "Oh, I'm so happy. Everybody looks at me and they say, 'Nicky, what happened to you? You're radiant, bursting. What is it?' I won't tell them. Oh, Henry, I'm so happy." She enclosed some photos, particularly ugly photos. I got scared. I went out and got a 5th of whiskey. I looked at the photos, I drank the whiskey, I got down on the rug. "Oh, Lord, oh, Jesus, what have I done? What have I done? Well, I'll tell you what, boys, I'm going to devote the rest of my life to making this poor woman happy. It will be hell, but I am tough. And what's a better way to go than making somebody else happy?" I got up from the rug, not too sure about the last part. A week later, I was waiting in the bus station. I was drunk and waiting for the arrival of a bus from Texas. They called the bus over the loudspeaker, and I got ready to die. I watched them coming through the doorway, trying to match them up with the photographs, and then I saw a young blonde, 23, good legs, live walk, and an innocent and rather snobbish face, pert, I guess you'd call her, and the neck was not bad at all. I was 35 then. I walked up to her. "Are you Nicky?" "Yes, I'm Chinesky." "Let me have your suitcase." We walked out to the parking lot. I've been waiting for 3 hours, nervous, jumpy, going through hell waiting. All I could do was to have some drinks in the bar. She put her hand on the hood of the car. "This engine's still hot. You bastard, you just got here." I laughed. "You're right." We got into the old car and made it on in. Soon we were married in Vegas, and it took what money I had for that and the bus fare back to Texas. I got on the bus with her, and I had 35 cents left in my pocket. "I don't know if Papa's going to like what I did," she said. "Oh, Jesus, oh, God," I prayed, "help me be strong, help me be brave." She necked and squirmed and twisted all the way to that small Texas town. We arrived at 2:30 a.m., and as we got off the bus, I thought I heard the bus driver say, "Who's that bum you got there with you, Nicky?" We stood in the street, and I said, "What did that bus driver say? What did he say to you?" I asked, rattling my 35 cents in my pocket. "He didn't say anything. Come on with me." She walked up the steps of a downtown building. "Hey, where the hell you going?" She put a key in the door, and the door opened. I looked above the door, and carved in the stone were the words City Hall. We went on in. "I want to see if I received any mail." She walked into her office and looked through a desk. "Damn it, no mail. I bet that bitch stole my mail." "What bitch? What bitch, baby?" "I have an enemy. Look, follow me." We went down the hall, and she stopped in front of a doorway. She gave me a hairpin. "Here, see if you can pick this lock." I stood there trying. I saw the headlines. "Famed writer and reformed prostitute found breaking into mayor's office." I couldn't pick the lock. We walked on down to her place, leaped into bed, and went at what we'd been working toward on the bus. I'd been there a couple of days when the doorbell rang about 9 a.m. one morning. We were in bed. "What the hell?" I asked. "Go get the bill," she said. I climbed into some clothes and went to the door. A midget was standing there, and every once in a while he shook all over. He had some type of malady. He had on a little chauffeur's cap.
"Mr. Chinatsky?"
"Yeah?"
"Mr. Dyer asked me to show you the lands."
"Wait a minute." I went back on in. "Baby, there's a midget out there, and he says that Mr. Dyer wants to show me the lands. He's a midget, and he shakes all over."
"Well, go with him. That's my father."
"Who, the midget?"
"No, Mr. Dyer."
I put on my shoes and stockings and went out on the porch. "Okay, buddy," I said, "let's go." We drove all over town and out of town.
"Mr. Dyer owns that,"
The midget would point, and I'd look.
"and Mr. Dyer owns that."
And I'd look. I didn't say anything.
"All those farms," he said. "Mr. Dyer owns all those farms, and he lets them work the land, and they split it down the middle."
The midget drove to a green forest. He pointed.
"See the lake?"
"Yeah."
"There are 7 lakes in there full of fish. See the turkey walking around?"
"Yeah."
"That's wild turkey. Mr. Dyer rents all that out to a fish and game club which runs it. Of course, Mr. Dyer and any of his friends can go any time they want. Do you fish or shoot?"
"I've done a lot of shooting in my time," I told him. We drove on.
"Mr. Dyer went to school there."
"Oh, yeah?"
"Yep. Right in that brick building. Now he's bought it and restored it as a kind of monument."
"Amazing." We drove back in. "Thanks," I told him.
"Do you want me to come back tomorrow morning? There's more to see."
"No, thanks. It's all right." I walked back in. I was king again. And it's good to end it right there instead of telling you how I lost it, although it's something about a Turk who wore a purple stick pin in his tie and had fine manners and culture. I didn't have a chance. But the Turk wore off, too, and the last I heard, she was in Alaska, married to an Eskimo. She sent me a picture of her baby, and she said she was still writing and truly happy. I told her, "Hang tight, baby, it's a crazy world." And that, as they say, was that.